Indeed, it was cautious, very much like how Song Ting would nervously await Song Jiao's judgment every time she made a mistake. Just as Song Kai thought it was his own misconception, he saw the communication light screen in front of his dad. When he clearly saw the projected figure in the light screen, Song Kai suddenly realized. Seeing his dad's awkward expression, Song Kai quickly walked over and softly called out, "Grandpa." Hearing these two words, Song Ming Song's originally expressionless face in the communication light screen immediately revealed a kind smile. "It's little Kai. Come over here and let Grandpa have a look. It's been a few years since I last saw you. I heard not long ago that you had awakened. Your grandma was so happy for quite a while. It'll soon be your grandma's 200th birthday. When you come to Beta City, Grandpa will give you a big gift." Song Kai's face lit up with a bright smile and he nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Grandpa." On Grandma's 200th birthday, your grandson will also present his own gift. Song Ming Song laughed heartily. "Good, then Grandpa will look forward to it." At Song Kai's side, Song Jiao gave his son a thumbs up, feeling a huge relief in his heart. Facing his own father, he really felt an immense pressure. With Song Kai's interjection, Song Ming Song couldn't very well continue to show a stern face to his son, only to hear him quickly say in a deep voice, "That's it then. Remember, not one titanium crystal less than 1,000, or you'll see how I'll deal with you on your mom's birthday." After speaking, his voice paused for a moment, as if he had remembered something, and then he added another sentence. "Also, if you dare to pull the kids from the families of your eldest brother and second brother to do this kind of thing again, I'll personally go to Jiangyuan City to break your 2 legs. With that, the communication light screen was also cut off. Song Kai's mouth twitched slightly, and he muttered to himself that Grandpa's temper really hadn't changed at all. Speaking of Song Ming Song, Song Kai had vivid memories. When he was young, he had always lived with Song Ming Song and his wife. It was only after his parents moved to Jiangyuan City that he followed them here. And when it came to Old Master Song Ming Song, there was only one impression in Song Kai's heart: explosive. That's right, the Old Master's temperament was just like that, extremely fiery, often resorting to fists over the slightest disagreement. And when it came to disciplining his sons, he was equally unreserved. According to Mom, his father and his brothers had been smacked into adulthood by the Old Master's slap after slap. It was only after his father and his uncles started their own families and had grandchildren that the Old Master's temper had somewhat mellowed. At least when facing the many grandchildren, the Old Master was still very kind. Song Kai didn't dwell on this matter, but quickly shifted his attention to the titanium crystal that Grandpa had just mentioned. "Dad, did you get the titanium crystals?" "How many?" After turning off the communication, Song Jiao immediately reverted to his usual patriarchal demeanor and said unhurriedly, "There aren't too many. In addition to the 1,000 for the Old Master, I have 715 on hand. Don't mention this outside, especially in front of your grandpa." Upon hearing this, Song Kai instantly understood, knowing that his dad must have underreported some or, to put it another way, intercepted part of it. After pondering for a while, Song Kai asked softly, "Dad, what are you planning to do with these 700 plus titanium crystals? Apart from getting resources to help Mom increase her promotion success rate, is there any surplus?" Song Jiao looked surprised and turned to give Song Kai a careful look. "Can you actually use this titanium crystal?" Song Jiao's voice was serious. Given the rarity of titanium crystal, he had to pay great attention. If Song Kai truly needed this resource, he would certainly not be stingy. However, if it were just out of curiosity or something else, that would be a different matter. After all, this was titanium crystal, not some common warship enhancement resource. It could also be described as a hot potato. If given to Song Kai and he couldn't use it, it might even harm him instead. Song Kai understood these concerns. He didn't avoid Song Jiao's gaze, and he affirmed with certainty, "Yes." Components of warships with purple quality or higher required titanium crystal for enhancements beyond level 20. The Kankian had a component called the Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator, which would naturally require it for future upgrades. Hearing Song Kai's reply, Song Jiao had no doubts. No one understood his son's character better than he did. Good. After this single word, a glimmer of ghost light flashed between his eyebrows, and a radiance flew out from the ancestral torch, eventually hovering in front of Song Kai. Here are 100 titanium crystals. Keep them well, and remember, whether you use them or not, you must never reveal them to outsiders until the day you are strong enough. After he had finished speaking, Song Jiao waved his hand, indicating for Song Kai to attend to his own matters, while he submerged his spiritual consciousness into the ancestral aperture at his brow. Using the seed of torch, he connected to the torch network, as he needed to prepare some resources for Chen Lixia's promotion. In the torch network before, he had found several resources that could be beneficial for the promotion of Chen Lixia's warship, Dragonfly, but the seller's demands were high, and he couldn't gather what was needed all at once. Now with several hundred titanium crystals at his disposal, getting those materials should not be difficult. Of course, Song Jiao would naturally not use his own identity to trade the titanium crystals. Concealing his identity, changing the delivery address, and not selling too many at Onsia, these were procedures he knew all too well. Just then, Song Jiao, as if recalling something, disconnected from the torch network and turned to call back Song Kai, who was heading to his bedroom once again. "Wait, come here, I have something else to give you." Song Kai didn't think much and immediately turned around, coming back to his father. Wondering what exactly his father was about to produce, Song Jiao's brow glowed with ghost light once again, and the next moment, 2 streams of blue radiance floated out. Seeing the items within the 2 light spheres, Song Kai's eyes lit up with joy. Inside were 2 components for the warship, both of apparent high quality. 2 blue quality warship components. "Where did you get these, Dad?" "They were acquired while searching for titanium crystal, just additional gains." "Pick one for yourself, and leave the other for your mum," said Song Jiao casually, but Song Kai understood that these 2 blue quality components were anything but easy to come by. These represented 2 blue quality starry sea oddities. After all, not just any common cabbages to be obtained so readily. Song Jiao didn't wish to elaborate, and Song Kai didn't ask further. His gaze settled on the 2 warship components. The attributes of each appeared one after another. Obsidian ship armor LV0. Quality, blue. Consumption, 4/S. Defense, 15. Up rank requirement, 1 strand of floating land origin, 0 rank, 100 energy points, 1 ton of obsidian. As for this first component, Song Kai wasn't too interested. The Kankian already had gold rock ship armor of white quality. Although it was not as high quality as the obsidian ship armor, given the presence of the dark matter energy shield generator, whether it was white or blue quality ship armor didn't make much difference. Unless it was purple quality or higher, the significance wasn't considerable. Besides, there was actually another minor reason. He had just enhanced the gold rock ship armor to LV10, which he hadn't used even once. If he were to replace it now, all the resources spent on enhancing the gold rock ship armor would have been wasted. Once dismounted, all the enhancement levels of a ship's components would be reset to 0, and no resources spent on the enhancements would be refunded. Overlooking the obsidian ship armor, Song Kai turned his attention to the second orb of light. His eyes brightened. He was much more excited compared to when he saw the obsidian warship armor. Particle beam main cannon LV0. Quality, blue. Consumption, 20/shot. Spectral energy points. Feature, main cannon might increase by 10%. Might, 17. Charge, 10s buffer, 20s. Upgrade requirement, 3 strands of 0 rank floating land origin, 300 spectral energy points. Although the spectral main cannon on the Kankian had also been enhanced to LV10 not long ago, the difference was that the spectral main cannon was only a colorless quality main cannon, which was 2 quality levels lower than the particle beam cannon he was looking at now, meaning that in terms of enhancement limit and attack power, the particle beam cannon would completely outperform it. Moreover, there was the most important point. This particle beam cannon had a feature, making it the top rank among the blue quality components. Generally speaking, Only components of purple quality and above have their own unique features. However, there are also a small number of blue components with features, and every blue component with a feature is considered the top rank among its peers. Dad, does Mom's Dragonfly have a blue quality main cannon? Although Song Kai really wanted this particle beam cannon, his mom's Dragonfly was currently at a critical point of advancing. A good main cannon would allow the Dragonfly to kill more alien races during exploration in the alien star domain, thereby increasing the chance of a successful advancement more quickly. Therefore, he had to let his mom choose first. Although he was also in need of a main cannon, he was still young and had more time ahead of him. Song Jiao's eyes flashed with a touch of relief, and he smiled, saying, "You really should mention that because I was actually going to choose this main cannon for you and leave the obsidian ship armor for your mom. Now that you've taken the initiative to choose this particle beam cannon, it just so happens to work out." Seeing that Song Kai was still not reassured, Song Jiao continued before his son could speak, "Don't worry, the main cannon on your mom's Dragonfly is also blue quality, and it was even enhanced to over LV20 a long time ago. You can rest assured, I will take care of your mom's promotion task. You just focus on dealing with every alien star domain exploration that comes your way." Song Kai nodded, and after hearing his dad's firm answer, he finally rested assured and absorbed the orb of light containing the particle beam cannon into the ancestral torch. In the Zutan Ruins market, he summoned out the Kankian, quickly dismounted the spectral main cannon, and replaced it with the particle beam cannon. He then immediately began the enhancement of the particle beam cannon. Enhancing a blue quality component required more resources than a white one. Song Kai spent a total of 271 strands of zero-rank floating land origin to enhance it to LV10. Particle beam main cannon LV10. Quality, blue. Consumption, 40/shot. Spectral energy points. Feature, main cannon might increase by 15%. Might, 173, Charge, 3's buffer, 6's. Up rank requirement, 15 strands of first rank floating land origin, 2500 spectral energy points. Song Kai stopped at this point, not because he was unwilling to enhance further, but because he had only 12 strands of first-rank floating land origin left in his possession, insufficient for another upgrade. However, compared with the previous spectral main cannon, the attributes of the particle beam cannon were much stronger. In the warship base behind the first Torch Academy of Jiangyuan, a warship named Lightshine was docked. Inside the Lightshine, Zhou Qi, the dean of the first Torch Academy and a third-rank torch ship captain, was standing atop a ghost energy cultivation platform with an enhancement level of LV39, meditatively practicing the guidance technique. For a torch ship captain who had advanced to third rank over 200 years ago and was nearing 500 years old, nothing was more important than persisting in cultivation. Based on the average lifespan of torch ship captains in torch human civilization, a zero-rank torch ship captain had the same lifespan as an ordinary person, still only 140 years. First-rank torch ship captains lived much longer, around 200 years. Second-rank torch ship captains lived even longer, with a lifespan of up to 300 years. Once reaching third rank, the change was even greater, as the lifespan doubled from the second-rank spaces, reaching up to 600 years. 600 years was undoubtedly a very long time, yet every third-rank torch ship captain would often feel as though they didn't have enough of it. The enhancement of torch warships was fast. As long as one had the specific resources they could be upranked quickly, but cultivating the guidance technique was not possible, especially after reaching LV30 or above. The speed of cultivation was indescribable, and to raise one level could typically take several decades or even hundreds of years. Therefore, even a veteran cruiser captain like Zhou Qi, who had advanced to third rank nearly 300 years ago, had only reached a guidance technique level of LV37. With only 100 years left before reaching the end of his life, if he did not want to turn into a mound of yellow soil 100 years later, he must attempt to advance to 4th rank. The prerequisite for challenging the 4th rank was having a guidance technique level of at least LV39. This was the main reason Xiaoqui and more than 90% of 3rd rank torch ship captains spend most of their spare time on the Ghost Energy cultivation platform. Just then, a series of shouts came from outside the Lightshine. Xiaoqi's cultivation was disturbed. He instinctively frowned and was about to rebuke the noise harshly, but upon scanning with his mind and realizing it was his son, he actively exited his cultivation state. Outside the Lightshine, Zukang did not enter the warship. Instead, Xiaoqi came out to meet him. Although it seemed very unimpressive, there was no helping it. It was just the way the torch warships operated. Once an outsider entered a torch warship, no matter the strength of the entrant, the torch warship would deduct 10 strands of floating land origin corresponding to the warship's rank. Moreover, this was only temporary, lasting 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, for every additional minute, double the strands of floating land origin had to be deducted continually. For example, letting Zukang enter the Lightshine would mean that the moment he stepped on board, the Lightshine would have to deduct 10 strands of 3rd rank floating land origin. If Zukang stayed on board for 11 minutes, another 20 strands of 3rd rank floating land origin would have to be deducted. For 12 minutes it would be 40 strands, for 13 minutes 80 strands, and so on. Due to this special restriction, each torch ship captain generally would not allow outsiders to enter their personal warships, especially the high-ranked torch ship captains. What's it this time? Your elder brother couldn't solve it for you, and you have to come to me? Xiaoqi's face was stern, and his tone was quite cold. He had never thought highly of this son of his, who typically only caused trouble. Zukang knew that he was not favored by Xiaoqi, so he went straight to the point. Dad, I heard some news about titanium crystals recently. As soon as the term titanium crystal was mentioned, Xiaoqi's eyes twitched slightly, and ripples surfaced in his heart, but they soon returned to calm. He understood his son too well. If that boy had gotten his hands on something valuable, he would certainly hold on to it tightly. The only reason he would speak of it was straightforward. He hadn't secured it. And not only had he failed to secure it, but the other party was not an easy target either. Speak, who was it this time? And how many titanium crystals are we talking about? Normally, Xiaoqi would not concern himself with such matters, but when it came to titanium crystals, a resource they were in dire need of, he paid great attention. The person concealed their identity. After I returned, I tried to investigate but didn't find any useful information. Xiaoqi frowned, the disappointment in his eyes deepening. It was one thing to lose a battle, but the inability to even clarify the opponent's identity was not merely an issue of strength, it hinted at a lack of capability. Are you certain that the individual is from Jiangyuan City? Upon hearing this, Zukang promptly nodded. It's highly probable. Having said that, perhaps fearing his words did not carry enough conviction, he quickly added, after breaking through the energy shield of the Silver Edge, the person did not dare to deal me a deadly blow, clearly fearing subsequent investigation. Someone who conceals their identity and is so wary of your inquiries can most likely be from Jiangyuan City. However, the escort ship they possessed also had components of purple quality. It's very likely there was more than one piece. Their status in Jiangyuan City must be extraordinary, which is why I've come to ask for your intervention. At this point, Zukang paused. As for the exact number of titanium crystals, they mentioned an exhausted mine with no more than 300 pieces remaining, but by my estimation, this figure should at least double. There should be no fewer than 600 titanium crystals. After listening to Zukang, Xiaoqi maintained his composure, showing no clear sign of emotional change. Seeing this, Zukang grew anxious. Dad, what I'm saying is... Before he could finish, the ring of an incoming communication suddenly interrupted. Xiaoqi gestured for Zukang to stop and look down at his own Chengxing Principality Deluxe communication bracelet, which displayed the contact saved under the name Song Ming Song. Song Ming Song? Why would he suddenly contact me? Could it be? In the entire White Tower floating land with its 5 major cities and a population of over 100 million, There weren't many torch ship captains above 3rd rank, and they generally had each other's contact information. Looking at the name that appeared on the bracelet, Xiao Qi glanced at Zhu Kang again, as if he had guessed something. Beside him, Zhu Kang also caught this piece of information. He was certainly familiar with the name Song Ming Song. After all, it was listed among the top 3 names on the Zhu family's absolute do not provoke list specially compiled by Xiao Qi for his sons. Could he really be contacting me about the titanium crystals? His heart sank, but Zhu Kang wasn't ready to give up. Instinctively denying this supposition, Xiao Qi shifted his gaze from his son and tapped to answer the call. Soon, a figure with a resolute face, wildly dressed, and showing no signs of aging appeared on the projected screen. With the appearance of that figure, a faint smile emerged on Xiao Qi's otherwise expressionless face. "What brings the wind today, to have you proactively reaching out to this old bag of bones?" Opposite, Song Ming Song laughed heartily, and the two began exchanging pleasantries. After a bout of small talk, Song Ming Song got to the point. "Old Zhu, actually, I've contacted you today because of a matter regarding the younger generation." As he spoke, Song Ming Song's gaze shifted, glancing at Zhu Kang standing behind Xiao Qi, and then discreetly moved his eyes away. "You must have heard that 2 juniors under me got into a conflict with your boy here. Those 2 kids didn't know beforehand that the so-called Black Mountain meeting was backed by your youngster, which led to this mess. Fortunately, both parties knew to hold back and didn't make a big fuss about it. I think we might as well let bygones be bygones." Song Ming Song's tone was amiable, offering a rather comfortable listening experience. Yet the more he spoke this way, the heavier Xiao Qi's heart sank. Who in White Tower Floating Land didn't know of Song Ming Song's explosive temperament? For him to approach with such a demeanor suggested that those involved were far from the simple 2 juniors mentioned. After pondering for a while, Xiao Qi asked, "Old Song, the juniors you mentioned are specifically..." At the mention of this, Song Ming Song's expression became somewhat strained, hesitating before he finally replied, "It's rather embarrassing to say, same as with you, old Zhu." Song Ming Song did not elaborate, but Xiao Qi instantly had an epiphany. Zhu Kang was his son, and if their relationship was the same, that meant those who had the conflict with Zhu Kang were Song Ming Song's sons. With this understanding, Xiao Qi quickly agreed to let the matter rest, with both parties agreeing to not pursue it any further. Of course, Song Ming Song wasn't one to be stingy. A continued existence in Jiangyuan City was ultimately necessary for the Song Jiao side. Thus, after the agreement, Song Ming Song took out 200 of the 1,000 titanium crystals he'd mentioned, which would later be delivered to Xiao Qi. Upon hearing about the 200 titanium crystals, the smile on Xiao Qi's face grew more genuine. After all, Zhu Kang had come to no harm, and he had received 200 titanium crystals. He had gained in both face and substance, and would naturally not pursue the matter any further, neither overtly nor covertly. Once the communication ended and Zhu Kang, who had maintained silence behind him, felt somewhat dissatisfied. "Dad, if they could easily produce 200 titanium crystals, it means they must have gained far more. Are we really going to let it go just like that?" Xiao Qi's expression turned cold as he scolded. "Do you think I don't know that? Do I need you to remind me? When beaten by better skills and someone else gets the jump on you, whom can you blame? I warn you, let's end this matter here." Old Song Ming Song is not an ordinary man. His demeanor is untamed and lawless. If truly provoked, nobody could stop him except for the one guarding the White Tower. Feeling a shock in his heart, Zhu Kang had never before, in his more than 100 years of life, heard Xiao Qi so directly admit anyone was beyond him. Watching Zhu Kang's departing figure, Xiao Qi's gaze became uncertain. In truth, there was something he hadn't said. Even without considering the power disparity, the other party was significantly younger. As a third-rank torch ship captain already 500 years old and entering his twilight years, even if he could hold off Song Ming Song for a moment, what would he do once his time came? Let alone Zhu Kang. Even his strongest son was at the peak of second rank, with a less than 10% chance of advancing to the third rank. Without him, One word from Song Ming-song could dissipate the Zhu family like smoke. This fact was actually the primary reason he was reluctant to provoke Song Ming-song. As far as he knew, Song Ming-song was not even 300 years old yet, terrifyingly young, and even possessing considerable potential to advance to the 4th rank. After receiving Song Ming-song's definite response, Song Zhao and Shen Wenji naturally had no more worries, and Jiang Yuan City returned to calm once more. As someone who hadn't participated, Song Kai didn't have strong feelings about all the changes during this period. He continued with his cultivation plan as before. The 2 batches of advanced body tempering potions laced with deep water clam pearls had almost affected his foundation, but after stabilizing his foundation again, there could be no slack in the cultivation of the guidance technique. His father, Song Zhao, and his former class advisor, Yang Mingyue, had both emphasized repeatedly that perseverance is crucial in cultivating the guidance technique. Even if the cultivation speed becomes extremely slow after reaching the 2nd rank, and a slight mishap could mean running out of lifespan without advancing to the next rank, the less time spent in early cultivation leaves more time for cultivating at the 2nd and 3rd ranks, thereby increasing the hopes of advancing to even higher ranks in the future. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days flew by. In front of the ultra-long-distance Space Gate random deployment platform at the Zutan Ruins Market, Song Kai's face was filled with excitement. Today was the start of a new cycle of trading at the Ruins Market, and the buffer time on the deployment platform was down to the last 10 minutes, soon to open the 3rd Ruins Market trade. And after today's trade, the Zutan Ruins Market would be able to satisfy the condition of opening the Ruins Market trades 3 times. Afterward, it would be able to advance from 0 rank to 1st rank. Just thinking about it, he felt overwhelmingly excited. It wasn't that Song Kai lacked composure, but the benefits that came with advancing the Zutan Ruins Market were simply too significant. It would not only increase the number of portals deployed each time but also increase the restrictions on the Space Gate from 0 rank to 1st rank. Simply put, before the advancement, only 0 rank alien species could enter the market to trade, but once advanced, 1st rank alien species could also pass freely through the spatial gate. The significance of this was immense. It was like comparing children to adults. Children might have some pocket money, but it was insignificant compared to adults who could earn their own living. And the more wealth the alien species brought into the Zutan Ruins Market, the more Song Kai, the Ruins Market Master, would earn. Besides these 2 points, there might be other new features after the market advanced, though this was not yet certain. But just these 2 points alone were enough to excite and anticipate Song Kai. This thought quickly diluted his somewhat poor mood from returning empty-handed from the alien star domain exploration the day before yesterday. Speaking of the 3rd exploration of the alien star domain the day before yesterday, Song Kai felt helpless. Although he hadn't encountered any danger, he was indeed thrown into a starry sea hollow zone, where he piloted the Kangkyung at light-speed cruise for a full 24 hours, without finding a single resource point or not even a whisper of life from beginning to end. True, hollow zones in the shattered starry sea are not rare, and many 2nd and 3rd rank torch captains have experiences of being thrown into hollow zones. But that was after at least 10 years of awakening and dozens or hundreds of star domain deployments. For Song Kai to encounter a starry sea hollow zone on his 3rd deployment was rather unlucky. The only thing he felt fortunate about was that it was a hollow zone and not some black hole's devouring lair, otherwise he might have had to gamble on whether the torch warship could still be pulled back to the Zutan Ruins Market. Dismissing these messy thoughts, Song Kai soon refocused. He was just complaining about his luck. Returning empty-handed wasn't a big deal. The nearly 2,000 strands of 0 rank floating land origin capital he had reserved from before were still there at most. He would just have to open the Ruins Market trades a couple more times to earn it back. As he mused, the buffer time for the ultra-long-distance Space Gate random deployment platform finally reached 0. Do you confirm the activation of the ultra-long-distance Space Gate random deployment platform? Confirmed. Whirring. In the midst of intense vibrations, 19 arcs of light almost simultaneously lit up above the deployment platform, and 19 arc-shaped, illusory spatial gates quietly emerged at the entrance of the ruins market. As time passed, various types of alien species began to come and go through these phantom portals, and the Zutan ruins market quickly buzzed to life. The goods inside the market, as usual, differed little from the last two timers: tungsten gold combat shields, tungsten gold lances, primary gene optimization potions, intermediate gene optimization potions, basic gene civilian exoskeletons, etc. Almost the same kind of highly universal, relatively affordable items. The only difference from last time was that Song Kai had specially made space for one shop. The shop had no goods displayed. In the center was a crystal counter, and on the counter lay a blazing white, pyramidal crystal. Yes, that crystal was titanium crystal, but Song Kai wasn't displaying it for sale. On the contrary, he intended to purchase it. This titanium crystal was just a sample, so that the alien species entering the shop could clearly see what titanium crystal looks like and avoid missing out. Titanium crystal might be heavily regulated and in great demand within the entire Torch human civilization, but that didn't mean that every Starry Sea civilization valued this special resource. This created preconditions for Song Kai's initiative to buy. Although only a few hundred alien species entered the market each time and the chances of purchasing titanium crystal were very small, and although Song Kai currently had no use for it, he still agreed with the idea of being prepared, as long as he actively sought to buy in every ruins market trade. Even if the chances were low, if he tried enough times, there would eventually come a day when he would acquire some. But if he didn't even want to try, then the chance would always be zero. Beyond that, Song Kai had also considered including special Fire Sea-type strange objects in the purchase list. Although most Fire Sea-type strange objects couldn't be used as fuel for advancing the Seed of Torch, the Starry Sea is vast, and the alien species that enter the market come from all over. What if he encountered a suitable Fire Seed strange object? However, after some thought, Song Kai gave up on the idea. The reason was simple: even if he did find one, he couldn't afford to pay the asking price. Each Starry Sea oddity had its value, and unless he traded it for an object of equivalent strangeness, the cost of purchase with other items would be unimaginable. Of course, he was only temporarily giving up. Once the Starry Sea market developed fully and he had enough capital and various other strange objects on hand, he would eventually bring the purchase of special Fire Sea-type strange objects back to his agenda. As it turned out, Song Kai's idea was indeed a good one. As more and more alien species entered the ruins market, although the most popular stores were still those selling genetic potions and tungsten gold combat shields, tungsten gold lances, many different alien species had also entered this exclusive purchasing shop in succession. Unfortunately, upon seeing the titanium crystals clearly, these aliens all shook their heads in confusion, clearly having never encountered such a resource in their past experiences. Song Kai was not in a hurry. Titanium crystal was an extremely rare resource. If it were so easy to come by, it would not have been classified as a strategic resource by Torch human civilization's officials. As time passed, aside from occasionally paying attention to the titanium crystal purchasing shop, Song Kai continued to wander around the free trading area as usual, looking for goods with large price differences and also on the lookout for any rare items that might appear. However, the result was obvious: it wasn't that easy to stumble upon rare items. Yet, Song Kai managed to acquire quite a number of items at much lower prices than those at White Tower Floating Land. Thus, several more hours quickly passed by, and the ruins market trading session was nearing its end. At that moment, Song Kai stopped haggling with a stall owner and turned his gaze toward the entrance of the ruins market. Just then, he had felt waves of spatial fluctuations from one of the 19 spatial vortex gates, and importantly, no life forms had entered or exited through this gate before. Has another spatial gate been discovered by an alien species from the alien territories? No sooner had the thought arisen in his mind than the spatial fluctuations from that vortex gate became more apparent. Seconds later, A life form that had never before appeared in the ruins market emerged from the spatial gate. After scanning this figure with his spiritual sense, Song Kai's eyebrows raised, and light swirled in the depths of his eyes, seemingly profound with meaning. If he wasn't mistaken, the current situation of the newly arrived alien species in the ruins market did not bode well. On its nearly humanoid body, dark green blood was seeping out, and its left arm was mysteriously missing, leaving only a right arm. Clearly, it had likely stumbled into the ruins market entrance amidst chaos after a fierce battle, and it might even be that at the very entrance of the ruins market it entered, a large group of enemies was waiting for it. Watching the alien species first scan the rule-enforcing light curtain at the market entrance and then stumble excitedly into the interior of the ruins market, Song Kai maintained a composed demeanor while closely monitoring the unknown alien. Not for any other reason but the fact that such an entry method, distinct from other life forms, was enough to spark considerable interest. After entering the ruins market, the alien species looked around before finally entering a genetic potion shop and exchanging 50 zero-rank life cores for a primary healing potion. After using the primary healing potion, its injuries quickly stabilized. However, it didn't rush to leave but stayed in the genetic potion shop for a while, further understanding the specific effects of various potions through the information light screen in the shop. Apparently failing to find the potion it desired, the alien left the shop in disappointment and eventually made its way to the free trading zone. Seeing that it seemed to be setting up a stall, the surrounding aliens who had been secretly watching for a long time now crowded around, sharing Song Kai's curiosity about this individual. Once the stall was set up, the one-armed alien began to take out various items from its backpack. These items were varied, including first-rank life cores, special minerals, floating land origins, and so on. Among the crowd, Song Kai, upon seeing the first-rank floating land origin, immediately asked in the standard Starry Sea common language, "For the first-rank floating land origin, what do you wish to exchange it for?" The one-armed alien continued to take things out, but it didn't ignore Song Kai's question. Life-saving items, items that can harm a first-rank life entity. Items that can help me quickly advance to first rank, items that can help me escape. If you can bring out any of these 4 kinds of items, we can further discuss the price. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding aliens became abuzz with discussion, and many soon lost interest and left. It wasn't that the one-armed alien was asking for too much after all. It said that the price could be further negotiated but the 4 types of items mentioned were all extremely valuable, and these zero-rank aliens generally didn't possess them. And even if some aliens genuinely had them, they would prefer to keep them for their own use instead of trading them. Amidst the crowd, Song Kai also appeared conflicted. Although the first-rank floating land origin was a desirable item, the 4 types of items that the other party mentioned were not something he could easily produce. Seeing the varied expressions of the aliens around the stall with none speaking up, the one-armed alien grew incredibly anxious. From the rule-enforcing light curtain earlier, it knew that the end of this trade session wasn't far off. If it couldn't use the little time remaining to exchange for the needed items, death awaited. Thinking this, it seemed to become truly desperate, reaching into its backpack again. When the item it took out was revealed to everyone, the eyes of all the aliens lit up. Under the dazzling purple light was a palm-sized brain tissue that looked disgusting, but the purple light it emitted was unmistakably genuine. Now it was indeed a Starry Sea oddity of purple quality, and a highly uncommon one at that. Suddenly, the aliens who had left not long before came flocking back, and even more aliens surged toward the place. Before long, the one-armed alien's stall was surrounded by hundreds of aliens, demonstrating the allure of a purple-quality strange object. By then, the one-armed alien no longer hid its circumstances, candidly revealing its current situation. Outside, there are at least 5 first-rank Moruo clan members waiting for me. I don't want anything else. Whoever can provide the item that can most effectively save my life, this purple-quality brain-eating race supreme brain will be theirs. Around the stall, the alien's eyes shone with greed and desire. but no life dared to act. Over the previous 20 or so hours, other aliens had paid the price for thinking sinister thoughts. After some discussion, this covetously watched trade had yet to be completed, not for lack of attempts by the aliens to bring out their most prized possessions, but they all failed to satisfy the one-armed alien. There was no way around it asking for a zero-rank life form to have the power to fight against 5 first-rank life forms in a short time, or to safely escape under their watchful eyes, was just too difficult. As for the reactions of the various alien races, Song Kai paid no attention, his gaze fixed on the object in the one-armed alien's hand from beginning to end. Soon, he obtained the attributes of this purple starry sea oddity. Strange object. Brain-eating race. Superwave main brain. Quality, purple. Evolutionary feature, brainwave remote control system. Remark, a high-rank stellar sea creature's brain, after a long period of evolution, finally transformed into this purple relic. Its function is somewhat special. After reading these attributes, Song Kai was still not quite satisfied. He needed to see the transformed attributes of this strange object as a warship component before he could understand its specific effects and whether it was suitable for him or not. Of course, regardless, he was undoubtedly going to attempt to acquire this purple-level oddity. Even if it was not suitable for him, he could later list it for sale on the Torch Network. A purple-level warship component would surely attract the interest of many Torch ship captains. After organizing his words, Song Kai tentatively spoke. Vendor, I need to examine it by hand to determine if this oddity is suitable for myself. Would that be possible? The one-armed alien looked wary, having entered the ruins market not long ago, although it had seen the various rules and regulations at the entrance of the market. It had never personally witnessed what happened to those alien species that did not follow the trading rules. Being cautious was its instinct. At this moment, the surrounding alien races actually did it a great favor. Some of them said, "Don't be nervous, if you are worried about this merfolk making a move, you can request the will of the ruins market space's laws as a witness." Under the law's will, no one dares to harbor ill intentions. Hearing this, the one-armed alien tentatively summoned the so-called law's will of the ruins market space. Seeing this, Song Kai remained calm, while his thoughts subtly shifted, drawing upon the secret realm laws of the ruins market space, to materialize an ethereal golden dragon above the trading booth. Instantly, a vast and mighty aura of laws enveloped the entire ruins market space. Seeing this, the one-armed alien finally let go of its concerns. This profound and abyssal presence allowed it to completely relax its caution, for if there truly was a being within the trading space capable of wielding such mighty power, there was no need to trick it using such means. The other party could easily take away the purple relic in its hand if they wished to. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Song Kai reached out and took the oddity. Under the watchful eyes of the various alien races, he carefully shielded it with his cloak's hood. He used the power of the ruins market laws to disguise himself as a member of the merfolk, and naturally, he could not expose his ancestral torch, spectral energy, and other attributes. The starry sea was vast, but it was always better to be safe than sorry, so each time he conducted a transaction in the ruins market, he concealed his identity, assuring that no onlooker could see under the hood of his cloak. He then gently moved the object to his forehead, and thereafter, he channeled the seed of torch from within his ancestral aperture. Soon, strands of dark energy surged from the ancestral torch, swirling around the purple relic. With the help of the seed of torch, Song Kai quickly obtained the detailed attributes of the strange object as it transformed into a warship component. Brainwave Remote Control System LV0. Quality, purple. Consumption, 10/second, after activation. Feature, when the owner of the warship is marked with a brainwave beacon, they can reverse control the torch warship. Effect, once the component is activated, a brainwave beacon can be condensed, which allows remote control of creatures, mechanical creations, etc., that are marked by the beacon. Control distance, 10 light seconds. Duration, 40 minutes. Buffer, 6 hours. Up rank requirement, 10 strands of floating land origin, 0 rank, 500 spectral energy points. and 10 kilograms of soul crystal. After reviewing the attributes, Song Kai handed the strange object back to the one-armed alien without any expression. Although there was no visible change on the surface, his heart was already alight with excitement. From the details provided on the attribute panel, it was clear that this was a special kind of warship component with a unique function. Once activated, it could be used for remote control. And this effect, in Song Kai's view, was tremendously valuable. Firstly, it could be applied to the Fire Peony soldier figurines. The biggest disadvantage of all soldier figurine components was their inability to stray too far from the torch ship captain. After all, they were puppets without their own consciousness, passively following the captain's commands. Once separated from their torch ship captain by a significant distance, they would lose their ability to move, and this limitation had a massive impact in many situations. For instance, when exploring unknown areas, since they couldn't venture too far from the torch ship captain, a sudden crisis would also affect the torch ship captain at the rear. It also made it impossible for them to complete some special tasks on their own. However, with this brainwave remote control system, it would only be necessary to imprint a brainwave beacon on the soldier figurines in advance, allowing for real-time control from anywhere, rendering the previous restrictions irrelevant. Besides, imprinting the brainwave beacon on oneself would also make remote controlling the flagship possible, as this energy supply seems somewhat suitable for creating alibis. Additionally, Song Kai actually had another idea. He was curious to see whether this brainwave remote control system would work with Zutan Ruins Market by leaving a Fire Peony soldier figurine outside to sense external situations in real time before each visit to the market. If it proved possible, then his future use of Zutan Ruins Market to avoid various dangers would become much more feasible. Previously, when he entered the Ruins Market, he was completely clueless about the outside world, which made it difficult for him to gauge the optimal time to leave the market. Leaving too early might mean the danger had not yet fully passed. But if he waited too long to depart, he feared missing the return time of Kang Kyung. It was highly distressing. If this brainwave remote control system really could achieve this effect, his future entrances and exits into the Ruins Market would become far more convenient. However, Song Kai didn't hold much confidence in his heart. Purple quality relics were indeed rare, but Zutan Ruins Market was situated in the shadow of the Starry Sea within the Void Gap. He felt it would be difficult for the brainwave remote control system to contact the outside world through the limitless expanse of void space. Nevertheless, even if the chances were slim in that respect, the mere functionality of the brainwave remote control system itself meant that Song Kai had to acquire this relic. Perhaps due to the limited selection of goods among the zero-rank alien race, more than 10 minutes had passed without the appearance of an item that satisfied the one-armed alien. Seeing this, Song Kai also took several items out of the large backpack behind him. Advanced exoskeleton armor, a combat robot with first-rank combat power, and 3 energy grenades capable of threatening first-rank species. After bringing out these items, he went on to explain the effect of each of them. One set of advanced exoskeleton armor. As long as it is powered by a battery, once worn, it can greatly enhance strength, speed, resistance to impact, and various other attributes. The effect is also quite significant even when facing first-rank species. One first-rank combat robot likewise, just put in a battery and it can engage in a head-on fight with first-rank species. 3 energy grenades. If you can seize the right moment, they can severely injure a first-rank creature. After a careful introduction, Song Kai felt a bit nervous at the bottom of his heart. It wasn't that he cared about the gazes around him, but he was intently watching the one-armed alien behind the booth, waiting for its response. These few items were not easily put together. If the alien didn't agree to the trade, he really wouldn't be able to offer any other items that met the conditions at the moment. It's not that these items were particularly precious once back in Jiangyuan City. As long as he had floating land origin and credit points, he could buy as many as he wanted. They were nowhere comparable to the purple quality Starry Sea oddity, but the key was that these were the only suitable items Song Kai currently had. He had prepared them specifically for the last exploration of the alien star domain to be safe, or else he wouldn't have even had these to offer. If he could temporarily leave the Zutan Ruins market, everything would be so simple. Just getting a second-hand military-grade energy shield or something would solve all problems once and for all. Once equipped with a military-grade energy shield, one wouldn't only be safe from first-rank species, even attacks from second-rank energy levels could be resisted several times. But the problem was that he couldn't leave right now. If chaos broke out in the Ruins market, not to mention purple relics, even the profits he had already secured were likely to be swept away. As for why he didn't let the Fire Peony soldier figurine accompany him as a bodyguard, it's not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. First, as mentioned before, the Fire Peony soldier figurine could not venture far from him, its summoner. Second, even if it could, it wouldn't be able to pass through the illusory portal at the entrance to the Ruins market. Only the alien species that entered through these portals could return the same way. Others couldn't pass through these portals, and even with the Fire Peony soldier figurine's first-rank strength, it exceeded the spatial gate's current limitation of only allowing zero-rank species to pass. The one-armed alien looked hesitant, somewhat tempted but still seemingly feeling that it wasn't quite safe enough. Just relying on these three items wouldn't ensure its safety from the first-rank Moruo clan in the outside world. Seeing this, Song Kai simply took out two blue-tubed potions. This is an advanced genetic potion and an advanced body tempering potion. If you manage to reach the peak of zero rank, taking both of these potions together will increase the chance of advancing to first rank. Seeing a hint of skepticism in the alien's eyes, Song Kai continued. Both of these potions were recently bought from the genetic potion store. Their effects are guaranteed. Having said this, the illusory golden dragon above the sky let out a long cry, as if responding to his words. That still wasn't enough. Song Kai added one last sentence, and it was this sentence that finally prompted the one-armed alien in front of him to make a decision. If you're still unwilling, then forget it. This is all I can offer right now. After that, the one-armed alien finally nodded in agreement, but it added one final condition. Okay, but you'll have to fully supply the specialized batteries for this combat robot and the advanced exoskeleton armor. Snap. Song Kai snapped his fingers. No problem, I've got plenty of intermediate energy batteries in my pack. With that, he pulled out dozens of matching intermediate energy batteries from his backpack. After successfully acquiring the brain-eating race's supreme brain purple relic, the subsequent trading process returned to dullness, with no new oddities appearing. Half an hour before the end of the Ruins market, Song Kai began the same procedure as last time. He set up a stall on his own, exchanging zero-rank floating land origin for first-rank floating land origin. This time luck wasn't great. He had only 210 strands of first-rank floating land origin in total, nearly 100 less than last time. Song Kai could only console himself that after this time things should improve. After this, the Zutan Ruins market would upgrade from zero rank to first rank. Subsequently, first-rank alien civilizations would enter and exit the marketplace, and the circulation of first-rank floating land origin in the marketplace should gradually increase. Aside from the first-rank floating land origin, with other resources purchased at a difference in price, the total value exceeded 9,000 strands of zero-rank floating land origin. Upon really calculating it, the gain from zero-rank floating land origin this time actually surpassed last time. It seemed that the empty return from the last alien star domain exploration didn't affect this Ruins market trade. However, that wasn't really the case. The reason only over 8,000 strands of zero-rank floating land origin were calculated last time was first because over 1,000 strands were converted into first-rank floating land origin, and secondly because of the 6 deep-water clam pearls and the drop of mermaid's tear that had already been given to his mother the day before. Neither of these was included in the calculation. This time, the purple relic brain-eating race's supreme brain was obtained in exchange for items originally not for sale: advanced exoskeleton armor, first-rank combat robots, energy grenades, 2 intermediate body-tempering potions. Since these items were not procured with prepared capital, naturally they couldn't be included in this trade's earnings. Comparing both instances, it wasn't hard to conclude that the returns from this trade were at least several thousand strands of zero-rank floating land origin fewer than last time, and this was the final result of the unsuccessful exploration of the alien star domain. Regarding this, Song Kai felt a bit regrettable, but he didn't dwell on it too much. As soon as all alien species had left and the ruins market trade officially came to an end, he quickly opened the property panel of the Zutan Ruins Market. With the end of this trade, all conditions for the Ruins Market's ascension had been met, and he couldn't wait to upgrade the Zutan Ruins Market to first rank. Conditions met. Do you wish to spend 200 strands of zero-rank floating land origin to upgrade the Ruins Market level to LV10? Confirm. With the word confirm, the 200 strands of zero-rank floating land origin floating in front of him suddenly dissipated, merging into the marketplace space, followed by an intense trembling of the entire Zutan Ruins Market. If someone from the outside void were to look in at that moment, they would see the Zutan Ruins Market turning into a dazzling sphere of light, exceptionally eye-catching in the pitch-black void. In a place extremely distant from the Zutan Ruins Market, in the nearly eternal silence of the void, a series of creatures with blue-black bodies, spiral horns on their heads, and dark wings on their backs roamed through terrifying void storms. The void gang winds that seemed so terrifying in Song Kai's eyes. These creatures, less than 2 meters tall and completely unknown, roamed and weaved through as if the winds were non-existent, unaffected in the slightest. Just then, this group of creatures with red eyes and an aura of violence turned sharply and looked to the side. In that direction, a faint light had just flashed and disappeared. The light was fleeting, but, in this silent void, it was extremely noticeable. Regarding the disturbance caused by the advancement of the Zutan Ruins Market, Song Kai didn't feel much. Being inside the Ruins Market, all he could sense was the market's own trembling and the fleeting brilliance of intense light. As the light quickly faded, he reopened his eyes, filled with anticipation, already imagining what changes the advancement of the Ruins Market would bring. However, the duration of this advancement was somewhat unexpected. The previous 9 promotions had been instantaneous, but this time was different. The trembling beneath his feet had not ceased, and the property panel of the Ruins Market was still unchanged. But since it was a great rank promotion, which was different from the past, Song Kai didn't pay much attention to it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, countless sharp whizzing sounds came from all directions. Song Kai, who was just getting ready to calmly wait for the end of the Ruins Market's promotion, instantly had alarm bells ringing in his heart. He was all too familiar with this kind of noise. It was the sound made when the white-winged tribe had thrown their fork-like weapons with full force to attack the Kangqian when they first encountered them during the welfare drop. Quickly looking up, his gaze penetrated the spectral energy protective light curtain above the Ruins Market and looked outside. What Song Kai saw next made his scalp tingle. Beyond the hemispherical spectral energy protective light curtain, the sky above the Ruins Market was completely covered with densely packed green-black figures, numbering at least in the 4 digits. A multitude of attacks continuously struck the spectral energy protective array, causing countless ripples. Then take a look at these green-black creatures. Spiral horns, wings on their backs, and the threads of brutal aura emanating from their bodies. When his gaze captured these distinctive features, Song Kai instantly had an answer in his heart. Damn it, it's the Void Demons. How could such terrifying creatures suddenly appear, and in such huge numbers? Song Kai's face was ashen. He was able to recognize this group of creatures so quickly because the Void Demons were infamously so well known that basically every Starry Sea civilization would warn of their existence within their own realm. Void Demons, a type of void creature, and notably one of the most notorious, are not only individually powerful in combat but, more importantly, are highly bloodthirsty, which is the very characteristic most disliked by the Starry Sea civilizations. Anywhere visited by the Void Demons would see all life hunted to extinction. no exceptions. These creatures seemed to be born purely for slaughter, with carnage bringing them excitement. Fortunately, they could not stay away from the void space for too long. After being away from the void space for a certain amount of time, they must return, otherwise, they would continue to weaken until they eventually died. However, Song Kai felt no joy at this point because the Zutan Ruins market has always been floating within the gaps of the void. Simply put, he was right in the enemy's headquarters. Doesn't the Zutan Ruins market have the averting misfortune feature? How did these things find their way here? Could it be that the averting misfortune feature has failed, or is it? As his thoughts raced, Song Kai's heart shuddered. He realized the reason. Other than the burst of intense light that surfaced during the promotion, he couldn't think of any other reason. Anger, frustration, panic. In a brief span of time, myriad emotions surged in Song Kai's heart. The key issue was that the information he had previously received about the Ruins Market secret realm did not mention that promotion could lead to such a scenario. Suppressing all the emotions one by one, what he needed to do now was just one thing: to stay calm. As long as he remained calm and actively looked for ways to respond, there was still a possibility for things to turn around. Summon the Kangqian to fight outside. Upgrade the Spectral Energy Protective Arrays level. Summon the Fire Peony Soldier figurines. Further strengthen the various onboard components of the Kangqian. Once he calmed down, Song Kai's mind began to rapidly generate response plans, but the one that never surfaced from beginning to end was leave the Ruins Market immediately and run away. As his golden finger, the Zutan Ruins Market was his greatest reliance for climbing to the peak in the future. The Orange Glory Quality Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator was traded for there. The fire source needed for the Seed of Torch to advance in rank also came from the market, and today's purple quality component Brainwave Remote Control System was likewise. Song Kai truly could not imagine the consequences of losing access to the Zutan Ruins Market. In the span of a thought, he was multitasking, calculating the most reasonable and perfect response plan as swiftly as possible. Soon, Song Kai, having deduced the perfect response plan, started taking action in his hands. The first thing he did was not to summon the Kangqian, but to open the attribute panel of the Zutan Ruins Market and begin to fully strengthen the Spectral Energy Protection Formation configuration of the market. It's important to know that the Spectral Energy Protective Arrays level is still only LV0, and if it's not quickly upgraded, it might not be long before it is completely breached. It's precisely because this protection array is from the hands of an unknown powerful being of the immortal domain that its defense far surpasses energy shields of the same rank otherwise, not to mention LV0. Even if it were LV10, it would have overloaded long ago after so many attacks. After consuming 450 strands of zero-rank floating land origin, the Spectral Energy Protective Array was upgraded to LV9. Name: Spectral Energy Protective Array. Level: LV9. Effect: automatically absorbs void energy to form a semicircular protective light curtain. Defense: 500. Shield value: 38,450. 40,000. Post-overload buffer: 33 minutes. Note: from the hands of a mighty being of the immortal domain civilization of the Starry Sea. Up rank requirement: Ruins Market level LV10, 150 strands of floating land origin, 0 rank. Song Kai could only say it was worthy of being the work of a great being. The upgraded to LV9 Spectral Energy Protective Array had astonishing attributes. It's worth noting that the Orange Glory Quality Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator, when strengthened to LV10, only had a defense of 380 and a shield value of just 6,080 points, which was simply weak in comparison to the LV9 Spectral Energy Protective Array. This excitement didn't last long. After strengthening the Spectral Energy Protective Array, Song Kai, with a grave expression, quickly summoned the Kangqian. The Spectral Energy Protective Array was only for defense. To repel the thousands of void demons outside, he still needed the firepower of the formidable Kangqian. As the Kangqian landed, Song Kai boarded the shuttle. His thoughts moved, and a prompt sounded in his ear. Do you want to spend 100 strands of zero-rank floating land origin to upgrade the White Torch fuselage to LV-10? Based on the level and quality of the components on the Kangkayang, the success rate of this upgrade is 96%. Hearing this prompt, Song Kai paused while loading the purple quality brainwave remote control system component. He clicked to confirm the upgrade. The upgrade from the spectral shuttle to the spectral airship was quick, and just over 10 seconds later, the Kangkayang began to rapidly expand, its hull length quickly going from 7 meters to close to 20 meters. The streamlined fuselage, now covered in gold rock armor, appeared even more solid, although it's a far cry from the true steel behemoths that are thousands of meters long. It was already starting to look a bit more ferocious. As the ghost light on the surface of the warship gradually dimmed, Song Kai knew that the Kangkayang had completed its advancement from a spectral shuttle to a spectral airship, and he quickly glanced over the airship's attributes. As expected, the attributes of the Kangkayang had undergone significant changes. Firstly, all 8 basic slots on the Torch warships received a special boost, and any component, regardless of quality, mounted on these slots would have its effects increased by 20%. This was an enhancement effect that all Torch warships advancing to spectral airships would obtain. Not limited to spectral airships, with each subsequent advancement, this enhancement effect would further increase, which was the fundamental reason why Torch warships of different ranks had such vast differences in combat power within Torch human civilization. Imagine, although this enhancement effect was fixed, the mere 20% was already equivalent to adding an exclusive feature to all basic components that enhanced might. And features, as one might not need to specify, was something that only blue top rank, or even purple level components could have. Just this point alone allows one to imagine the terrifying improvement in overall performance whenever a Torch warship advanced to great rank. Take the particle beam cannon that had just been mounted not long ago, for example. Its might attribute at enhancement level 10 was originally 173, but now it would receive an additional 20% increase on this base, which would be 173 by 120% equals 208 points. The dark matter energy shield generator was the same, but the 2 attributes it amplified were the defense value and shield value. Defense 880 by 120% equals 1056. Shield value 16, 280 sixteenths, 280 by 120% equals 19,536. 19,536. All the general components in the other basic slots were likewise enhanced, and even the structural integrity of the Torch warship itself was increased by 20%. Beyond that, the number of special slots had increased from 6 to 10. The importance of this point was extremely high, but since Song Kai did not have any additional special shipborne components at the moment, the impact was not apparent yet. After advancing the Kangkayang, Song Kai took out the more than 200 strands of first-rank floating land origin he had and continued enhancing the particle beam cannon component. To combat void demons with 4-digit numbers, firepower had to be strong, so Song Kai used up all the first-rank floating land origin he had. In the end, after spending 180 strands of first-rank origin, he enhanced the particle beam cannon to level 16. Particle beam main cannon LV-16. Quality, blue. Consumption, 46 per shot. Spectral energy points. Feature, main cannon might increase 18%. Might, 389 by 120%. Charge, 3's buffer, 5's. Up rank requirement, 51 strands of floating land origin. First rank, 5400 spectral energy points. After the shipborne main cannon, he spent another batch of resources to enhance the spectral cannon to level 10. Though the main cannon was powerful, both its charge and buffer times were not short. The secondary cannon was different, as it required no charge or long buffer time, allowing for continuous strafing. It also had a very low spectral energy points consumption, and while its might was somewhat lacking, Its suitability for this sort of group battle with numerous enemies was beyond doubt. Spectral Cannon LV-10. Quality: colorless. Consumption: 3/shot. Spectral energy points. Might: 11 by 20%. No need for buffering and charging. Up rank requirement: 2000 spectral energy points. With a spectral cannon enhanced to LV-10, this last-minute fortification finally came to an end. As for the dark matter energy shield generator and the engine component, without a replacement, it's not possible to further enhance them. During the enhancement of the Kankion, attacks against the spectral energy protective array did not diminish. Watching the protective light screen ripple, and then glancing at the array's defense value, Song Kai knew he couldn't delay any longer and had to counterattack soon. The shield value that was close to 40,000 before enhancement had alarmingly dropped below 35,000. In response, Song Kai's thoughts turned, and the newly installed, yet-to-be enhanced brainwave remote control system was activated. He injected a brainwave beacon into his own body. Indeed, he was not preparing to fight alongside the ship but rather to remotely control the Kankion through brainwave remote control. He himself would stay within the ruins market, commanding 10 Fire Peony soldier figurines to fight with civilian energy pulse guns. This was the best way to utilize all available forces to the fullest extent. Humming. The Kankion's engine activated, and amid a humming sound, it suddenly burst out of the spectral energy protective array, leaving a long trail of flame in its wake. As soon as it burst out of the array, the relentless firing sound of the secondary cannon immediately began. For a moment, those void demons outside were somewhat baffled by the nearly 20-meter-long steel airship stirring things up. Though the secondary cannon's might was weak, its high rate of fire made up for it. The cost of 3 spectral energy points per shot was negligible in front of the LV-19 enhanced spectral engine. As long as the engine didn't overload, this terrifying barrage could continue indefinitely. Add to that, although there were many void demons, the average rank was not high. Over 90% were 0 rank, and there were only about 100 first-rank void demons, with second-rank ones yet to be spotted. Hence, the first-rank enhanced spectral cannon was still capable of inflicting considerable damage. Not surprisingly, the attention of the vast majority of the void demons was drawn to the Kankion. They began to beat their pitch-black wings, rushing to chase after it. This significantly alleviated the pressure on the spectral energy protective array. Attacks still occasionally struck the light screen, but the rate of shield value decrease had become manageable. Aim for those creatures outside the light screen above. Fire. Song Kai issued the attack command while standing at the edge of the protective light screen. Soon, the Fire Peony soldier figurines began lifting their energy pulse guns time and again, targeting the void demons above and commencing their attack. Inside the spectral energy protective array, the defenders could freely counterattack without affecting the protective light screen. The feature of this protective light screen was such that it allowed attacks outward but not inward. The reason for not simply having the Kankion stay inside the ruins market to attack was that it wasn't just tasked with providing fire coverage but also needed to attract the attention of the majority of the void demons, preventing them from focusing their attacks on the spectral energy formation. Otherwise, the protective light screen wouldn't last long. Whizzing streams of energy pulses were precisely hitting the void demons in the air. These batch of Fire Peony soldier figurines had been summoned for over a month, and Song Kai had already demonstrated to them how to use the energy pulse guns. Although it was somewhat awkward for the puppets to use these thermal weapons, they could still manage to fire and shoot normally. The civilian energy pulse gun was an energy ray weapon developed by Torch Human Civilization, with an average might around the peak of 0 rank. Since they were originally intended for use by first-rank Fire Peony soldier figurines, Song Kai had specifically requested that they be modified for enhanced firepower at the Eagle Machinery Shop. Now, the energy pulse guns in their hands all possessed the usual first-rank might. This was also a point that Song Kai was immensely grateful for at the moment. Due to the enhancement of the energy pulse guns' firepower, even though these void demons possessed bodily strength far beyond the same rank, with quite formidable combat power, They were merely a one-shot deal under first-rank firepower. This significantly increased the speed at which Song Kai and the 10 Fire Peony soldier figurines cleared out these void demons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the onslaught of energy pulse rays, one after another, the zero-rank void demons were consecutively killed. Their bodies fell from the sky, crashing against the hemispherical light screen of the Spectral Energy Protective Array, before sliding down and piling up around the Zutan Ruins Market. Sizzling. Hearing the intense corrosion sound coming from the protective light screen, Song Kai's brows furrowed tightly. This was caused by the black blood dripping from inside the void demons onto the light screen. This black blood flowing through their bodies was extremely hot and highly corrosive, severely depleting the shield value of the Spectral Energy Protective Array. Faced with this situation, Song Kai found himself without a method to counter it for the moment. To push back these void demons, they had to kill a large number of them, but as soon as they made an attack, this highly corrosive blood was inevitable, an irreconcilable contradiction. 20,878 40,000. Glancing at the defense value of the Spectral Energy Formation and seeing it about to drop below 20,000 points, Song Kai grew increasingly anxious. The Kankian, having successfully advanced to first rank and equipped with the orange energy shield component, indeed had a shocking combat power. Facing an attack from dozens of first rank and hundreds of zero-rank void demons, it was still able to counter and kill triple-digit numbers of void demons. But as the saying goes, even strength has its limits. After enduring for nearly half an hour amidst the encirclement of hundreds of void demons, even the dark matter energy shield generator, however powerful, had dimmed to an extreme. The shield value had plummeted below 10%, teetering on the edge of a complete overload. Yet even so, Song Kai could not allow it to retreat back into the ruins market. Once the Kankian pulled back, without its attraction, the more than 500 void demons outside would immediately turn their aggression towards the Zutan Ruins market. And the Spectral Energy Formation, with its defense value about to drop below 20,000 points, would absolutely not withstand the collective assault of these massive numbers of demons. Damn it, I must think of something. If this continues, the Kankian is likely to sink here, Song Kai roared inwardly. The computing power of his mind was pushed to the limit, but he still couldn't find any countermeasures. All his cards were nearly played. Could he just conjure up more out of thin air? To make matters worse, due to the continuous overconsumption of his spiritual focus for more than half an hour, now Song Kai's own form was somewhat unstable. He had to remotely control the Kankian to attack and evade, command a group of Fire Peony soldier figurines to attack, take aim again and again with the energy pulse gun in his hand, and now he had to earnestly consider further strategies. All of these tasks required him alone to operate and consider. Simple bifurcation of the mind was completely insufficient. Bearing the faint throbbing pain emerging in his mind, Song Kai gritted his teeth and persevered. At this moment, he was longing for the brief foray into the limit-breaking state he had stumbled upon before. If he could temporarily enter the threefold mind utilization state, he would not be in such disarray. Unfortunately, the previous 2 times were just luck. He happened to enter a limit-breaking state and had not truly mastered the skill. Half an hour of intense mental focus did not enable him to find that limit-breaking sensation again. It was merely a pity. Pausing slightly with the energy pulse gun raised in his hand, Song Kai took out 2 energy grenades from behind him. Before the last exploration of the alien star domain, he had bought a total of 5. Using 3 during the transaction with the brain-eating race's ultra-wave hive mind strange object. Only the 2 in his hands remained. Spotting a location gathered with over 20 zero-rank and first-rank void demons, he threw 1 energy grenade. With all his strength, the energy grenade traced a straight line through the void and landed precisely in the midst of a group of more than 20 void demons. Boom! After a powerful first-rank explosion, the 20 or so void demons were immediately decimated, with only a few outer perimeter zero-rank demons and 3 lucky first-rank demons surviving. This single energy grenade directly killed 15 zero-rank void demons. Following a brief moment of triumph, one piece of bad news after another swiftly followed. Outside the ruins market, The Kangkyung's energy shield had completely overloaded. Attacks from the surrounding void demons began to strike directly onto the airship's warship armor, damaging both the armor and the ship itself. Inside the ruins market, the spectral energy formation's shield value officially dropped below 20,000, and under the corrosive influence of the void demon's scorching black blood, the speed of the shield value's depreciation became even more terrifying. Song Kai's heart sank to the bottom. At this rate, without even repelling the group of void demons, the spectral energy formation would shatter first, and the entire ruins market would be entirely overrun. Although he was the master of the Zutan ruins market and could wield the power of laws of this ruins market secret realm, his power was limited to internal use only and could not be employed in external combat. And once the spectral energy formation was broken, the balance of the entire secret realm would also be destroyed, and the laws of the secret realm space would fall into disarray. By then, it would be impossible to control them to deal with the void demons that had breached into the market. It was almost a checkmate, a situation that seemed impossible to salvage no matter what. At this juncture, a thought that Song Kai had never entertained before started to surface in his mind. He knew he had to start considering his own escape route. If Zutan ruins market could not be defended, he surely wouldn't stay and be buried with it. The Chenxing Principality was vast, the Torch human civilization even larger, and the shattered starry sea was boundless. There were many more things out there waiting for him to personally experience, to witness, and to pursue. Having arrived in this tumultuous starry sea era, he wished to live another 200 years, 300 years, 600 years, or even 1,000. How could he be willing to die silently in this void without any fame? Countless thoughts surged through Song Kai's mind and, ultimately, he summoned the Kangkyung back to his side. If the Zutan ruins market was destined to be destroyed, then naturally, he would not allow the Kangkyung to sink here as well. Without the Zutan ruins market, all he could rely on in the future was the Kangkyung. As long as the Kangkyung was still there, with the orange dark matter energy shield generator and the purple brainwave remote control system components loaded on it, he had the confidence to carve out a niche in the world. At the very least, he wouldn't be completely obscure. With this thought, Song Kai's mind shifted, and the Kangkyung above, receiving the brainwave signals, turned around and forcefully returned to the interior of the ruins market. Looking at the reaction of the external void demons, as expected, once the Kangkyung returned to the ruins market, their targets instantly shifted entirely to Zutan ruins market. Hum hum hum. The spectral energy formation's defensive light screen trembled violently, and beneath layer upon layer of ripples, the shield value descended at an indescribable speed. P.S. Aiming for the top 3 in the rankings next week. I hope everyone can keep up with the readings these few days. Much appreciated. 19,480 40,000, 18,260 40,000, 17,100 40,000. Every half minute, the shield value would drop by 1,000 points. At this pace, it wouldn't take 10 minutes for the spectral energy formation to be completely destroyed. And without the protection of the spectral energy formation, the destruction of the ruins market, in the face of a group of extremely bloodthirsty void demons, would be but the blink of an eye. Song Kai quickly retracted the Kangkyung into his ancestral torch, reluctantly sweeping his gaze around him. Just as he completed his survey, determined to exit the ruins market the next moment, the vibrating sensation underfoot that had been constant suddenly ceased. Song Kai's gaze flickered in surprise. Is this? The ruins market has successfully advanced. In that instant, Song Kai's mood was like a thunderstorm in June. One moment dark clouds filled the sky, and the next, the clouds parted and the sun shone through after the rain. In his excitement, he didn't forget to confirm his speculation and immediately opened the ruins market's attribute panel. Name, Zutan Ruins Market. Ruins Market Master, Song Kai. Level, LV10. Confirming that the ruins market had indeed advanced to LV10, Song Kai could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and burst out laughing. To think, From the time he successfully linked Azutana Ruins Market with the Stasi Ruin Market rank until today, it had been just over 2 months, and he had only opened the market for trade 3 times. During this period, he not only obtained an orange glory quality component but also a purple component plus the gold rock ship armor, a white component. In just 2 months, the benefits had already reached such a terrifying level. One could imagine how much he had struggled internally with the decision to give up on the Azutana Ruins Market. At this moment, it was the complete opposite. The more distressed and tormented he had felt before, the more excited and thrilled he was now. After a good laugh, Song Kai, who had turned his attention back, didn't even bother to check the specific attributes of the newly advanced Azutana Ruins Market and immediately opened the configuration for the Spectral Energy Protective Array. Having reviewed the detailed attributes of the Spectral Energy Protective Array, a look of confirmation appeared in his eyes. Although the level of the Spectral Energy Protective Array was still LV9, with the Azutana Ruins Market itself advancing to the first rank, its basic configuration, like that of the Torch warship, had seen a fixed percentage increase in attributes, also 20%. The original defense and shield values of the Spectral Energy Protective Array were as follows: defense, 500, shield value, 3,840,000. But with the successful advancement of the Ruins Market, these two figures had respectively become, defense, 600, shield value, 11,848,000. And the key point was that the shield value was not only increased by 20% in its maximum capacity, but even the shield value that had been only 3,800 points was instantly boosted to 11,800, allowing it to hold out for several more minutes. Having realized this, Song Kai summoned the Kangkyung warship back and, with a thought, glanced over the component of the dark matter energy shield generator. Post-overload buffer time, 8:35 minutes. The orange energy shield component, enhanced to LV15, had a buffer time of 35 minutes after overload. Now, 8 minutes had already passed, and in just 27 more minutes, it would be reactivated. Seeing this, a glint of hope rekindled in Song Kai's eyes. So the success of the Azutana Ruins Market's upgrade gave him hope that he could fully repel those void demons outside and safeguard the market. As long as the Spectral Energy Protective Array could hold on for another 20+ minutes, when the Kangkyung's energy shield was reactivated, the warship could once again enter combat. Basing on the previous combat achievements, assuming no new void demons appeared, the Kangkyung should be able to eliminate over 90% of the remaining 500+ void demons before the dark matter energy shield generator overloaded a second time. By then, even without the fire support of the Kangkyung, Song Kai and the 10 Fire Peony soldier figurines could take over the cleanup task, making it highly probable to preserve the Azutana Ruins Market. With this in mind, Song Kai quickly found the right moment to throw out the last energy grenade, killing nearly 10 0-rank void demons, and then immediately boarded the Kangkyung, continuously firing the warship's main and secondary cannons into the sky above the market, to alleviate as much pressure as possible from the Spectral Energy Protective Array. 4 minutes later, when the Spectral Energy Formation's shield value dropped below 4 digits, Song Kai's thoughts shifted, and immediately after, the notification from the Azutana Ruins Market rang in his ears. Do you confirm spending 150 strands of 0-rank floating land origin to upgrade the Spectral Energy Protective Array to LV10? Confirm. Whoosh! The very moment the Spectral Energy Protective Array's configuration was upgraded to LV10, the semicircular light screen over the market shimmered for a moment. Seeing its defensive and shield values, Song Kai inwardly exclaimed in delight. Defense, 1,200. Shield value, 120,000. The defense value jumped from the previous 600 to 1,200, and the shield value skyrocketed from 48,000 points to 120,000 points. What excited Song Kai even more was that the shield value, which had only a few hundred points left previously, was fully restored to its peak condition after the upgrade. a formidable 120,000 points, and during the remaining 23 minutes would be a certainty. Phew. His breathing gradually calmed down, and only then did Song Kai finally allow himself to relax completely. Yet he didn't cease his attacks while the protective light screen was no longer in danger. Killing one more void demon would lessen the burden on the soon-to-be reactivated Kang Kyung. Time slowly passed in this way. After countless rounds of attacks and not knowing exactly how many, as soon as the component of the dark matter energy shield generator on the Kang Kyung finished buffering, he immediately controlled the warship to dash out of the market. With the Kang Kyung moving away from the market, the actions of the 10 Fire Peony soldier figurines became noticeably sluggish, even freezing in place, unable to move at times. However, there was no choice. The brainwave remote control system's duration had ended, requiring a lengthy 6 hours to buffer completely, so Song Kai had to take the field himself. Fortunately, with the current first-rank spectral energy formation's shield value, even without the manual clearance by the Fire Peony soldier figurines, it could last for a sufficiently long time. No longer needing to divide his attention to control the Fire Peony soldier figurines, Song Kai, who focused solely on the Kang Kyung, was clearly at ease. The result was that this time the warship cleared the void demons even faster, in less than 20 minutes, and even without waiting for the second overload of the dark matter energy shield generator component, the remaining hundreds of void demons were entirely eradicated. Looking at the hundreds of blue-black corpses around the Zutan Ruins market, an inexplicable urge to cry welled up in Song Kai's heart. Not out of sadness but rather the impulse to weep from the exhilaration of surviving a calamity, which quickly turned into deep joy and relief. Once the strange feelings in his heart had settled, Song Kai began to control the Kang Kyung, roaming around the outskirts of the Zutan Ruins market, using the airship's traction beam to quickly collect the corpses of those void demons. Textbooks have often mentioned that these void demons, upon death, congeal a special crystal within their bodies, which encompasses the void energy they've absorbed throughout their lives in the void space, known as void crystals. Due to their extreme rarity, the value of these void crystals is exceptionally high. It's said that the enhancement of all spaceborne components requires these void crystals. Bearing this in mind, within the realms of Torch human civilization, the price of void crystals has been driven to extraordinary heights, having reached a point where one 0-rank void crystal can be exchanged for a strand of first-rank floating land origin, and one first-rank void crystal can be exchanged for a strand of second-rank floating land origin. At the moment, the bodies of these over 1,000 void demons are evidently a vast fortune, which is why Song Kai didn't waste any time and began gathering these corpses immediately. Dozens of minutes later, once the collection was nearly complete, Song Kai maneuvered the Kang Kyung back into the ruins market. Without hurrying to check the specific attributes of the Zutan Ruins market, he instead employed his ability as the ruins market lord, fully mobilizing the power of laws within the market and pushing the Zutan Ruins market to move toward the distance. The commotion caused by the recent battle wasn't insignificant, and the scent of fresh blood left by the deaths of thousands of void demons was very dense. If he didn't move far from this void space quickly, he feared more void demons would be drawn by the disturbance and find them again. As long as the Zutan Ruins market moved away from this area, its averting misfortune feature would be able to come into effect again, and they wouldn't have to worry about other void demons tracking them down. He didn't know how much time had passed, but once Song Kai felt they had drifted far enough, he prepared to dissipate the power of laws and bring the market to a halt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, the sound of something cutting through the air that followed made him tense up suddenly. When he turned his head to see the source of the attack, he breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the ruins market's protective light screen, a group of void demons, unbeknownst to him, had caught up again. This group was not large, consisting of only a dozen or so, with just one being of first rank, posing no real threat to the market. Song Kai quickly disposed of these 10+ void demons and collected the void crystals from their bodies. Then he once more took control and moved the Zutan Ruins market. Having been found by the void demons once again, it was evident that this place was not safe, so naturally, he wouldn't let the market stay here. In the hours that followed, Song Kai began a cycle of operations, where each time the Zutan Ruins market stopped at a location, they would encounter a small group of void demons. He would defeat them and then continue moving. After 4 consecutive times, Song Kai felt that something was off. To call it a coincidence was too far-fetched, given that in the tens of thousands of years before, the Ruins Market secret realm was never discovered by these void demons. According to the averting misfortune feature of the Zutan Ruins Market, except for the brightness generated during the market's implementation that attracted their attention of void demons, the subsequent encounters should not have occurred. Could it be that the averting misfortune feature has really stopped working? With this doubt in mind, he didn't immediately move away. Instead, he opened the attribute panel of the market to see if he could discover anything. The next second, when the attribute panel of the market appeared before him, Song Kai suddenly realized what was happening. It was neither a coincidence nor a failure of the averting misfortune feature. On the contrary, the problem lay with the Zutan Ruins Market itself. Name: Zutan Ruins Market. Ruins Market Master, Song Kai. Level: LV10. Specifications: 1000m x 1000m. Basic configuration: 50 shops, 1 stall area of 200m x 200m, 1 2-story inn, with 51 guest rooms, 1 LV9. All attributes: cultivation room, efficiency doubles when cultivating spectral energy, 1 LV10. Spectral energy protection formation, 1 LV9. Ultra long distance space gate random deployment platform. Additional configuration: none. 06. Feature: averting misfortune, able to move freely within the void, mysteriously avoiding natural disasters. Feature 2, spatial anchor point. 1-1. Negative status: first rank demon mark. Up rank requirement: 50 strands of first rank floating land origin, 100,000 strands of 0 rank floating land origin from Ruins Market transactions, 89,560 100,000ths. Song Kai's gaze bypassed everything else, settling directly on the negative status section. As he focused his attention, a detailed description of the attribute soon popped up. First rank demon mark, a mark laid down by several first rank void demons, which when other void demons are within a certain range, automatically sense this special mark. Damn it, I was wondering why it was such a coincidence. It's because of this. Swearing to himself in his mind, Song Kai then started to feel a headache coming on. With this mark present, tranquility for the Zutan Ruins Market in the future was out of the question. Because of this mark, the market's feature of averting misfortune was basically nullified. Think about it, if someone placed a tracker on you, would hiding still be of any use? No good. I must get rid of this mark as soon as possible, even if it's just a temporary concealment, or else the Ruins Market, which was so difficult to preserve, may soon face the same situation again, and this commotion caused by the market's great rank-up rank must also be addressed. Muttering to himself, Song Kai's recently relaxed brows furrowed once again. The demon mark goes without saying. It's a pressing matter, and the commotion during the market's great rank-up rank is just as important to pay attention to. After all, the market has just advanced to first rank, there's still a long way to go. It can't be that every single advancement in the future has to be carried out in such a heart-pounding way, can it? Glancing out of the corner of his eye at the pile of crystals beside him, Song Kai felt a bit more pleased despite his somber mood. After a recent inventory, it was confirmed that there were 1,230 void crystals, among which there were 1,105 0-rank void crystals and 125 first-rank void crystals. Based on the normal exchange rates within the territories of Torch human civilization, This amounted to 1,105 strands of first-rank floating land origin plus 125 strands of second-rank floating land origin. The moment he got the result, Song Kai actually had the idea to use this demon mark as bait to continuously attract small groups of void demons to hunt, thereby obtaining a steady stream of void crystals. But he quickly dismissed the idea. This method could indeed make money quickly, but likewise, the risk factor was very high. Who could guarantee that the void demons attracted by the demon mark would always be low rank? What if a higher rank demon was lured in? What if the ones attracted were a demon army of tens of thousands, including a large number of first and second rank void demons? All these uncertainties made Song Kai dismiss the notion outright. With the ruins market, he could easily and steadily acquire various resources every month. Why should he engage in such life-risking acts? Although anxious at heart, Song Kai quickly shifted his attention to the Zutan ruins market itself, as he was extremely curious about the changes after its advancement. Previously, due to his focus on the matter of the demon mark, he had only taken a casual look. Yet he remembered clearly that a new feature had appeared on the attributes panel of the market. This one change alone was enough to make one itch with anticipation. Opening up the market's attributes panel once again, Song Kai started to carefully examine the changes within. His gaze skipped over the first 3 sections and landed on the specification item. After advancing to the first rank, the area of the Zutan ruins market soared to a size of 1000 mx 1000 m, and the number of shops increased to 50. The stall area expanded to 200 mx 200 m, and even the inn, which had never seemed to serve any purpose, had grown from 1 to 2 floors. These were undoubtedly all good news. The expansion of the market's area not only meant that more beings could enter with each market trade in the future, but also implied that Song Kai's super private storage space capacity had further increased, allowing him to store even more resources in the future. For this purpose, Song Kai specially used the power of laws to section off a 20 mx 20 m enclosed area within the stall zone. This enclosed space would become the exclusive storage for the floating land mining carts and the various resources collected in the future. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about where to store the 2 floating land mining carts and the gathered resources every time he opened the market. This area was sufficient to store a large quantity of items. It could even accommodate the Kangkang, which had advanced to a spectral airship, when entirely empty. Near the central street of the market, close to the stall area, was a 2-story inn. Previously, Song Kai had explored the function of this building several times, to no avail. Other than discovering that each guest room slightly sped up spirit recovery, there were no other functions. Upon entering the inn once more, Song Kai's renewed interest wasn't because of the additional number of guest rooms after the market's advancement, but because he noticed that the 51 rooms were not evenly distributed across the first and second floors. There were 50 rooms on the first floor, but only a lonely one on the second floor, an observation that puzzled him. Soon, the 50 rooms on the first floor had been checked one by one, and they were no different from before. So, he climbed up to the second floor. As soon as Song Kai arrived on the second floor, he made an unexpected discovery. The second floor of the inn didn't have just one guest room looking down the corridor. It was clear that there were 10 doors of identical dimensions, indicating that the actual number of guest rooms on the second floor was 10. However, only one room was currently open. The other 9 were blocked by some mysterious barrier and had not been unlocked. Even as the ruins market master, he was also barred from entering. His eyes flickering with various speculations, Song Kai ultimately concluded that to continue unlocking the other 9 rooms, he would likely have to wait for future upgrades of the Zutan ruins market. As for whether these rooms had different functions from those on the first floor, that was something he had to experience personally to know. Thinking this, he pushed open the door of the only available guest room on this floor. The moment his feet crossed the threshold, Song Kai suddenly felt a strange realization. This second floor guest room was completely different from those on the first floor. He could not pinpoint where this feeling came from. After a moment of doubt, his attention quickly shifted away, as his gaze was now drawn to a bronze token floating at the center of the room. The Ruin Market mystical laws that Song Kai controlled did not issue any warning of danger, so he reached straight out for the bronze token. The moment his palm touched the token, all the information about the bronze token in the room below surfaced in his mind. Name: Ruins Market Guest Token. Belongs to Zutan Ruins Market, Song Kai. Number of uses, 1-1. Effect: the creature that obtains this guest token, regardless of where it is in the Shattered Starry Sea, can consume 1 usage count to activate the token with the Ruins Market Master's consent, and upon activation, the token will transport the activator to the exclusive guest room for a 24-hour stay. The activator will be transported back to their original location with the token either when they choose to return or when the stay ends. Introduction: a product derived from the Zutan Ruins Market, possessing inconceivable abilities. Note: only the Ruins Market Master can replenish the token's number of uses. Note 2: the Ruins Market Master has the right to revoke the token at any time. Ruins Market Guest Token. Murmuring softly, Song Kai's eyes shone, and his heart rate accelerated. Based on the introduction on the attributes panel, the actual value of the Ruins Market Guest Token must far exceed expectations, allowing other beings multiple entries into the Zutan Ruins Market, not just relying on the elusive luck. Just this feature alone could make creatures who had experienced the convenience and value of the Zutan Ruins Market eager for it. Similarly, as the Ruins Market Master, he could also use this to obtain greater benefits. For instance, if he had had this item a month earlier, he could have handed the token to that Gore before the second market trade ended, granting him the qualification to re-enter the market later. With this, he could have Gore collect more deep water clam pearls for him, ones that were 1,000 years older or even older, or perhaps those rare and precious mermaid's tears. With that thought, Song Kai sighed softly. It was too late for the Ruins Market Guest Token to arrive. Water-based floating lands in the Starry Sea were not common, and it was uncertain when he would encounter such an alien race on a floating land again, one that could stably produce deep water clam pearls. However, it wasn't necessary to just rely on water-based floating lands for aliens. With the vastness of the Starry Sea, there were plenty of floating lands with even rarer resources. As long as there were alien species that could provide a continuous supply of a valuable resource, he could consider giving out this Ruins Market Guest Token. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Song Kai stepped out of the inn once more. The allocation of the Ruins Market Guest Tokens would undoubtedly be strict and not something that could be done in a short time. Of course, he would not distribute them lightly. As it stood, there were only 10 guest rooms on the second floor of the inn, meaning there could be at most 10 Ruins Market Guest Tokens, each needing to be given out with caution. Aside from nurturing the Ruins Market Guest Tokens, the function of those guest rooms was also to serve as the sole space node for the holders of the guest tokens to enter and leave the Ruins Market to a transfer station, so to speak. Suppressing the joy and excitement in his heart, Song Kai continued to examine the other changes in the Ruins Market. Still in the basic configuration section, after experiencing the inn's brand new functions, Song Kai's attention shifted to the All Attributes Cultivation Room and the Ultra-Long Distance Space Gate Random Deployment Platform. Like the Spectral Energy Protective Array before, even though their levels hadn't changed and were still LV9, the effects of these two configurations had also improved to a certain extent. The original LV9 All Attributes Cultivation Room provided a 580% boost to spectral energy cultivation, but now it had become 700%, far surpassing the spectral energy cultivation platforms of the same level. As for the ultra-long distance space gate random deployment platform, its duration and buffer times hadn't changed. Only the number of spatial gates deployed each time increased from 19 to 23. It might seem like only 4 extra gates, but this was already the LV9 platform, and next, Song Kai was going to further enhance it. The LV9 All Attributes Cultivation Room and the Ultra-Long Distance Space Gate Random Deployment Platform both had the same up-rank requirements to advance, Not only did the ruins market itself have to reach LV10, but they also needed 150 strands of zero-rank floating land origin. Taking out 300 strands of zero-rank floating land origin, Song Kai successively upgraded both to LV10 name, all attributes cultivation room level, LV10 effect. When first-rank beings cultivate in the cultivation room, their cultivation speed increases by 480%. When the cultivator engages in spectral energy cultivation, the speed increases by 960%. Up rank requirement, ruins market level LV11, 25 strands of floating land origin, first rank, AAAA, name, Ultra Long Distance Space Gate Random Deployment Platform, level, LV10, effect. Once activated, it randomly deploys 36 spatial gates throughout the shattered starry sea that allow entrance and exit to the ruins market, with each spatial gate lasting for 24 hours and a buffer of 720 hours. Up rank requirement, ruins market level LV11, 25 strands of floating land origin, first rank, the enhancement of the all attributes cultivation room to the spectral energy guidance technique had reached a staggering 960%, and the number of spatial gates the ultra long distance space gate random deployment platform could deploy had increased to 36. Seeing these two sets of data, Song Kai finally closed the attribute panel in front of him with satisfaction. His gaze then shifted downward, eventually settling on the newly appeared feature. There wasn't much to say about the additional configurations section, which still remained empty, with only 2 more slots available. Song Kai had previously tested that these extra configuration slots could accommodate all the special components compatible with the Torch warship, but he currently didn't have any spares. Moreover, because of the averting misfortune feature, he hadn't thought he needed to equip anything previously. But after the incident with the Void Demons, special components that could either clear negative states or conceal anomalies in the ruins market had been added to his list of items to search for urgently. With his gaze lingering, the detailed attributes of the newly emerged spatial anchor point feature quickly surfaced in front of Song Kai. Feature, spatial anchor point. Designate a specific coordinate in the actual starry sea as the anchor point for Zutan Ruins Market. Subsequently, as long as this anchor point is activated, no matter where the Ruins Market owner enters the Ruins Market from, upon leaving they will only appear at the anchor point's coordinates. Song Kai's eyes lit up again. The effect of this spatial anchor point feature was simple. It provided a precise transport coordinate for Zutan Ruins Market. As long as this coordinate was activated, no matter from where you entered the Ruins Market, you could use this transport coordinate to leave. This might still be hard to understand, so let's use a simple example. If Song Kai were to set this spatial anchor point in his own bedroom, then even if he was in a far-off alien star domain, as long as he entered the Ruins Market, he could choose to actively trigger this anchor point. This would allow the anchor point set in his bedroom to serve as his returning point after leaving the Ruins Market. In doing so, he wouldn't even need to use the spectral airship's own return function to effortlessly return home from the distant alien star domain. After completely understanding this spatial anchor point feature, the first use that came to Song Kai's mind wasn't related to deploying it in the alien star domain, but instead, he wanted to use this special function to assist his subsequent shipments. His haul from the alien star domain always surpassed that of an average person, but because he was afraid of exposing Zutan Ruins Market, he could only sell most of his haul at 65% of market price through the black market, almost halving his profits. This had always greatly annoyed Song Kai. Why should he let people take a 35% cut for free from the resources he painstakingly brought back from the alien star domain? In contrast, if he sold through a regular store and had a substantial quantity of resources, it wouldn't be a problem to push the purchase price to 90% of market value, which was much more economical than selling on the black market. However, this would involve the risk of exposing his identity. It was because of this limitation that he had reluctantly chosen the black market channel previously. But now things were different. With the new spatial anchor point feature, as long as he set the anchor point coordinates in his own bedroom, all these problems could be practically solved. By concealing his identity and selling the whole to regular stores, then entering the ruins market from a deserted place with his earnings and subsequently returning directly home through the spatial anchor pointer just like that, it was simple. Even if someone took notice or followed him, they'd have no starting point for their investigation. The more Song Kai thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. It just so happened that a recent ruins market trade had left him with a stockpile of differential resources, perfect for a trial run. If it proved viable, the over 1,000 void crystals could also be sold without a trace. Thinking about the floating land origins he could obtain after selling more than 1,000 void crystals, Song Kai even anticipated the scene of enhancing the dark matter energy shield generator component all the way to second rank. The very thought was exhilarating. With the current LV-15 dark matter energy shield generator component already being so impressive, once it reached second rank, it would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Putting thoughts into action, Song Kai quickly scanned the remaining sections of the ruins market attribute panel and finally paused for a moment on the up-rank requirements section. To upgrade from ruins market LV-10 to LV-11, while the requirement of 50 strands of first-rank floating land origin was manageably, as once the void crystals were sold, there would be plenty of first-rank floating land origin. The difficult part was the trading volume of 100,000 strands of zero-rank floating land origin. As trades didn't account for bartering, the total trading volume from the previous 3 transactions hadn't even reached 90,000. To continue increasing the level of the ruins market, he would have to wait until after the next market trade. Song Kai wasn't in a rush. The priority was to find a way to acquire the special components that could clear negative states and to dispose of the differential resources and void crystals as soon as possible. The level of the ruins market itself could be raised later, but if the demon mark issue wasn't resolved promptly, there might not be a future for Zutan ruins market at all. White Tower floating land, Bay City. As one of the 5 major cities under the jurisdiction of White Tower floating land, Bay City had developed for a longer time than Jiangyuan City, a fact evident from the respective population sizes of the 2 cities. Now, with a total population exceeding 25 million, Bay City was second only to Beta City among the 5 cities of White Tower floating land. In the city center of Bay City, Bay Torch City, the medium-sized Blaze Market was the most prosperous commercial area. The number of merchant shops in Blaze Market far exceeded those in Dongjiang Mall. Struggling to squeeze through the crowd, Song Kai's face bore a hint of helplessness. After awakening the seed of torch, this was truly his first time experiencing the feeling of being packed like sardines. The key issue was that most of the people around him were practitioners of the guidance technique with not low levels, possessing physical strength far beyond that of ordinary people, making the jostling truly a literal flesh-to-flesh experience, which was quite uncomfortable. However, there was no helping it, as the mall's official rules strictly prohibited the use of spectral energy inside the premises, so everyone had to comply. Yet this suited his intentions perfectly. He specifically chose to come to Bay City during the peak of the crowd and selected the highly popular Bay Mall because this was the result he wanted. The more customers there were, and the denser the crowd, the easier it was to sow confusion and make a quiet exit using the ruins market after selling off all his materials. Instead of going to the top floor, Song Kai chose the middle and lower floors where people were more numerous. Inside a medium-sized shop named Rose Mechanical Home, Song Kai summoned the Kang Kang at the Torch Warship's designated docking area. Its span had expanded to nearly 20 meters after being upgraded to a spectral airship, so he could load all the resources he purchased at the trade fair onto the ship in one trip, saving him quite a bit of trouble. 50 tons of mithril plus 10 tons of Zenjin plus 215 millennium ice crystals plus 200 tons of uranium ore. As one type of material after another was unloaded from the airship, The shop's staff quickly tallied the quantities of each resource. Once all the differentials bought in the ruins market were offloaded, an employee rapidly calculated their value and reported it. "Sir, the market value of these resources you've provided is 2,480 strands of zero-rank floating land origin. Based on the 70% purchase price, that would be 1,736 strands. If you have no objections." Before the clerk beside him could finish, Song Kai cut him off. 70% of the market value for purchase? Isn't that a bit low? In his view, 2,500 strands of zero-rank floating land origin was not a small sum, and a reduction to 70% was excessively low. However, the clerk didn't seem to think so. He pursed his lips, and his smile remained unchanged, but Song Kai could see a hint of indifference in his eyes, showing that he did not take Song Kai's words seriously. Song Kai frowned, feeling inwardly displeased but not saying much else. He instead began to gather the spectral energy within his body at his throat. The mall's regulations prohibited using spectral energy to fight, but using it to summon torch warships, amplify his own voice, or enhance his hearing was not restricted. As he opened his mouth, a resonant shout suddenly rang throughout the entire shop. "Is the manager here?" Because he had deliberately altered his voice, the words he spoke sounded particularly hoarse, catching the attention of all the customers in the shop. In front of him, the male clerk who had maintained a superficial smile until now suddenly looked stern, and his tone became elevated. "Sir, please don't disturb the shopping experience of other customers. If you cannot accept our store's purchase price, you are welcome to try other shops." With a mask hiding his expression, onlookers could not discern Song Kai's feelings, but his complexion visibly darkened. Without saying anything further, he turned and headed toward the store exit. Given such poor service, he lost any desire to stay a moment longer. What he had were void crystals, considered rare resources. Why bother insisting on trading here when he could go elsewhere? As for showing off and putting someone in their place, sorry, but he had no desire to show off in front of someone who hadn't even awakened their seed of torch. However, just as he was turning away, he was called by the shop manager who had appeared unexpectedly. Judging by the manager's dark expression, this was probably not the first time he had encountered such a situation. Making such a basic mistake over and over yet still being allowed to stay suggested the identity of the young clerk. It was very likely that he was a relative, perhaps the manager's nephew or grandson. "Sir, I am truly sorry for our poor hospitality. To show our apologies, we are willing to purchase all the materials you have provided at market price, without any sort of discount." Upon hearing this, Song Kai paused. With market price purchasing, he could make quite a bit more, so there was no need to hold a grudge against money. Moreover, the young clerk was already apologizing under the stern gaze of the manager. Considering these factors, he decided to stop and stay. In a guest room within Tro's mechanical home, Song Kai and the manager were sitting together. After a brief chat, Song Kai gathered some basic information about the white manager sitting beside him. His name was Roktros and he was a member of the Tros family from Bay City. The earlier young clerk turned out to be his sister's son, who was on vacation and said to be gaining life experience. As expected, Song Kai thought to himself, he might not have known much about Bay City, but he was familiar with several of the top forces there. The Tros family was indeed one of the several prominent forces in Bay City, which explained the young clerk's attitude. After a brief chat, he got to the main topic. Reaching behind him, he soon had a crystal the size of a thumb in his palm. Void crystal. Upon seeing the crystal in Song Kai's palm, Roktros exclaimed, and even with his nearly a century of experience, he seemed a bit flustered. No wonder, as void crystals were extremely rare. Though they had limited uses, seemingly required only for the enhancement of space-class warship components, their scarcity was the issue. After verifying the zero-rank void crystal, Roktros asked in a deep voice, "Friend, may I know how many void crystals you currently have in your possession?" Perhaps sensing that there might have been an issue with what he had just said, Roktros quickly added another line. "No matter how many void crystals you have in your hands, the Tros mechanical family will take them all." including the batch of supplies you had before, all at the normal market price. Song Kai smiled, not at all surprised by this response. As someone who had received a formal education, he was well aware of the value of the void crystals. The fact that the other party was buying at market price didn't mean there was no profit to be made. Market price represented the average selling price, the price under normal sales conditions. Given the rarity of the void crystals, it wasn't difficult to find an eager buyer, and such urgent buying orders were naturally not going to be at the normal market price, with an excess of 20 or 30% being quite common. Even encountering captains in extreme emergency who would be willing to pay double was not out of the question. However, such matters would obviously require time to find the right buyer and could not be resolved immediately, so selling at market price was already the best choice for Song Kai. However, he didn't rush to reveal the number of void crystals he had on hand but instead asked another question in a hoarse voice. "We can discuss the details of the purchase slowly, but I want to ask, Shop Manager Rock, does your store sell those shipboard components that remove negative status? Or even just information on such components would suffice." Rocktros fell into contemplation, not replying immediately, his gaze flickering as he seemed to be lost in thought. One thing Song Kai could be certain of was that among the problems Rock was considering, there was definitely one about what negative status his flagship had contracted. After about 5 seconds, Rocktros finally spoke, but the news he gave was not promising. "Shipboard components that remove negative states are not available in my store. However, I do have a piece of information." But then his tone took an abrupt turn, recapturing Song Kai's curiosity. "What news?" Seeing no response from the other party, Song Kai quickly realized the situation and took out 200 zero-rank void crystals from his backpack, placing them on the wooden table between them. Seeing these 200 void crystals, Rocktros' eyes showed some interest, but he ended up shaking his head and not speaking. Song Kai frowned and, not indulging further, reached out to take back the 200 zero-rank void crystals. At this, Rocktros, who had seemed quite composed just a moment ago, became somewhat anxious. There were many seeking to buy void crystals, and he didn't dare gamble. He extended his hand to stop him and said at the same time, "I received news the other day that the Triennial Bay auction is about to be held, scheduled for the morning 5 days from now." "So what you mean is, this auction will feature shipboard components that clear negative effects, or is that just speculation?" This time, Rocktros nodded quickly. "Definite. This auction will include one blue quality component capable of purifying negative effects." Under the mask, Song Kai pondered thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, a blue quality component should be enough to cleanse the mark left behind by a first-rank void demon. With a definite answer, Song Kai was in high spirits. "Thank you, Manager." "Then these 200 zero-rank void crystals and that batch of supplies are sold to your store. But I have one small request." "Tell me." "Could the floating land origin gained from the previous batch of supplies be all exchanged for first rank?" Song Kai asked with sincerity. He already had more than enough zero-rank floating land origins, well over 5,000 strands. Having so many was really of no use. To this request, Rocktros happily agreed. He had thought Song Kai would make a much more unreasonable demand. Rocktros was quick to act. Not long after the deal was confirmed, he quickly had someone deliver 448 strands of first-rank floating land origin. After thanking him with a smile, Song Kai soon left the Tros mechanical family and plunged into the crowd. At the Tros mechanical family, Rocktros' friendly demeanor was gone, and he listened expressionlessly to the report of the towering figure standing behind him. "Manager." The man vanished into the crowd and soon left no trace. "I have searched almost 3 entire floors of the mall and have not found any suspicious individuals." Rocktros, rubbing a few void crystals in his palm, fell silent for a while before speaking in a cold voice. "Keep looking for me. The old patriarch desperately needs the void crystals, and that man must have more than just those 200. If we can get enough void crystals to the old patriarch, I will have a great chance of taking control of the entire family. You must find this person for me. People the Tros family seeks must be found alive or dead. As he spoke, Rocktros' facial expression seemed to contort. The reason he did not take action inside the shop was firstly to avoid affecting the reputation of the Tros family. After all, Bay Mall was the largest Blaze market in Bay City, and once things got out of hand, even the power of the Tros family would struggle to suppress it. Secondly, he had already notified his men via a covered communication device, and members of his family's secret force were already fully deployed outside the shop. It was deemed almost certain his men could track down the target, and as soon as he left Bay Mall, capturing him would just be a matter of speaking a word. However, this seemingly foolproof plan declared failure shortly after the man left the store. Over 10 people losing track of one individual. It was not hard to imagine how furious Rocktros felt at that moment. As for these developments, Song Kai, who had already returned home through the Zutan Ruins market, naturally had no knowledge. He had set a spatial anchor point in his bedroom before heading to Bay City, so he returned effortlessly from Bay City to Jiangyuan City. In his bedroom, Song Kai reconnected to the Zutan Ruins market. With 5 days until the Bay auction, he planned to stay in the Ruins market for the time being, not only to prevent further attacks from small squads of void demons but also to acquire more void crystals, and it would also allow him to fully experience the effects of the All Attributes Cultivation Room's substantial 960% bonus. 5 days later, when he stepped out of the cultivation room again, a satisfied look was on Song Kai's face. The significant 960% cultivation boost was indeed extraordinary. Even though Song Kai's guidance technique had just advanced to LV7 not long ago, he could still feel a slight improvement over these 5 days. If it had not been for the appearance of 4 squads of void demons during these days, forcing Song Kai to leave seclusion repeatedly, the cultivation effects might have been even better. Nevertheless, Song Kai had accrued several hundred more void crystals. Subtracting the 200 sold to the Tros house, he still had nearly 1,200 in his possession. After greeting his parents, Song Kai left his home and found a secluded spot to summon the Kangqian, then headed straight for Bay City. The Blaze market in Bay City was busier than ever today, as the Triennial Bay auction was set to be held today at the Heavenly River Auction Hall on the top floor of the market. Grimtros stood below the docking platform of the torch warships at the top floor of the auction hall, his face flushed with excitement and awe. In just half an hour, he had already seen more than 50 spectral airships land one after another on the platform, and looking at those 20-meter-long steel airships wrapped in thick armor, he felt a torrent of emotions inside him. This was what he aspired to in the future. As for cowering in his uncle's shop as a waiter, that was an absolute insult to him. Though his father was not a member of the powerful Tros family, he was a son-in-law who took his surname from his mother, also a member of the formidable Tros family. Far from having any complaints, Grim was glad to be a direct member of the Tros family. As Grimtros was lost in his thoughts, another spectral airship, almost 20 meters in length, descended from the vault of heaven and landed precisely on the platform ahead, which was over 100 meters in diameter and could support the docking of Guardian-class spectral warships. For a moment, the market's ceremonial guard around the platform once again looked up in unison, welcoming the arrival of the spectral airship whose identity was concealed, and whose body was enveloped in a dark spectral energy shield, making it impossible to discern even the color of its hull armor. Behind him, a look of solemnity instinctively appeared on Grim's face, and his heart tensed slightly. Based on the energy fluctuations emitted by the energy shield on the hull of the airship, it was obvious that the shield components it carried were not the standard spectral shields, and could possibly be of blue quality, since white quality energy shields are hardly capable of emitting such a level of energy fluctuation. And energy shields of at least blue quality, such a level of shield, could play a tremendous role even on those escort ships. Because of this, not only Grimtros, but many sharp-eyed people also concluded that this spectral airship's origins were anything but ordinary. Song Kai stepped off the Kangkyung with a white mask still on his face, though it had become somewhat more humanized compared to 5 days earlier. After retracting the Kangkyung into his ancestral aperture on his forehead, he followed a market patron directly to the Heavenly River Auction Hall. There were no so-called tickets. As long as one is a torch warship captain with a spectral airship or above, they automatically qualified to participate in the auction. Song Kai could understand this. With the convenience of the Torch Network, an always accessible virtual network for free communication and trading, why would many large markets insist on holding auctions if not to attract more people and make their own market more popular? Why would they turn away high-quality clients like a first-rank torch ship captain? As for those zero-rank torch ship captains who want to enter the auction, I'm sorry, but they must pay an entrance fee of 100 strands of zero-rank floating land origin, which also serves to indirectly raise the standard of the auction. The Heavenly River Auction Hall was vast, with rows of leather seats arranged in a circle, surrounding the square auction stage in the center. Above the numerous leather seats, there were more than 20 enclosed boxes, specially reserved for second-rank or higher torch ship captains. Song Kai's peripheral vision swept over, and then his expression under the mask turned solemn. At this moment, more than 20 private boxes had lit up with 7, indicating that at least 7 second-rank or higher torch ship captains had arrived at the auction venue. Isn't it said online that the usual auctions in Bay City only see about 2 or 3 second-rank torch ship captains? Why have so many turned up this time? Muttering to himself, Song Kai found an unoccupied leather seat, sat down, and quietly began to wait. With about half an hour left before the auction was to start, surely more torch ship captains would continue to arrive. It was just uncertain whether more second-rank torch ship captains would come. He closed his eyes and allowed his spirit to sink deep into his mind. Taking advantage of this time, Song Kai prepared to visualize the dragon spine tyrant whale, mythical mesh projection. This contemplation diagram was directly related to the future combat power of his Kangkyung when it advanced to a higher class, and he had never slackened his visualization exercises. Whenever he had spare time, he basically devoted it to this task. Even though he had successfully engraved it, and his spiritual force would improve gradually even without deliberate visualization, could that be the same as actively concentrating and visualizing the engraving map? It was because of his regular active visualization that, over the course of 2 months, Song Kai had clearly felt an enhancement in his spiritual aspect, something that the automatic operation of the engraving map could never achieve. Take the battle with the Void Demon a few days ago, for example. Despite exerting all his might to deplete his spiritual force, he managed to hold on for nearly an hour. If it had been right after his awakening, he probably couldn't have lasted even half an hour. If he had let the engraving map run on its own for these 2 months, he guessed he might have held on for at most 40 minutes. That's the difference between being passive and active. As his spiritual force converged on the mesh projection image under the engraved map, Song Kai's spiritual force was rapidly depleting, yet in this continuous consumption, his force of spirit was also slowly increasing. Suddenly, a series of exclamations nearby interrupted his visualization. When he opened his eyes, Song Kai quickly understood the reason behind those sounds of surprise. Just now, the 10th second-rank torch ship captain had entered the auction venue. The simultaneous attendance of 10 second-rank torch ship captains at this TAN auction was certainly not normal. Could it be that this auction has high-quality ship components, or extremely rare warship enhancement resources? Song Kai pondered thoughtfully, but after failing to come up with a reason, he quickly gave up. He did not attempt to visualize the engraving map again but sat upright and focused his gaze on the square auction stage below. Timing it out, the auction was about to officially begin. After about 2 more minutes passed, a figure leapt from high above. Thump. After a heavy impact sound, the figure landed precisely on a stone auction platform. As he lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings, Song Kai got a clear look at the figure's appearance. At the same time, a flash of solemnity appeared in his eyes, and a hint of gravity surfaced beneath them. The man had white hair, and his beard was no exception. His age was clearly not young. What surprised him and the guests in the auction venue was the formidable oppressive aura exuding from the white-haired old man. Despite being of advanced years, the fluctuations of vitality within his body were exceptionally strong. At least LV-20 in guidance technique, a second-rank torch ship captain. After a brief moment of surprise, Song Kai quickly came to an understanding. With so many second-rank torch ship captains attending, if the Bay auction couldn't present a figure with enough deterrent power, it would be difficult to maintain order in the subsequent proceedings. Indeed, this was the case. The white-haired elder on the auction stage not only had astonishing strength, but his identity was also far from simple. John Tros, the patriarch of the Tros family, one of the three major affiliated families of Bay Mall, was now 280 years old. Although he was nearing the end of his life, it was precisely this that keyed into his formidable deterrent power. A second-rank torch ship captain at the peak of his power who didn't have many years to live. If truly angered, who could predict the extent of his frenzy? One should never provoke someone with one foot in the grave, for they have nothing left to lose. This logic is understood by all, so very few would dare to offend such individuals. Seeing that everyone had settled down, John Tros slowly began to speak. He was not only the deterrent of this auction, but also the host. The time has come. I declare the auction officially open. As he finished speaking, a staff member of the auction house came from behind the stage, and in an instant, nearly everyone's gaze fell upon the wooden box in the staff member's hands. It was clear that what the staff member was holding was the first auction item, and according to the procedures of most auction houses, the first item must be a fine piece that could stir the mood of the entire auction. The first item up for auction is a blue-quality Engineer the Aurora Thermal Engine. The attribute diagram is as follows: Aurora Thermal Engine LV0, quality, blue. Consumption, 3/S, spectral energy points. Energy supply, 24/S, spectral energy points. Post-overload buffer, 30 minutes. Energy pool, 3000 points, can store 3000 spectral energy points. Convertible, Aurora Lava Stone Heart. Up rank requirement, 4 strands of 0-rank floating land origin, 400 energy points. 40 rank life cores. After introducing the Aurora Thermal Engine, John Tros started the bidding. There is no set price for this Aurora Thermal Engine, trade by barter only. Interested parties may use the bidding device on their seat to make an offer. Immediately, dozens of people in the auction house picked up the bidding devices and began to report their trade items through the devices to John Tros above. Of course, it might also be for the real owner behind the scenes who put forward the Aurora Thermal Engine. Honestly, Song Kai was quite interested. The Kangkyung only lacked a high-quality engine component, and although a blue component couldn't be considered top quality, it was still a fine engine. If he could secure this Aurora Thermal Engine, he would then be able to continue enhancing the dark matter energy shield generator. Just over 20 days later, he was to explore the so-called Buluo civilization ruins with Shen King. It was said that there was no danger within the ruins, but Shen King had only explored the first level. Who knew whether the second level would also be free of danger? According to Song Kai's opinion, he naturally wanted to enhance the level of the dark matter energy shield generator as much as possible before heading to the ruins. But no matter how eagerly Song Kai desired to bid, he was destined to remain silent. The most important thing at the moment was to secure that upcoming blue-quality purifier component. Compared to the subsequent exploration of the ruins, the importance of the Zutan ruins market far outweighed it. The component was finally secured by a first-rank torch ship captain, leaving the other bidders sighing in disappointment. No one knows exactly what conditions allowed this person to trade for that blue engine. The second auction item, a magnetic field layer white energy shield, starting at 300 strands of 0-rank floating land origin, with each bid not to be less than 10 strands of 0-rank floating land origin. Bidding starts now. The first blue-quality Aurora Thermal Engine immediately elevated the auction to a climax, but the subsequent items were much more mundane. Of course, There were still a few small gems interspersed throughout to maintain the auction's excitement. This common auction tactic was no secret to anyone present, but the atmosphere in the room was, indeed, quite pleasant. After the first Aurora thermal engine, no other items had caught Song Kai's interest until the arrival of a certain item. Item 43, 200 tons of mercury crystal, starting at 1900 strands of zero-rank floating land origin, with each bid not to be less than 20 strands of zero-rank floating land origin. Upon hearing the words mercury crystal, Song Kai's eyes finally sparkled with interest, as he quickly picked up the bidding device beside him. Mercury crystals are a warship enhancement resource at the mid-stage level, typically costing around 10 strands of zero-rank floating land origin per ton on the market. The reason for Song Kai's interest was that every enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator required this resource, and he currently had nearly 100 tons of mercury crystal in stock. But each enhancement of his level 15 dark matter energy shield generator would consume dozens of tons, and 100 tons was nowhere near enough. 1980 strands of zero-rank floating land origin. No sooner had Song Kai entered his bid on the bidding device than the voice of Jontrose from the auction stage below rang out. Bidder number 235 has bid 1980 strands. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid higher? Several minutes later, after several rounds of bidding, Song Kai managed to secure the 200 tons of mercury crystal with a final bid of 2,060 strands of zero-rank floating land origin. However, the 200 tons of mercury crystal wouldn't be handed to him immediately. They would only be delivered after the transaction was completed and he had paid the corresponding floating land origin as per his bid. Afterwards, Song Kai waited for quite some time. Just when he began to wonder if Rockrose was just stringing him along, that long-anticipated blue purifying component was finally placed on the auction stage. A blue-quality special component abnormal status purifier, with the following attributes: abnormal status purifier LV0, quality, blue, consumption, 5/S, spectral energy points. Effect, purification aura. Upon installation, the component will automatically generate a purification aura capable of purifying various negative states. Up rank requirement, 3 strands of floating land origin, 0 rank, 300 spectral energy points. As per the request of the consignor, this component is only available for trade via barter and does not support floating land origin transactions. With the fall of Jontrose's voice, like the first blue engine, it quickly sparked a bidding war among many torch ship captains. Song Kai also picked up the bidding device once again, but this time he wasn't in a rush to bid. Instead, he was considering how many void crystals he should offer, and whether he should include first-rank void crystals as well. Since there was a restriction to trade by barter, the only things Song Kai had available to exchange were these void crystals. The hesitation stemmed from Song Kai's thoughts on the incident at the Tro's mechanical house a few days ago. After he left the shop that day, he noticed nearly 10 figures shadowing him. Regardless of any claims to the contrary, he simply couldn't believe it was unrelated to the Tro's mechanical house. Granted, the Tro's mechanical house had a reasonable interest in identifying him and tracking his whereabouts given the scarce resources like void crystals, but Song Kai couldn't help but take extra precautions, especially considering that the auctioneer below on the stage was the patriarch of the Tro's family himself, prompting Song Kai to be wary. After much deliberation, Song Kai ultimately decided to use the void crystal. After all, among his possessions, the void crystal was the only item substantial enough to present. Not rushing to place his bid, Song Kai stood up and swiftly left the Tan auction house under the watchful eyes of the various onlookers. Several seconds later, a figure clad in a cloak and long robe returned along the same route and sat down in the seat Song Kai had been in before, also picking up the bid device next to the seat. 800 zero-rank void crystals. The puppet under the cloak tapped the bid device several times, and Song Kai successfully submitted his bid. Indeed, it was not Song Kai himself at the auction, but a Fire Peony soldier figurine controlled via a brainwave remote control system. Uncertain of the Tros family's urgent need for the Void Crystal and to guard against any potential outburst from John Tros, the second-ranked torch ship captain conducting the auction, Song Kai had taken these precautions. However, what he didn't realize, or perhaps John Tros, was simply that adept at concealing his motives was that at the moment Song Kai submitted his bid, a subtle change flickered across John Tros's unperturbed expression, a fleeting sign expertly masked, yet his gaze stealthily scanned the crowd, with a sweeping glance inadvertently passing over seat number 235 where Song Kai was located. Song Kai had absolutely no inkling of this. Despite his vigilance, the difference in the level of existence between him and John Tros was too vast, and he couldn't detect the discreet glance sent his way not with the enhanced perception granted by his level 7 guidance technique. Even though he was diligently practicing with the mythical mesh imprint, he had only been at it for 2 months. After a brief wait, a voice came through the bid device. A response from the commissioner. Song Kai was somewhat elated regardless of whether the offer was accepted or not. The commissioner's response indicated that Song Kai's void crystals were seen as valuable. 800 0-rank void crystals are not enough. You'll need to offer a higher rank. Seeing the message on the bid device, Song Kai pondered for a while before sending another bid. Then how about 500 0-rank plus 100 first-rank void crystals? The response came quickly this time. 600 0-rank plus 100 first-rank, that's the final offer. Take it or leave it. Song Kai did the math in his head according to the normal market price. 600 0-rank plus 100 first-rank void crystals were equivalent to 1,600 strands of first-rank floating land origin, or 16,000 strands of 0-rank floating land origin. Of course, the actual value was likely a bit higher, but not by much, and this price was roughly equal to that of a blue-quality component. And so, Song Kai ultimately agreed to the deal. Once both parties had agreed, John Tros, the auctioneer below, quickly announced the result. The abnormal status purifier with blue quality was officially won by Song Kai. Finally, Song Kai could relax completely. He just needed to wait for the auction to end, return to Zutan Ruins Market to install the abnormal status purifier, and with its blue level quality, purifying the mark left by the first-rank Void Demon should be straightforward. But before that, there was one thing he had to take care of. He needed to change the engine, even if it was just a basic white one. The colorless quality spectral engine had too many restrictions, completely blocking any further enhancements for the Kankian. Regrettably, even after the final highlight item of the auction was revealed, no other engine components emerged, leaving Song Kai without an opportunity to bid. Before he could feel too disappointed, his attention was wholly captured by the highlight item now presented on the auction stage. Not just him, all the hundreds of torch ship captains in the auction house felt the same. In that moment, everyone understood why the auction had attracted 10 second-ranked torch ship captains. Even though John Tros had yet to disclose the details about the final auction item, the dazzling purple light emanating from within the wooden box declared its importance to everyone present. The highlight item was, unmistakably, a purple-quality shipborne component. And it was certain that to draw the interest of so many second-ranked torch ship captains, the attributes of this unknown purple component had to be quite exceptional, and certainly not one of those mediocre purple components from the White Tower local area network marketplace. Curious, all the torch ship captains watched as John Tros did not delay and revealed the attributes of the purple component right away. Strange object, primogenitor blood, quality, purple, evolvable, 1 Idiaresis 1/2 Red Cross Medical Podi 1/2, 2 Idiaresis 1/2 Bloodlight Protective Layer 1/2, 3 Idiaresis 1/2 Scarlet Blood Clan Genetic Modification Pod A middle. Incomplete I 1/2. Remarks: a drop of primogenitor vampire's blood lost thousands of years ago, which has evolved over the long years into a purple relic with an extremely wide range of effects. All the captains present were somewhat surprised to see a drop of fresh blood shimmering with a purple glow before their eyes, which had not yet been converted into a ship-borne component and still retained its form as a strange object. After examining the attributes of this strange object, the torch ship captains realized that the relic known as Ancestor's Blood could evolve into as many as 3 different ship-borne components. Although once the evolutionary direction was confirmed, it could no longer be changed at will, unless the enhancement level was completely reset. There was no denying that this strange object offered a great deal of flexibility. Song Kai even guessed that all 10-second ranked torch ship captains attending the auction might find a use for this drop of Ancestor's Blood. John, your auction house must have tested it already. Please list the attribute diagrams for the 3 components it can be converted into, someone commanded. At that moment, the room fell eerily silent, and a deep male voice emanated from one of the upper-level private rooms. On the auction stage, John Troes nodded gently. Red Cross Medical Cabin LV0. Quality, purple. Feature, increase healing effect by 30%. Consumption, 7/S. Effect, increases the healing effect on bleeding internal and external injuries by 260%. Up rank requirement, 7 threads of 0 rank floating land origin, 700 spectral energy points, 1 drop of 0 rank living creature essential blood. Blood light protective layer LV0. Quality, purple. Feature, after damage, shield value recovers 10 points per second. Consumption, 7/S, spectral energy points. Defense, 17. Shield value, 170. Charge, 30s post-overload buffer, 1 hour. Up rank requirement, 7 threads of 0 rank floating land origin, 700 spectral energy points, 1 ton of blood source crystal. Scarlet Blood Clan Genetic Modification Cabernet Middle. Defect LV0. Quality, purple. Feature, increases genetic modification success rate by 1%. Consumption, 7/S, spectral energy points. Effect, modifies living creatures with a Scarlet Blood Clan's genetic material, with a success rate of 1%. Modification time, 1 hour. Buffer, 720 hours. Up rank requirement, 7 threads of 0 rank floating land origin, 700 spectral energy points, 1 drop of 0 rank Scarlet Vampire essential blood. After reviewing the 3 attribute panels, more than 90% of the captains immediately discounted the 3rd component. The reason for this was the terrifyingly low success rate of the Scarlet Blood Clan modification cabin due to its defective state. Although the success rate could be increased through strengthening and upgrading, the catch was that, apart from the floating land origin and spectral energy points, it also required a specific type of Scarlet Vampire essential blood for enhancement. There were not a few vampires bred within the Torch human civilization. As a species capable of bestowing longevity, this alien race, after successfully converting other living beings, could grant their converts extremely long lifespans, which made them creatures that many of the dying torch ship captains often sought out. However, the difficulty of extending one's life through conversion was fairly high. The higher the rank of the torch ship captain, the lower the probability of a successful conversion. Even if the conversion was successful, the chance of the vampire taking control and reversing the roles was equally frightening. Yet, despite such extreme strictness, danger, and the torch human civilization's strict prohibition, such occurrences were still commonplace. There was no helping it, for those torch ship captains who had once possessed supreme power and strength. Embracing the vampire variant was the last straw they could clutch at after exhausting all means to prolong their own lives, a final attempt they had to make, no matter what. However, although there were quite a few vampires within the stronghold of the Torch human civilization, they were not the scarlet vampires necessary for the genetic modification chamber. Scarlet vampires were a mutant variant within the vampire population, far less common than ordinary vampires, and as of now, their presence had not been reported within the stronghold of the Torch human civilization. In other words, the path to enhancement for this Scarlet Blood Clan genetic modification chamber was severed. which was why all torch ship captains dismissed this component at first sight. But thinking about it, if it was so easy to enhance, the success rate of genetic modification would inevitably see a substantial increase. If it could be elevated above 10%, it would certainly be far more reliable than the initial embrace of vampirism, and in that case, this component would become a veritable cash cow. However, if it truly were possible to reach such a level, then why would Baymall put it up for auction at all? At least Montrose would never allow it. As for the other two items besides the Scarlet Blood clan genetic modification chamber, they were quite satisfactory. Whether it was the medical cabin, a special component, or the Bloodlight protective layer, a type of energy shield, both were highly favored by torch ship captains. After a burst of clamor, the auction for the purple relic officially began. However, those bidding were primarily the big shots in the 10 private boxes above, opening with offers of second rank or third rank floating land origin, or other onboard components of the same quality. Sonkai and other 0 rank or first rank torch ship captains didn't stand a chance to bid. Following a fierce competition, the ancestral blood was eventually taken by a second-rank torch ship captain for a purple main cannon of the same quality and an additional 100 strands of second-rank floating land origin. With that, the trade conference officially ended. Sonkai quickly controlled the Fire Peony soldier figurine to hurry to the backstage of the auction venue. After paying 600 0-rank void crystals plus 100 first-rank void crystals plus 2060 strands of 0-rank floating land origin, he successfully obtained 200 tons of mercury crystals plus abnormal status purifier. Upon exiting the town auction venue, Sonkai had originally intended to browse through various shops to see if he could find a white or higher quality engine component. However, midway, he sensed some discreet surveillance. Upon discovering this, Sonkai immediately tensed up, his mind racing to the Trose family. Seeing this, he naturally preferred not to linger any longer in Baymall. Baymall, first floor. Sonkai moved swiftly towards the mall's main entrance, with more than 5 pursuers, detectable by him, trailing behind. Once certain he was being followed, Sonkai carefully scanned his surroundings out of the corner of his eye, seeking the best opportunity to enter Zutan Ruins Market. To vanish into thin air under the public gaze was too astonishing. Such disclosure would inevitably catch the attention of many. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to do so. At the entrance of the mall, several diligent security guards were patrolling. Seizing the opportunity, Sonkai approached them directly. At his succinct explanation, the security guards looked seriously towards the crowd behind him. This sudden development caused the Trose family guards, who were blending in with the crowd, to instinctively slow down. Although the Trose family was one of the 3 major affiliated families in Baymall, the mutual checks and balances between the 3 meant they dared not take overt action within the mall itself. Seizing this moment, Sonkai controlled the Fire Peony soldier figurine to dash out of the mall at high speed. The moment he left the mall, the Kangkyung, already hovering a dozen or so meters high, quickly opened its hatch. The Fire Peony soldier figurine leapt powerfully, the might of its first-rank physique propelling it upwards, enabling it to precisely jump onto the Kangkyung. Within the Kangkyung, already Sonkai immediately revved up the engines with all his might. After a loud roar, the Kangkyung soared into the sky and vanished above Bay City in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of miles outside Bay City, the swiftly gliding Kangkyung abruptly halted. A 100-meter-long colossal vessel was quietly suspended high in the sky, a kilometer away. Sonkai's pupils violently contracted. He had a premonition that this unknown Guardian-class spectral spaceship was the Fahim and, most likely, bore no good intentions. Just as he wondered when he had provoked such a high-level character, Kangkyung received a communication request. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the communication. Soon his pupils constricted once again. Montrose. Since he had pretty much confirmed that the other party bore ill intentions, Sonkai had no intention of maintaining superficial courtesies and directly called out his name. Meanwhile, at the bottom of his heart, He was quickly thinking about how to extricate himself from this situation. As for the purpose of the other's visit, he knew full well it was nothing other than the Void Crystal. Other than that, he had nothing on him that would be worth the other's covetous gaze. Forget the dark matter energy shield generator or the brainwave remote control system. He had never revealed these two components from start to finish. As for the mercury crystal and the abnormal status purifier, if the other party had wanted them, he would never have been able to successfully get them at the previous auction. Do you need the Void Crystal? On the projection screen, the elder raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Clever, but not quite there, kid. In addition to all the Void Crystals on you, tell this old man about the origin of these Void Crystals, then you can leave on your own. Song Kai's mouth twitched, and even with the cover of the white mask, John Tros still caught the sneer that flashed in Song Kai's eyes. His expression immediately darkened, as a coldness emerged on his face. But before he could speak, Song Kai went on the offensive, showing your true colors now, and you still think you're going to let me leave alive? If you're going to act, at least make it convincing. As the saying goes, an old man who does not die is a thief. This doesn't seem to apply to you at all. It seems like you have lived these 280 years as a dog. As soon as these words were out, John Tros no longer hid the murderous intent in his eyes. Originally, he had planned to get the Void Crystals, learn their origin and then leave the young man in front of him a whole corpse, but now he had changed his mind. He wanted to use the most cruel tortures to torment Song Kai, to make the young man in front of him beg for life without hope, beg for death without release. You little brat, your mouth is quite tough. Very soon, I'll let you experience the most cruel torment methods of this era, and then, before he could finish his threatening words, the sudden movement from Song Kai made John Tros instinctively frown. Song Kai did not choose to run but instead turned the airship straight down, charging toward the continuous mountain ranges below. Just when he thought Song Kai had panicked and lost his composure, right before Kang Kyung was about to crash into a mountain below, Song Kai unexpectedly retracted the airship back into the ancestral torch, letting himself plummet rapidly towards the ground. Glancing up at the sky above, the 100-meter-long spectral warship swiftly flew close by, its terrifying speed far beyond the reach of a spectral airship. That was the reason why John Tros was so fearless and unabashedly revealed his true self in front of Song Kai, for from the moment he successfully barricaded the latter, Song Kai was as good as dead in his eyes. But what he didn't know was that as soon as Song Kai's figure submerged into the dense forest of the mountain below, he activated the Starcy Ruin Market rank and returned to the Zutan Ruins Market, already no longer within these mountains. Half an hour later. This is impossible. Could that kid really just vanish into thin air? John Tros's face darkened to the extreme. In the past half hour, not to mention digging 3 feet into the ground, with the help of the special detection equipment components aboard his flagship, he had thoroughly scanned every inch of the mountain range down to 1,000 feet below, yet he never once caught sight of Song Kai. After plummeting into the thick forest of the mountainside, it was as if Song Kai had really disappeared out of thin air. Could it be a warp device? No, that's not right. The kid retracted his spectral airship, or was it some kind of special shipborne component for individual instant transportation? Song Kai naturally had no knowledge of John Tros's puzzles, but what he could be sure of was that the other party was bound to be frustrated. Within the Zutan Ruins Market, Song Kai's rapidly falling figure was caught by the power of laws in the Ruins Market secret realm, and he finally landed steadily. John Tros, the Tros family, walking towards the special configuration slots area in the market, Song Kai muttered softly to himself. He would naturally not let today's incident slide so easily from the beginning to the end. The other party never intended to let him go. If it hadn't been for the Zutan Ruins Market, if the market hadn't just evolved the new feature of Spatial Anchor Point, he would likely have fallen into enemy hands this time. Otherwise, even if he could enter the Ruins Market, there was no guarantee that John Tros wouldn't monitor the area of the market he entered at any moment. Feeling fortunate while also sighing, He had obviously underestimated the value of the Void Crystal. The willingness of a second-rank torch ship captain at his peak to act in person was evidence enough of the rarity of the Void Crystal. However, the lesson was learned. If he encountered a similar situation in the future, he would never make a move so easily again, regardless of whether he concealed his identity or not. Perhaps entrusting it to his family or asking his old man for help was the right choice, even if it meant clearly signaling to his parents that he had a secret. It was better than losing his life. Having realized this, Song Kai made a point to remember the grudge against the Tro's family deeply in his mind. Of course, he might bear a grudge, but Song Kai had no intention of pursuing revenge hastily. He was still too weak right now. The Tro's family had significant influence. Although their legacy was only a bit over 200 years old, they had already become one of the top forces in Bay City. Within the family, just the second-rank torch ship captains that were known publicly numbered 3, far beyond what someone who had just entered the first rank could provoke. However, for Song Kai, who now possessed the Zutan Ruins market, the last thing he feared was a war of attrition, because his resource acquisition speed was far beyond that of ordinary people, and the rate of promotion for his warships under his command was likewise. Without further ado, he walked to the Ruins Market's special configuration area and installed the abnormal status purifier component he held. Subsequently, a circle of colorless, soft light quickly emerged from the purifier component and slowly enveloped the entire Ruins Market space. At the same time, Song Kai turned his gaze to the Ruins Market attributes panel. As expected, with the activation of the abnormal status purifier, their negative status category on the Ruins Market attributes panel had indeed quietly disappeared. With this, Song Kai finally relaxed completely, as the demon mark had been making him feel uneasy for the past few days. He always felt like the moment he left the Ruins Market, the Void Demons would immediately track him down, preventing him from daring to stay outside for long. Even his participation in the Tan auction felt like walking on a tightrope. Now that he had completely eliminated the demon mark, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having dealt with the demon mark and not in a rush to leave, he looked contemplatively at the abnormal status purifier in the special configuration slot. He pondered whether to keep the abnormal status purifier within the Ruins Market or to install it on Kangkyang. After a brief consideration and weighing the pros and cons, he took the abnormal status purifier out of the configuration slot, eventually deciding that installing it on Kangkyang was the better option. According to him, the Ruins Market being targeted by a demon mark was purely accidental. If it had not been for the intense light emitted by the market's advancement, it would not have attracted the Void Demon. In the future, all he needed to do was to acquire a special configuration that could conceal the glow before the next advancement of the Ruins Market. To easily resolve this issue, there was no need to keep the blue component that was the abnormal status purifier permanently equipped within the Ruins Market. To the contrary, Kangkyang was destined for frequent exploration in the alien star domain, inevitably dealing with all sorts of alien race civilizations. Conflicts in this regard were unavoidable, and the blue purifier component capable of cleansing various negative statuses such as slowing, binding, and corrosion of the ship's body would undoubtedly prove to be very useful. Therefore, it was clear that the cost-effectiveness of equipping this component was much higher on Kangkyang. In the center of Jiangyuan City, Song Kai quickly changed his identity and swiftly sold the remaining 420 0-rank void crystals and 41st rank void crystals in his possession at the torch market, exchanging them for 420 strands of first-rank floating land origin and 40 strands of second-rank floating land origin. He then used the last of his over 3,000 strands of 0-rank floating land origin to buy an ordinary white shipborne engine, and left the market as quickly as possible. At Zutan Ruins Market, Song Kai took stock of his remaining funds. After purchasing the mercury crystals and the white quality engine, 95% of his 0-rank floating land origin had been spent, leaving him with less than 300 strands. As for first-rank floating land origin, he had quite a bit left, a total of 890 strands, and 40 strands of second-rank floating land origin. This substantial amount of capital was more than enough for another round of enhancements to the Kangkaion. Determined, Song Kai wasted no time and immediately began the enhancement of various components of the Kangkaion. He was soon to explore the Buluo civilization ruins, so naturally, he would not skimp on resources at hand. Only with a higher enhancement level and stronger attributes of the Kangkaion would the exploration of the ruins be safer. The first thing he enhanced was the white shipborne engine he had just purchased. Since it was already a requirement for the subsequent enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator component, Song Kai did not hesitate and directly enhanced the assaulter engine to LV-20. Assaulter engine LV-20, quality, white. Consumption, 15/S, spectral energy points. Energy supply, 240/S, spectral energy points. Post-overload buffer, 20 minutes. Spectral pool, 14,000 points, can store 14,000 spectral energy points. Up rank requirement, 17 strands of floating land origin. Second rank, 10 life cores. Second rank. After enhancing the assaulter engine to second rank, Song Kai's gaze shifted, and he turned his attention to the dark matter energy shield generator component, which he had been coveting for a long time. The LV-15 dark matter energy shield generator, which required tens of thousands of spectral energy points for each subsequent enhancement, was finally within reach. In the end, he spent another 340 strands of first-rank floating land origin and 210 tons of mercury crystal to raise it to LV-19. Dark matter energy shield generator LV-19, quality, orange. Feature, shield value is increased by an additional 90%. Feature 2, shield defense value is doubled. Consumption, 80/S, spectral energy points. Defense, 1,536. Shield value, 29,184. 29,184. Charge, 20s. Post-overload buffer, 35 minutes. Up rank requirement, 150 strands of floating land origin. First rank, 15,000 spectral energy points. Mercury crystals 80 tons. Regrettably, it wasn't possible to elevate it to second rank in one go. The 20% bonus from the base component slot after reaching first rank only increased the energy supply feature of the engine component. The spectral pool did not receive any extra bonus, resulting in a shortage of spectral energy points again. Of course, it wasn't just the spectral pool that was the problem. If it was just this issue, he still had a few dozen strands of second-rank floating land origin left in hand, which would be enough to further enhance the assaulter engine by 2 levels. By then, reaching a spectral pool of 15,000 points with the LV-22 assaulter engine should not be difficult. The real key issue was that he didn't have enough mercury crystals left to support further enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator. Although mercury crystals were not considered a top-tier warship enhancement resource, acquiring over 50 tons in a short time was no easy task, so Song Kai had to give up on further enhancements for the time being. However, even so, the dark matter energy shield generator component, enhanced to LV-19, resulted in a shield value approaching 30,000 points, a truly terrifying figure. After enhancing to this point, Song Kai still had 343 strands of first-rank floating land origin and 40 strands of second-rank floating land origin left. He thought for a moment and then spent another 144 strands of first-rank floating land origin to enhance the particle beam cannon from LV-16 to LV-19. Particle beam main cannon LV-19, quality, blue. Consumption, 60/shot. Spectral energy points. Feature, main cannon might increase by 19%. Might, 500 by 120%. Charge, 3s. Buffer, 5s. Upgrade requirement, 80 strands of first-rank floating land origin, 9,000 spectral energy points. At this point, Song Kai had only 199 strands of first-rank floating land origin plus 40 strands of second-rank floating land origin left in his possession. Although this was still roughly equivalent to 6,000 strands of zero-rank floating land origin, the bulk lay in the 40 strands of second-rank floating land origin, which Song Kai would not use lightly. The higher the rank of the floating land origin, the more precious it becomes. No torch ship captain would easily use the higher rank floating land origin they had unless there were components that were extremely compatible with their flagship and of high quality. Song Kai stored the remaining resources on the Kangkayang, just as he did before exploring the alien star domain, keeping them for emergency use when in peril. Additionally, because he had almost run out of zero-rank floating land origin, the two special components he had acquired, their brainwave remote control system, and their abnormal status purifier, had not been enhanced and remained at LV0. Thinking of this, Song Kai subconsciously opened Kangkayang's attribute panel. Name, Kangkayang. Model, torch spectral airship. Level, LV10. Basic components, white torch warship body LV10, particle beam cannon LV19, spectral cannon LV10, gold rock ship armor LV10, assaulter engine LV20, dark matter energy shield generator LV19, patrol radar LV10, spectral cultivation room LV0, 8/8. Additional components, fire peony soldier refugee tree LV15, brainwave remote control system LV0, abnormal status purifier LV0, 3/10. Spectral energy pool, 14,000. Supplies, 40 strands of second-rank floating land origin, 140 strands of first-rank floating land origin, 24 tons of mercury crystal, primary nutrient elixir, clear water. Zutan Ruins Market, all attributes cultivation room. Instead of his usual cultivation of the guidance technique or visualization of the mythical mesh imprint, Song Kai was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cultivation room, his gaze firmly fixed forward, constantly sweeping back and forth without stopping. Seemingly because he had maintained this for quite some time, sweat beads covered his forehead, and undeniable fatigue filled his eyes, showing that his spiritual consumption must have reached its limit. In front of him, 3 holographic screens floated side by side, each displaying entirely different scenes. Song Kai's task was to memorize the contents of all 3 without missing a detail. Watching 3 different sets of images at the same time and memorizing everything is usually very difficult to achieve. It necessitates threefold mind utilization to truly manage it. Song Kai was using this method to train or, rather, force himself to seek the feeling he previously experienced while in a limit-breaking state. Indeed, what he was doing was specific training for the limit-breaking state. Having entered this state twice before, he never doubted that someday he would fully master this unique skill. However, the uncertainty of the timing was hard for him to accept. Thus, he planned to use this simple but effective method to see if he could master the break limit skill ahead of time. Particularly after his battle with the Void Demon, Song Kai became acutely aware of his current shortcomings. With more components being added to Kangkayang, dual tasking was no longer sufficient to bring out all of its combat power. That's why he was so eager to control the break limit ability as soon as possible. Only with the skill could he unleash all of Kangkayang's combat power through threefold mind utilization in emergency situations. Huff, can't do it anymore, I need to rest and come back at it. Song Kai, sensing a hint of breakthrough, appeared somewhat delighted. Although he wished to completely control the limit-breaking state all at once, he also understood that this was unlikely. From the time he cleared that demon mark in the ruin market until now, this targeted training had been going on for nearly half a month. If the limit-breaking state were so easy to control, it wouldn't have dragged on for so long. With a shift in thought, he disappeared from the market. After freshening up and returning to the bedroom, Song Kai had a good night's sleep. The next day, once his spirit was fully restored, the training resumed. 5 days later, with less than 3 days until the action he scheduled with Shen King, Song Kai was still continuing his training. However, Just as his eyes were rapidly scanning the 3 holographic screens in front of him, a profound feeling surged up within him, followed by a sudden sense of lucidity in his mind. What had been a struggle to keep up with the images on the screens now seemed effortless. It was as though there were a separate pair of eyes for each screen, meticulously recording every bit of the images playing on the screens. Threefold mind utilization, limit breaking state. Ha ha ha, I've finally entered the limit breaking state again. Surprised and overjoyed, Song Kai quickly came to his senses and pushed aside all other thoughts to carefully scrutinize and experience the state his body was in at that moment. Prior to this, his 2 break limit experiences had occurred under extremely dangerous circumstances when he had no chance to truly experience and comprehend the state. Now, however, the situation was different. There was nobody or nothing to disturb him, allowing him to safely ponder. He did not know how much time had passed when Song Kai once again opened his eyes. Though deep fatigue filled his eyes, it could not conceal the persistent joy that lingered. He had already exited the limit-breaking state, but his intuition told him that he had completely mastered this unique skill. From now on, whenever he wished, he could re-enter the limit-breaking state at will, rather than relying purely on luck as before. Of course, that was not possible at the moment. The last break limit had just ended, and his spirit was utterly exhausted. To forcibly activate the limit-breaking state again would bring an enormous burden, perhaps even harm, to his spirit. Naturally, Song Kai would not do such a foolish thing. In the interstellar era, time passes exceedingly fast. In the blink of an eye, several days had flown by. That day, Song Kai did not continue to immerse himself in the ruins market. Not only had his day and night absence already caused dissatisfaction from the respected elders Song Jiao and Chen Lixia, but also because today was the day he had agreed to meet with Shen King. 2.5 months ago, they had made an arrangement to deploy their spectral shuttles into the alien star domain together, to jointly explore the Buluo civilization ruins. Son, if Mom remembers correctly, today should be the day your shuttle's buffer phase after deployment is completed, right? Let's eat, and then I'll take you to the outskirts of the city, Chen Lixia said, eyeing Song Kai who was browsing the news about the White Tower in the living room, pride and a hint of worry evident in her gaze. Without even realizing it, her son was about to carry out his 4th deployment into the alien star domain. For all torch ship captains, each deployment was a gamble, and the thought of her son soon wagering on another round of life made her worry as a mother. Ignoring his mother's words, Song Kai's gaze remained fixated on the quantum TV in front of him, which at that moment was broadcasting a piece of news. According to a person in charge at the Bay City Bay Mall, Mr. He, who entrusted items for auction at the mall over 20 days ago, has now been confirmed dead. The wreckage of his flagship, Ironclad, was found in a wasteland thousands of kilometers from Bay City. The item Mr. He consigned for auction at the Bay auction over 20 days ago was a blue special warship component called the Abnormal Status Purifier. The Torch Bureau in Bay has now confirmed the incident was criminal, not an accident. Song Kai's eyes narrowed at this news. The person mentioned was the very owner from whom he had traded the Abnormal Status Purifier, and his inexplicable death immediately brought Jontros to Song Kai's mind. He was sure that this man's death must be related to Jontros. From Tros's previous actions, when he had intercepted Song Kai, it was evident that he was desperately in need of void crystals. Otherwise, he would not have personally attempted to blockade a mere first-rank torch warship captain like himself. Thus, after Song Kai had used the Zutan ruins market to escape without a trace, if Tros wanted to obtain a large amount of void crystals in a short time, he would have no choice but to target the consignor who had traded a significant quantity of void crystals with Song Kai. Jontros. Song Kai's eyes trembled slightly, his heart turning cold. He could say that the torch ship captain with the surname He was his scapegoat. For a moment, Song Kai was filled with mixed emotions. It wasn't that he was burning with righteous indignation for the He surnamed torch ship captain, although he did feel a trace of guilt, that was all. As someone who had a mental age of over 60 years, he was no saint. In this era of the vast starry sea, The death of a person has never been a big deal, not even for a torch warship captain, let alone the entire torch human civilization, even just the Chenxing Principality on the frontier of torch civilization, with its territories that span several star domains and a diameter of thousands of light years. Amidst this vast expanse of the starry sea, covering thousands of light years, were there not hundreds of life-floating lands? The number of citizens born within them is counted in the hundreds of billions. With such a massive population, countless people die every day, and torch warship captains are no different. Song Kai was merely somewhat apprehensive. After all, it had always been him whom John Tros was targeting, and the he surnamed captain's fate was purely down to misfortune. Naturally, Song Kai would not pay it too much mind. Lost in thought, the familiar roar of his mother the lioness from the east of the river came from behind him. Song Kai, did you hear what I said? Not even a peep. Do you find your mom annoying? Coming back to his senses, Song Kai quickly interrupted his increasingly exaggerated mother. Miss Chen Lixia, I officially inform you that your son's warship has successfully advanced into a spectral airship. From now on, there's no need to go to the outer city long-range Starry Sea deployment pad any longer. At these words, silence fell upon the house, not just on Chen Lixia, but also Song Jiao in the study walked over at once. Advancing from a spectral shuttle to a spectral airship after only 3-star domain explorations might not be extremely rare in the ever-dazzling torch civilization, but it was certainly a remarkably quick pace. According to the official data released by the Torch Human Civilization, the time required for all successful spectral airship advancements varied from one torch warship to another. Among those who have successfully advanced after 5 to 9 explorations of the alien star domain, the proportion is 15%. Those who have successfully advanced after 10 to 20 explorations of the alien star domain account for 70%, and those who only advanced after 21 explorations of the alien star domain make up 10%. However, those who had successfully advanced in the first 4 explorations only account for about 5%. That is to say, if Song Kai were not lying, it means his advancement speed at 0 rank surpassed 95% of his peers among the Torch Human Civilization's torch ship captains. Observing the serious expression on their son's face, Song Jiao and Chen Lixia exchanged glances. Even though they were very much aware of their son's character, this was no small matter, so the couple still brought Song Kai to their community's exclusive torch warship dock. It was not until they saw with their own eyes Song Kai summoning the nearly 20-meter-long Kankian that they were completely reassured. After returning home, although Song Jiao and Chen Lixia did not say much, the fleeting smiles that they could not hide in the depths of their eyes said it all, as Song Kai had brought them far too many surprises recently. First, it was pearls that had been cultivated for hundreds of years, then the mermaid's tears that were handed over to Chen Lixia, and now it was a direct promotion to a spectral airship after just 3 explorations. All of this was not something a typical torch ship captain could achieve, and it amply demonstrated their son's abilities. Of course, they also did not ask too many questions. In the afternoon, after lunch, Song Kai received a communication from Shen King. Dad, Mom, I had made plans with Shen King to explore together. I'm heading out now, he said. Before he left, Song Jiao and Chen Lixia reminded him, emphasizing that the more people who explore the alien star domain together, the higher the risk, and told him to be extra cautious. Of course, Song Kai was well aware of this, but this time was different. Shen King had an alien star domain guide marker, meaning that their deployment was targeted rather than random, so the risk would not change, and furthermore, Shen King had already explored the Baluo civilization ruins once before, so the danger should not be too great. In the starry sky directly above Jiangyuan City, Song Kai and Shen King successfully met up. When Shen King saw Song Kai's Kankian, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by an air of inevitability. Even though Song Kai had only awakened 3 months ago, he did, after all, have Song Jiao, a second-ranked torch ship captain, as his father, so a bias in resources was inevitable. Moreover, Shen King was somewhat prepared for this, otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to invite Song Kai, who had just awakened more than 2 months ago. Given that the combat power of a newly awakened spectral shuttle is very limited, in the communication projection screen, Song Kai caught the changes in Shen Qing's expression and could roughly guess what he was thinking. However, he did not offer an explanation. On the contrary, he hoped everyone would think this way, attributing everything to his father. This was not only logical but also meant he did not have to worry about the exposure of the Zutan Ruins market. It was the best of both worlds. After meeting up, the two set off toward the desolate starry space. The spectral airship's autonomous deployment was quite noisy, so they usually headed to a deserted area to initiate the deployment. However, before starting the deployment, there was a very important operation. Shen Qing's Qingfeng rapidly emitted a streak of blue brilliance. This light strip was not a straight beam of light but a rope-like strip that could twist and knot itself. This light strip stretched out from Qingfeng and swiftly headed towards Song Kai's Kangqiang. After extending and winding for more than 10 seconds, it successfully connected the Qingfeng and Kangqiang, two spectral airships together. This type of light strip is emitted by a special warship-mounted component called the Warship Interlock Device, which can connect 2 or even multiple torch warships, allowing multiple ships initiating deployment to arrive in the same area. However, the price, as Song Jiao and Chen Lixia had mentioned, is that the danger of exploring the alien star domain in this joint manner is very high, although with Shen Qing's star domain guide marker, this would not be an issue this time. Aboard the Kangqiang, Song Kai asked Shen Qing on the projection screen, "Big King, how long is the cooldown time for your star domain guide marker component? If we still can't finish exploring this time, can we place a second marker?" Shen Qing quickly shook his head. "My component is only of blue quality. It needs a buffer of 3 years after each activation, and this is after enhancing it to LV19. When I first got it, the buffer time was even longer, a full 5 years," he said. Hearing the buffering time of a full 3 years, Song Kai couldn't help but be astonished. Components like this one, capable of actively marking a certain star domain with an interstellar beacon for subsequent exploration, were extremely rare. He hadn't found any relevant information on the Torch network, which sparked his curiosity. And indeed, he found that while such components were handy, their cooldown times were unimaginably long. They could only be used once every 3 years, and, despite the beacon being able to last 6 months once set, it could only be activated on Xia whenever it was. The beacon would disperse after use. That is to say, each beacon not only demanded a buffer time of 3 years but also allowed for the exploration of a star domain at most twice, which was essentially the difference between 24 and 48 hours. The restrictions were particularly severe. Thinking of this, Song Kai's gaze flickered uncertainly as he thought of the feature of the spatial anchor point in the Zutan Ruins market. He had previously contemplated this issue, as spatial anchor points seemed to serve similarly as interstellar beacons, albeit potentially enhanced versions. If he were to remove his spatial anchor point from his bedroom and reset it to the alien star domain he ended up in after a deployment, then even if he returned later, he could use the Zutan Ruins market as a midpoint and revisit that star domain via the spatial anchor point. With this thought, Song Kai could barely contain his excitement, for he had a feeling that his idea was feasible. Of course, it wasn't truly possible to travel back and forth at whim. After all, he could currently set only one anchor point to, and if he activated the anchor point without any preparation, he would only be able to travel between the star domain of the anchor and the Zutan Ruins market. Having lost the anchor point within the Torch human civilization's stronghold. As for the initial anchor point that came inherent with his body, it would automatically move to the alien star domain at the instant he activated the anchor set there and entered that domain himself. Unless he activated the anchor point and stayed within the ruins market without leaving, his presence wouldn't reach the other side, and he wouldn't be able to further explore or collect resources from that star domain, rendering the anchor point itself meaningless. In response to this problem, Song Kai had also considered a solution: utilize the auto-return feature of the spectral airship. After setting the anchor point, he would resist the urge to activate it immediately. Instead, He would enter the ruins market from the deployed star domain and then use it as a waypoint to activate the anchor point and head to the star domain where the anchor was. In this way, once the 24 hours were up, the spectral airship would naturally be able to return automatically to the star domain of the anchor, forming a perfect loop. However, the chance of success for this method was just very high. It wasn't guaranteed, and further personal experimentation was needed to see if it truly worked. Lost in thought, a faint sensation of weightlessness hit him, growing stronger as time passed. Feeling the familiar prelude to an alien domain deployment, Song Kai quickly refocused, concentrating entirely and putting aside all distractions. As the sense of weightlessness peaked, he was immediately followed by a spell of dizziness. When he had recovered, Song Kai found that both the Kankai and Kingfing had emerged above a yellow-brown expanse of the starry sea floating land. Outside the airship, yellow sand swirled, and a terrible sandstorm ravaged every region of the floating land at all times, with the mournful howling providing ample proof. Little Kai, quickly activate the energy shield. This floating land has long been eroded by yellow sand. The sandstorms here can easily damage the hull. Shen Qing's voice rapidly came through the airship's short-range communication. There was no need for Shen Qing's reminder, as Song Kai activated the energy shield faster than anyone else. However, the spectral airship's energy shield ultimately wasn't instantaneous. The 20-second charging time was something that couldn't be changed. It was during the dark matter energy shield generator's charging period that two sandstorms, each with a diameter of several tens of meters, bore down on the two spectral airships from both the left and the right. Given their speed of approach, it was clear that there was bound to be a collision with both airships before they could successfully activate their energy shields. Woo-oo-woo-oo-woo-oo. Outside the hull of the ship, the sharp and urgent wailing sound echoed continuously, and the Kankai underfoot was shaking violently. Even though the two sandstorms hadn't fully closed in yet, the huge hurricanes they brought with them already had a significant impact on both spectral airships. The energy level of the hurricanes generated by these two sandstorms must be at the peak of the first rank. No sooner had he come to this conclusion than Shen Qing's voice came through on the communication projection again. Little Kai, don't take this lightly. These are only the weakest kind of sandstorms. This starry sea floating land is riddled with countless storm eyes, and I once encountered a superstorm over a kilometer in diameter. Even from 10,000 meters away, the Kingfing nearly failed to escape its storm field. Remember, never get trapped in a sandstorm over 100 meters in diameter. A storm eye of that size is enough to tear apart our energy shields and armor layers. Song Kai felt somewhat solemn before departing. Shen Qing had also talked to him about the situation of this abandoned floating land, and he already knew about the terrifying natural disasters such as the sandstorms, but kilometer-wide storm eyes were a frightening thought. The mere tens of meters wide storms in front of them were already daunting enough. How much more terrifying would it be to encounter ones over 100 meters, let alone kilometer-scale sandstorms? The embedded lock-like beams enwrapping the two spectral airships were urgently withdrawn, and the engines of both the Kankai and Kingfing were engaged at full power almost simultaneously. With the thrust, it was easy for the two airships to break free from the gravitational pull of the two sandstorms since they were still in the periphery of the storms where the pull wasn't too strong. By the time Kankai and Kingfing reached a relatively safe position, the energy shields of both ships were also fully activated. Unlike the deep black energy barrier that enveloped Kankai, a white shield unfolded over the surface of Shen Qing's Kingfing. With a cursory glance, Song Kai had a rough guess. The energy shield equipped on the Kingfing was most likely a white quality component, which was quite a standard configuration for a spectral airship at the torch warship level. Song Kai was not surprised after all. Counting the interstellar beacon and the torch warship's locking device, Shen Qing's Kingfing had at least two blue quality components. This was exceedingly rare for a spectral airship that had advanced to the first rank in less than a year. On the other hand, Shen Qing was quite astonished. It was one thing for Song Kai to have ascended to the first rank after just 3 explorations of the alien star domain, but the energy shield unfolding on the surface of Kang Kyung appeared to be quite strong. He felt he had underestimated his lifelong friend. He could tell that the dark matter energy shield was something special, at least at the blue level. "Little Kai, is this a blue quality energy shield?" Hearing this inquiry, Song Kai did not respond, neither confirming nor denying. In Shen Qing's eyes, this was an implicit affirmation. For a moment, he felt somewhat sentimental, thinking that having a second-rank father really made a difference. Although he also had the support of his elders, the extent of it was far less significant. However, he only felt sentimental for a brief moment and didn't take it too seriously. He was well aware that Shen Wenji was ultimately his uncle, who supported him to a certain extent and had found a way to get him a position at the Torch Bureau under Jiang Yuan, which was already a great deal of consideration. After all, his father was just an ordinary man who hadn't awakened the seed of Torch, and Shen Wenji hadn't looked down on him for that. He had been well cared for over the years, which was a great kindness in and of itself. With their thoughts in check, both of them controlled their spectral airships and started to move cautiously towards the location of the ruins. According to Shen Qing, the area surrounding the ruins was a region of dense sandstorms, with storms over 100 meters in diameter common. For that reason, he had not dared to set the beacon's drop point near but had instead opted for the relatively safe location they were at now. Along the way, neither dared to let their airships accelerate too fast, otherwise, they could inadvertently enter the gravitational fields of the 100-meter-wide sandstorms. If that happened, escaping would consume a lot of time, which would be much more costly than steadily proceeding forward and saving time. Inside the cockpit of Kang Kyung, Song Kai carefully piloted the ship forward, glancing occasionally with the corner of his eye at the indescribable floating land below. Although he had listened to his teachers describe various floating lands in past courses, this was his first time actually seeing one in person. Gazing upon the endless sand sea, the swirling sand and storms, it was hard for him to imagine how a piece of the starry sea floating land could have become like this. Given that the Buo civilization's ruins were located on this floating land, it was highly indicative that the land hadn't always looked like this. Even if it were not a life-supporting floating land, it must at least have been a resource type 1. Otherwise, the Buo civilization would not have invested the effort to leave their mark here. But then again, if the floating land beneath us is, as he suspected, an ancient resource or even life-bearing floating land, what could have turned it into the scarred wasteland it is now? A natural disaster? Song Kai thought it unlikely, as the natural disasters typical to floating lands did not possess such mighty power. As he was lost in speculation, Shen Qing's voice came through the communication projection. "Little Kai, we're almost there. Look at that giant stone ahead." Hearing this, Song Kai instinctively directed his gaze forward, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. "You call that a giant stone? It's taller than most mountain ranges, you know." Grumbling internally, Song Kai's gaze remained fixed on the massive, square stone that stood at the horizon. Indeed, it was 10,000 meters tall. Based on the distance, the massive square yellow rock at the end of his vision certainly wouldn't be shorter than 10,000 meters in height, which was obviously quite astonishing. Beyond astonishment, Song Kai was mostly puzzled. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't discern any trace of an ancient civilization on that enormous stone, other than its overly square shape. The semi-intelligent shipboard brain of the Kang Kyung showed that this thing was 99% likely just an ordinary stone, albeit a super-huge one. Seemingly guessing what Song Kai was thinking, Shen Qing laughed. "Do you feel like that's just an ordinary rock?" Seeing Song Kai nod without hesitation, Shen Qing explained, "I thought the same when I first came here. But the reality is completely different from what you think. You'll find out soon." Seeing Shen Qing tease him with a cliffhanger, Song Kai didn't ask further, and the two airships continued their approach towards the giant stone. Suddenly, a terrifying sandstorm over 700 meters in diameter was unleashing its boundless energy a few thousand meters ahead. Seeing this, Song Kai and his companion immediately took a wide berth around it, as the energy fluctuations within the storm's core had reached third rank. Neither the Kang Kyung nor the Qingfeng could survive if they got caught in its gravitational field. They would be torn to shreds in an instant. as the engines equipped on both airships were merely of white quality and completely incapable of escaping its daunting gravitational pull. As the two airships altered their course, the radar on Kangkyung detected a continuous dune beneath the sands below. At first glance, it looked like a sand dragon concealed under the sand and moving at high speed. Its terrifying 10-meter diameter put both Song Kai and Shen King, in the vault of heaven above, on high alert. Without a doubt, the fast-moving form beneath the sands was likely a remarkably large desert creature. Song Kai instinctively directed a questioning look towards the projection screen, but before Shen King could respond, the rapidly extending dune below suddenly stopped, and the next second, a horrific black shadow burst forth from the sand. This shadow was enormous in size, but its 10-meter diameter was not the main focus. What was truly shocking was its hundreds of meters in length. This creature resembled an earthworm from a previous era but was a supersized version, and at one end of its head, it had a round mouth several meters in diameter, filled with densely packed, razor-sharp teeth. As it looked up and roared, Song Kai and Shen King above could clearly see the glittering, densely packed sharp teeth inside, terrifying to behold. Further detecting the energy emanation from its body, the creature's life force was incredibly at the second rank. If it were to collide with the Kangkyung or Kingfing, the outcome would be at least 30% damage to the airship's structure, or even a total loss was not unexpected. In their urgency, even knowing that their airships were currently at a safe altitude, Song Kai and his companion instinctively climbed higher just to avoid any unnecessary accidents. Looking at Song Kai's inquiring gaze, Shen King shrank his head and muttered, "I didn't encounter this thing last time." Song Kai naturally did not say much. The fact that Shen King had revealed this relic matter to him already amply demonstrated the other's trust in him. Given their relationship, it was natural not to harbor any grievances over such a matter, let alone that it was an unexpected event that Shen King hadn't known about the existence of the artifact beforehand. Avoiding one sandstorm after another, the two ships continued forward, while the creature of unknown race that had been behind them followed for a while. Fortunately, it seemed to fear the storms as well, and after timing the position and timing of several storms, they finally shook off their pursuer. An hour later, the hurriedly chasing Kangkyung and Kingfing finally reached the base of the colossal rock. It looked fine from a distance, but when they got close to the giant rock, Song Kai couldn't help but marvel at its size. With a terrifying height of over 10,000 meters, the less than 20-meter Kangkyung appeared as tiny as an ant in front of it. At this, Song Kai had to marvel at the wonder of nature's creation. Of course, according to what Shen King had said earlier, this object didn't seem to be natural but rather a creation of the Buluo civilization. Just as he was about to ask about the situation of the giant rock, Shen King spoke up first. "Try attacking the side of the rock with your ship-borne main cannon or secondary cannon." Following Shen King's suggestion, Song Kai, puzzled, activated the spectral cannon, and then he instantaneously realized, the attack unleashed by the spectral cannon, upon colliding with the side of the rock, did not result in the expected explosion. It was as if the energy shell had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Seeing this, 3 words involuntarily escaped Song Kai's mouth. "Spatial veil?" On the projected screen, Shen King nodded gently with a smile. Spatial veil technology was not unfamiliar to any torch ship captain who had received formal education. It was a very common low-level spatial technology among various Starry Sea civilizations. The shattered Starry Sea was vast and boundless, giving rise to countless civilizations, and most of the science-oriented civilizations that emerged from the floating land could control this technology. Why is it considered low-level spatial technology? Because while it is called spatial technology, in reality, it is about using special methods to block and isolate a region of space, creating a sealed space. However, such spaces cannot be reduced, enlarged, or moved. Crucially, setting up such a spatial veil also requires consuming a large amount of valuable materials, which is quite inefficient. Generally speaking, this technology is often used to conceal some special, still developing strange objects, or to hide bases, laboratories, and so forth, though its practicality isn't very high. with his mind working quickly. Now that he knew it was spatial veil technology, it also meant that there was a completely sealed space inside the giant rock. Presumably, the relic Shen King had mentioned before was located within this sealed space. Just go straight in. Song Kai, however, did not agree with Shen King's statement. Even though Shen King had entered this sealed space before and had not encountered any dangers, that was nearly half a year ago. Who could say for sure that it would be safe inside today? Opening the hatch of Kang Kyung, Song Kai released a Hornet-class drone and activated the brainwave remote control system component, imprinting a brainwave beacon on the Hornet-class drone. Then, two completely different fields of view appeared before him, one his own, and the other the perspective of the Hornet-class drone. Shifting his attention to the Hornet-class drone, he began remotely controlling the drone as it flew towards the side of the gigantic rock. Pop. Soon, the rapidly speeding drone entered the spatial veil and completely disappeared from the outside world. At the same time, one of Song Kai's fields of view completely changed, transforming from a sky filled with yellow sand into a silent space that spanned thousands of kilometers in both length and width. The space was vast, but aside from the endless darkness, there was nothing else. Clearly, Song Kai's concerns were somewhat unnecessary. There were no other dangers behind the spatial veil. On board the Kingfing, Shen King watched the operation with a hint of amusement and couldn't help but chuckle at Song Kai's caution. Of course, his amusement was just a light chuckle because he had no objections to caution itself. In fact, he quite admired Song Kai's behavior deep down. Every year, countless torch ship captains die exploring the alien star domain. Life is precious, and no matter how cautious, it's never too much. Hearing the laughter coming from the projection screen, while controlling the drone's return, Song Kai replied, "I have a classmate who always took low-key as his personal motto." Guess what my life motto is? Caution. After pondering for a moment, Shen King tentatively spoke this word, thinking that Song Kai would firmly deny it. To his surprise, Song Kai actually nodded seriously and even added a statement. "You could also call it prudence." Shen King touched his forehead, somewhat speechless inside. Goddamn prudence. The precocious man he remembered wasn't like this. Song Kai didn't care about Shen King's reaction. It was just a casual comment, with no exaggeration. The day he activated the Starcy Ruin market rank with spectral energy and successfully became the Ruin's market lord, the word prudence was indeed engraved on the very first page of his life's dictionary, but there was nothing he could do if others didn't believe him. After retrieving the Hornet-class drones and ensuring there were no dangers within the spatial veil, the two of them maneuvered their airships to pass through the veil, one after the other. This time, Song Kai's Kang Kyung was following behind, and the Kingfing was leading the way in front. They were now in the enclosed space Shen King referred to as the first layer of the ruins. According to Shen King, he stumbled upon the spatial veil on the side of the monolith and discovered the crystal box sealing a blue oddity and several white oddities within this enclosed space. In the end, it took Shen King immense effort and nearly 20 hours to shatter the crystal box with the Kingfing's main cannon and obtain those strange objects. However, after the crystal box was shattered, it completely turned to dust along with its fragments, leaving nothing behind to see now. The enclosed space was massive, measuring thousands of kilometers in width and length, with nearly a kilometer in height, but it was nothing compared to the size of the two torch warships. In less than 2 minutes, Song Kai had successfully spotted the entrance to the second layer of the ruins that Shen King mentioned. It was a spatial veil at the very top of this enclosed space. Different from the outer veil, this one seemed to be reinforced, not allowing passage, and filled with a powerful repelling force, preventing any object from approaching. Seeing this, Song Kai finally understood why Shen King said there was a second layer to the ruin space. Above this spatial veil, there obviously was another layer of space. The repulsion of this thing above is incredibly strong. Last time, I bombarded it with both the main and secondary cannons of the Kingfing for more than 2 hours but still couldn't break through. Let's try together this time. If it's still in vain, then we're destined to have no luck with whatever is beyond these ruins. Shen King stared at the square spatial veil above, which was over 100 meters in width and length, clenching his fists tightly with a hint of nervousness in his voice. The moment he and Song Kai teleported above this floating land, the star path marker he left had already dissipated. This was their last opportunity to explore these ruins. If they failed, upon returning, they would no longer be able to precisely target this star domain. Knowing time was pressing, and having already spent more than an hour on their journey, the two did not waste any more time. The main and secondary cannons of both airships fired at full power towards the spatial veil above. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of light and spectral energy shells collided with the repulsion force, followed by continuous explosions. It was fortunate that this space was completely sealed off, otherwise, Song Kai really feared the noise might attract those terrifying giant earthworm-like creatures. In this dark, enclosed space, the sense of time was very vague. If it weren't for the special timing devices on their airships, Song Kai and Shen Qing would likely have no clue how long they had been repeating the attack. In the fourth hour of sustained fire coverage, the repelling force of the spatial veil finally changed, dimming significantly, and catching sight of this, the previously numb pair regained their sharpness in their eyes. By the eighth hour of continuous bombardment, the repulsive force on the spatial veil had dimmed to an extreme, seeming as if it would break at any moment. However, even by the 12th hour of bombardment, the repulsive force stayed stubbornly substantial, with no sign of shattering. In the 13th hour, just as Song Kai and Shen Qing were mindlessly continuing to press the fire button mechanically, a sudden clear, vibrating sound echoed within both airships, and looking up urgently. The next second the faces of both men lit up with great joy. That layer of repulsion surrounding the spatial veil above had become thoroughly dim without notice, allowing the attacks from the airships to pass through without being repelled by the spatial veil, creating ripples before plunging into the unknown space above. Overjoyed, Shen Qing instinctively wanted to drive the Kingfing toward the spatial veil but was stopped by Song Kai. It was initially just an overly excited subconscious act, but after being stopped and reminded by Song Kai, Shen Qing quickly realized it and, together with Song Kai, opened the airship's hatch to release a drone. In the process of exploring the alien star domain, at least 99% of Torch warship captains would bring along one or two combat robots and reconnaissance drones. Even without a network, these two could only be controlled and mobilized within the magnetic field range of the Torch warship itself, but they were still the standard configuration for most Torch warship captains exploring the alien star domain. After all, even though the magnetic field range of the Torch warship itself was extremely limited, in many cases, the combat robots and drones could still play a significant role. Take the current situation, for example. The two drones disappeared one after another into the spatial veil, apparently less than a second apart, but the expressions on the faces of Song Kai and Shen Qing below showed starkly different changes. After the drone controlled by Shen Qing entered the spatial veil, the image on the control screen in his hand suddenly turned pitch black, completely losing connection with the Hornet-class drone. It was different for Song Kai. After more than 10 hours of buffering, the brainwave remote control system had already completed the buffering process, and he had once again set a brainwave beacon on this drone. Therefore, even with the barrier of the spatial veil, he never lost sight from the perspective of the Hornet-class drone. Inside the Kingfing's cockpit, Shen Qing's gaze shifted to the communications screen on one side, but before he could ask about the drone, he saw the expression of horror on Song Kai's projected face on the screen, an expression that comes only after witnessing great terror. Based on his knowledge of Song Kai since childhood, it had to be something unimaginable in the space above the spatial veil that could have caused such a loss of composure. Almost subconsciously, his hands moved quickly, controlling the Kingfing to veer and swiftly retreat backward. On the side, the Kangqiang reacted even a fraction faster, and at the same time, Song Kai's shout rang out from the communication screen. Retreat quickly. As for Song Kai, after the Hornet-class drone passed through the spatial veil and reached another space above, he saw from the drone's perspective another space that it was thousands of kilometers wide and long. Different from the first layer, At the very center of this second layer was a cubic crystal box about 10 meters wide, exuding dazzling white light that fully illuminated the entire second layer space. It was because of this bright white light that Song Kai saw a sight he would never forget. All over the second layer space were things like lumps of flesh, about a meter in height and numbering in the thousands, not only sticky and gooey but also faintly pulsating as if they all had life. At the deepest part of the second layer space, Song Kai also saw a giant lump of flesh tens of meters tall with even more pronounced pulsations. Song Kai could even vaguely see through the fleshy wall the huge and bloated monster figure inside. Undoubtedly, all of these lumps of flesh were enveloped with unknown creatures in slumber. But that was not the most horrifying part. Just as Song Kai was about to control the drone to quietly return, not wishing to disturb these dreadful lumps of flesh, he realized it was too late. The few rounds of cannon fire previously emitted from the Kangqiang and Kingfing as they passed through the spatial veil had completely destroyed several lumps of flesh. At this moment, these lumps were violently shaking, and the monsters sleeping within were now awakened. As these few lumps continued to shake, all the lumps in the second layer space were being successively roused. Crack, crack, crack. When the first few lumps of flesh that were hit were completely torn apart, the creatures they were enveloping were fully revealed in the drone's field of view. Damn it, it's the insect race. This second layer is in hibernation with tens of thousands of the insect race, and there's even a queen insect. As the Kangqiang and Kingfing pulled back hundreds of meters away, Song Kai didn't wait for Shen King to ask and directly roared. When Shen King heard the word insect race, his reaction was almost entirely the same as Song Kai's. A deep fear flashed through his eyes, followed by his face darkening completely. The insect race, a species of the Starry Sea as infamous as the Void Demon, Insect Plague, and the Disaster of the Void, these two were so notorious that they ranked among the top 5 calamities throughout the entire shattered Starry Sea. At this moment, Song Kai finally understood the full picture. He had been perplexed about one thing. What power could have caused a piece of the Starry Sea floating land to be so thoroughly devastated, to the point where it was almost entirely barren? It wasn't until now, with the emergence of these insect race members, that the answer almost perfectly clicked into place. Unlike the Void Demon's bloodlust and thirst for killing, the characteristic of the insect race was devouring anything with energy. No matter in which star domain these creatures appeared, the end result was always that the resources of the star domain would be consumed entirely, turning it into a completely barren land. Other civilizations of the Starry Sea might plunder resources, but they plundered the resources themselves, not the environment that gave birth to those resources. However, the insect race was different. Wherever they went, they consumed everything utterly, devastating the value of an entire star domain beyond recovery. In their panic, both men were somewhat at a loss. Although they were both from the First Torch Academy of Jiangyuan and had received orthodox torch education, and knew a lot about the notorious insect race, all of this was after all something they had heard of or read about in books. Facing it in person was completely different. In the end, it was Song Kai, who had lived 2 lifetimes, who was the first to snap back to reality. While recalling various pieces of information about the insect race, he rapidly contacted Shen King through a communication projection. "Big King, what do you say, fight or run?" After his shout, Shen King also collected his thoughts and thought for a moment before replying. "Can we roughly determine the number of those insect race members? A conservative estimate puts them at over 30,000, plus there's no telling if the queen insect can continue to lay eggs." Song Kai replied quickly. It seemed that through the perspective of the drones, he had already reviewed all the information about the insect race above them, but his words were not yet finished. He added quickly, "Of course, whether she can lay eggs or not isn't important. There's no excess energy supply in space above, otherwise, this group of insect race members wouldn't have chosen to hibernate collectively. Without an energy supply, even if the eggs hatch, the larvae won't be able to grow quickly, and they won't pose a threat to us." At this point, Shen King interjected, "So you're saying, We need to deal with over 30,000 insect race members who have just woken up from hibernation and haven't replenished their energy for a long time." As he spoke, Shen Qing's message was quite clear, and a trace of eagerness appeared on his face. Song Kai didn't have much to say in response. He wasn't too keen on taking action. Although the insect race members above were indeed very weak, there were still too many of them, and he did not want to take risks in battling them. However, since Shen Qing was implying this, Song Kai couldn't just outright refuse. After all, he could set a beacon and later return to this relic through the Zutan Ruins market. He only needed to wait until he was strong enough, then come back to clear these insect race members, and by that time, all the gains from these ruins would be his alone. But to actually do that would undoubtedly be an act of a petty person, which he naturally didn't want to commit. If the person accompanying him were a complete stranger, or if he had discovered these ruins and brought Shen Qing to explore them together rather than the other way around, he would not hesitate and would choose to flee, waiting to return for a second exploration once he was powerful enough. But that wasn't the case. As for Shen Qing, who had fully trusted him and whom he had played with since they were kids, he couldn't and didn't want to do such a thing. This wasn't about being sentimental, it was a matter of the principles and bottom line of a normal person. If a person loses even their most basic principles and bottom lines, then even the highest achievements mean nothing in the end. Having made his decision, Song Kai agreed. "All right, let's give it a try." "Right, there's also one of those crystal boxes you mentioned in the second layer of space." Hearing the words crystal box, Shen Qing's eyes grew even more resolute. The crystal box on the first floor held a blue oddity and several white oddities. The strange objects contained within the crystal box on the second floor could only be more precious. As they were discussing, ripples flashed across the spatial veil in the sky above, followed by a torrent of insect race creatures, half a meter high and nearly a meter long, falling from the sky. These insectoids were dark greenish-black, their entire bodies wrapped in hard shells, with the mouth parts at the front of their heads especially fierce. The cold light flickered with each opening and closing, more terrifying than the sharpest clamps. The top of the spatial veil where the insectoids fell was hundreds of meters above the first floor's ground. These creatures didn't have wings or anything, so Song Kai and Shen Qing initially thought that falling from such a height, surely hundreds would perish. But the hardness of the insectoids' shells was far beyond their expectations. Despite falling from a height of hundreds of meters, they were unscathed upon hitting the ground. Emitting strange hisses from their mouth parts, they swiftly charged toward the Kangqiang and Qingfeng. Upon seeing this, the spectral airships unleashed their main cannons and secondary cannons with all their might, firing powerful beams that easily tore through the insects' prized hard shells. The thickness of the insectoids' shells was indeed remarkable, but that was only relative to other creatures or attack methods of the same rank. Most of these insectoids were zero rank, and under the barrage of first-rank torch warships, their so-called shells were no more than a slightly thicker film, which, no matter how substantial compared to ordinary films, couldn't withstand a single blow. Suddenly, limbs and body parts flew in all directions, dark green blood splattered everywhere, and the entire first layer of space began to fill with a foul stench. The blood of these insectoids was dark green and carried a strong stench. As it piled up, a dense green poisonous fog enveloped the entire closed space, and in an already dark environment, visibility became utterly impossible. It was now only through the spectral airship's thermal scanners that the number of insectoids below, which had not decreased at all but seemed to be increasing, could be clearly tracked. The particle beam cannons of Kangqiang and the ship-borne main cannons of Qingfeng emitted ray-based attacks. These attacks had excellent penetration and range, but the drawback was their difficulty in causing widespread damage. This put them at a significant disadvantage when facing enemies known for their numbers. If it weren't for the nearly infinitely repeating secondary cannons, the number of insectoids in this layer of space would likely be even greater. As the two grappled with their predicament, an alert from the semi-automatic intelligent brain aboard the ship compounded their troubles. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, the concentration of the external poison fog has reached first rank. Due to exposure to the poison fog, the energy shield is beginning to decrease. Originally, the two airships floated hundreds of meters in the air, enjoying a natural geographical advantage. Even with numerous insectoids below, it was difficult for them to reach them, ensuring their safety in both offensive and defensive postures. But now, with their high-altitude geographical advantage about to vanish, the outside poison fog had spread throughout the enclosed space. No matter where the two airships hid, they couldn't avoid the fog that had reached a pollution level of first rank. Big King, we're going up. There are already over 20,000 insectoids on this layer. There shouldn't be many left on the second layer. In a crisis, Song Kai proposed a countermeasure. The two agreed instantly, piloting their airships straight through the second layer's spatial veil. Above, a continuous stream of insectoids still poured out of the spatial veil, their sticky bodies and sharp mouthparts making for a particularly disgusting sight. After exchanging a glance, the engines at the rear of both airships roared, propelling the two airships upwards. Thump, thump, thump. Insectoids continuously collided with the energy shield of Kang Kyung, causing ripples across the shield before being quickly deflected. The insectoids weren't stupid, exerting much effort to control their densely packed limb to stabilize their bodies. Their fierce mouthparts also frantically gnawed at the shield. The surface layers of Kang Kyung's energy shield began to flicker continuously, and the shield value decreased much faster than before. Are you kidding? What's known as swallowing everything? Wasn't it their horrifying mouthparts? Even if only a group of zero-rank insectoids, the power of their mouthparts was still extraordinary. Even if the energy shield components on Kang Kyung were of orange glory quality. Looking at Shen King, King Feng's situation appeared even worse under the gnawing of some zero-rank insectoids. The brightness of King Feng's shield had already dimmed by half, and it looked like it wouldn't be long before it overloaded completely. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. Braving the falling tide of insects, both airships quickly crossed the spatial veil into the brighter second layer of space. Song Kai quickly increased the altitude of the airships, soon regaining distance from the swarm of insects below. At a glance, Shen King quickly understood why Song Kai had shown such an expression earlier compared to a swarm of thousands of insectoids. These overwhelmingly torn remnants from below, resembling giant eggs, seemed far more bone-chilling. It's hard to imagine just how fascinating the expression on my face would have been if during the last exploration, the second layer's spatial veil had actually been opened. Just as Shen King felt goosebumps all over his body, Song Kai's voice suddenly came through. We must figure out a way to kill that queen insect first, he said. Hearing the words queen insect, Shen King's gaze shifted, looking toward the eye-catching, several tens of meters tall tumorous nest in the distance. Judging from the height of this tumorous nest, the rank of the queen insect inside should not be too high after all. The bodies of the insect race's queens are extremely bloated and massive, far surpassing common insects of the same rank. According to the official data of Torch human civilization, a zero-rank queen insect typically has a size within 10 meters, while a first-rank queen insect can often grow to several tens of meters, and the size of some peak first-rank queen insects can even reach nearly 100 meters. Clearly, the rank of the queen insect before them is most likely not above second rank. Creatures of such rank shouldn't normally cause two first-rank torch warships to be so wary, but the key point here is that this is a queen insect. Even a queen insect without sufficient energy supply, whose eggs don't pose much of a threat, is not something other creatures of the same rank can compare with. Apart from the ability to lay eggs in large quantities in short cycles, most queen insects typically control a highly powerful and elite insect guard legion. Every insect in this guard legion will be the strongest and highest ranked in the entire nest. They didn't know if the queen insect in the second layer of the ruins had such a guard legion. If there wasn't one, that would naturally be good news. But if there was, it meant they still hadn't been awakened, because so far, no first-rank insects had been seen among the tens of thousands that had already awakened. To prevent the appearance of this uncertain insect guard legion, they must act first. After all, Just the tens of thousands of zero-rank insects had already caused them enough headaches. If an elite army of first-rank insects were to join the fray, their chances of getting the item in the crystal box not far away would most likely be virtually zero. Without further discussion, both men exchanged a glance and then nodded to each other. They immediately stopped clearing the unbroken smaller insect nests below, and their airship dashed straight towards the huge tumorous mass a kilometer ahead. At the same time, they turned their guns and once again opened fire full blast at the giant tumorous mass. However, the subsequent result was a big surprise for both of them, and their expressions turned particularly ugly. Damn it! How could a first-rank queen insect's nest be so sturdy? Song Kai grumbled through clenched teeth. The main cannons of the Kang Kyung and King Fing, both first-rank, could only leave a very shallow mark on the giant nest, which was completely unexpected for the two of them. Meanwhile, in the communication projection, the image of Song Kai spoke up. It's indeed impossible for a first-rank queen insect's nest to be so sturdy, unless this queen insect was more than first rank when it first built the nest. Riding on this hypothesis, both men proceeded to speculate and eventually found that the more they deduced, the more reasonable it became. It was then that they determined the specific situation of this queen insect. According to their deductions, this queen insect had been trapped in this enclosed space for quite a while. With the lack of energy supply over the years, to maintain its own life, the queen insect had to consume the energy stored in its body, and its bloated form gradually decreased over time. As the energy in its body was consumed to a certain extent, to make up for the continuously diminishing body energy, the oversized nest also began to slowly reduce until finally, both the queen insect and the nest itself shrank to their current size of several tens of meters. Having speculated this far, the two were largely convinced of the outcome and, at the same time, their resolve to deal with the queen insect as soon as possible grew even stronger. A queen insect whose rank was very likely second rank, third rank, or even higher, even though it had lost most of its life energy due to various reasons and had now fallen to first rank status, was still not something that could be measured by ordinary first rank creatures. If they failed to kill it now, Song Kai and Shen King themselves might soon find themselves in grave danger. Since the remote bombardment was ineffective, the two decided to let the airship continue to approach and carry out a sustained bombardment at close range on the same spot, not believing that they would still be unable to break through the flesh wall of this nest. As Kang Kyung and King Fing swiftly approached, the rows of flesh tumor nests below burst simultaneously, and then a host of new insect creatures, vastly different from the tens of thousands previously encountered, suddenly appeared. It's the splatter bugs. Watch out for dodging. Song Kai, who identified them immediately, warned loudly. Unlike the previous ironclad bugs with extremely hard shells, these splatter bugs didn't have tough shells or incredible strength, but they could spit a highly corrosive acid. Even though textbooks often mentioned that zero-rank splatter bugs have a limited range of acid ejection, this was only relative to the vast starry sea. In this enclosed space, less than a kilometer in height, the acid spewed by the splatter bugs could cover any position. The two swiftly advancing airships suddenly halted and began to constantly rotate, dodging the dense acid shooting from below. The corrosive nature of this acid was alarming, and with thousands of splatter bugs below, plus the fact that both spectral warships had already lost a significant amount of shield value, if they were to charge through bluntly, Kang Kyung might have been okay, but Shen King's King Fing would definitely not hold up. The energy shield was bound to be completely overloaded. But then another problem arose. The giant fleshy tumor nest in the distance had begun to tremble lightly as the queen insect inside was awakening. If they were delayed too long by these splatter bugs, they would miss the chance to eliminate the queen insect ahead of time. Once the queen insect was fully awake, leaving aside whether Kang Kyung and King Fing could clean up all the insect race, including the queen insect, even if possible, it would definitely take a long time. With less than 10 hours left before their return, even if all the insect creatures were eliminated afterward, there would be no time left to open the crystal box. Considering how King Feng took over 10 hours to fully break the crystal box's seal last time, even with Kang Kyung and King Feng working together, it would require at least 5 hours, making it simply impossible to meet the time constraint. Just as Shen King was struggling with the decision, Song Kai spoke up first. "Big King, maybe we should retreat." Without area of effect main cannons, it's hard to break through this net of splatterbugs attacks in a short time. It wasn't that Song Kai had an ulterior motive, but under the current circumstances, either they could make an all-out attempt with a low success rate that was likely to involve great risk afterward, or they would simply give up this exploration. In any case, a decision had to be made quickly. Hesitating would only increase the danger for both spectral warships. Seemingly stimulated by the word retreat uttered by Song Kai, the indecision in Shen King's eyes finally turned into resolve. He wanted to try. If the first layer of the relic contained a blue-quality starry sea oddity, then the object sealed in the crystal box on the second layer must be of even higher quality. As someone who had only awakened a colorless seed of torch and was firmly stuck at first rank, Shen King was naturally not satisfied. In just one short year, he had upgraded King Feng to a first-rank spectral airship, and as long as he cultivated methodically, breaking through to level 10 of the spectral energy guidance technique was virtually a given. But that was all he could do. The colorless quality seed of torch ensured that King Feng could never cross the threshold of the spectral warship and reach the domain of the Guardian-class spectral spaceship. Consequently, the ghost energy cultivation platform bound to the warship's own rank would also be destined to only reach level 19. A mere level 19 cultivation platform would make it very hard for him to break through level 20 of the spectral energy guidance technique and achieve a second life sublimation in the 160+ years to come. Therefore, at the end of the day, it was necessary to upgrade the quality of the seed of torch. But how difficult was it to upgrade the quality of a seed of torch? Without a massive opportunity, an ordinary first-rank torch warship would not be able to gather enough resources to purchase an upgrade for a fire seed in a lifetime. What is a great opportunity? Shen King may not know others, but he definitely considered what was sealed in the crystal box on the second layer to be one. If the first layer could reveal a blue-quality starry sea oddity, then it was very likely that the second layer's crystal box contained a purple-quality strange object. With this thought, Shen King turned his head to Song Kai on the communication screen and said, "Little Kai, I want to try." Song Kai could understand Shen King's thoughts and knew that his situation was different from his own. Without a second-rank father or a third-rank grandfather, he had to acquire any resources he needed on his own. Knowing that there were at least 2 blue oddities inside the crystal box below, it was inevitable that Shen King would crave them in the face of such temptation. However, understanding is one thing. Song Kai was not going to blindly agree. He had to be certain that Shen King had a complete and reasonable plan to ensure a good chance of taking down the queen insect's nest, rather than just recklessly gambling on a whim. Otherwise, it wouldn't be helping Shen King but allowing him to walk to his death, and there was a high probability it would drag Song Kai down as well. Naturally, Song Kai wouldn't allow that to happen. "Big King, are you sure? If this is a decision you've carefully considered, I'll support you, but I need to know your follow-up plan, or rather the exact method you'll use to deal with that queen insect's nest. If..." Before he could finish, Shen King suddenly raised the height of the King Feng, allowing Song Kai to look from the angle of the Kang Kang and see directly underneath the hull of the King Feng. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Kai's eyes. He hadn't noticed before, but there was a neat groove beneath the hull of the King Feng, and within that groove, a peculiar device hung prominently. Just as he tried to get a better look at what the device really was, Shen King's explanation came through the communication screen. An external mounting device, a white-quality deep space torpedo launcher, one of the white components I got on the first floor of the ruins. Due to this component, I specifically brought 2 military Tomahawk deep space torpedoes, which I originally planned to save for the crystal box, but now I have to use them in advance. Hearing this, Song Kai's previously hesitant heart immediately firmed up. Military Tomahawk deep space torpedoes could only be bought on the black market, And they didn't come cheap. One would cost hundreds of strands of zero-rank floating land origin. The key issue was that these torpedoes were generally slow to launch, making it difficult to hit fast-moving targets. But opposite to their launching speed was their might. If they hit a target up close, they could explode with the power of a second-rank energy level, posing a major threat to second-rank starry sea lifeforms. The queen insect had not fully awakened yet. Deep in its nest, it was immobile and nearly perfectly suited for the deep space torpedo's conditions of use. And since there was a deep space torpedo with second-rank might, Song Kai naturally wouldn't obstruct any further. Seeing Song Kai agree, Shen King excitedly said again, "Little Kai, I need you to get me over there." The remaining shield value of the Kingfing's energy shield was not enough to withstand the corrosive acid spray net of the thousands of splattering insects below. It was necessary to have the support of the blue energy shield of the Kangkang. Song Kai nodded. "You maneuver the Kingfing to stick above me, so that 90% of the acid attacks should be avoided." After finalizing the action plan, Shen King quickly manipulated the Kingfing to hover right above the Kangkang. The two airships were nearly identical in size, and, aligning together like this, the Kangkang seemed to become a thicker version of an airship. Meanwhile, with the Kangkang blocking from below, the Kingfing was subjected to far fewer acid attacks, and the decline in the energy shield's shield value finally slowed. Humming below, the engines of the Kangkang roared, withstanding countless acid attacks as it charged straight toward the queen insect's nest. When it was less than a kilometer away from the nest, the Kingfing separated from the Kangkang and immediately, the two airships went off in completely opposite directions. The Kingfing continued to approach the queen insect's nest. Due to the launch speed of the deep space torpedo, to ensure no accidents, it had to get as close as possible. On the other hand, the Kangkang returned the way it came, needing to continue distracting the thousands of splattering insects to prevent them from affecting the Kingfing's launching action. Soon, the Kangkang once again plunged into the web of corrosive acid attacks. While constantly using the particle beam cannon and spectral cannon to clear the splattering insects below, Song Kai was also keeping an eye on Shen King's situation. With the Kangkang drawing attention, although there were still many insects around the Kingfing, there were only a few dozen splattering insects, too few to threaten the Kingfing effectively in the short term. Seeing this, Song Kai completely relaxed and began to focus on dealing with the splattering insects below. As for the thousands of ironclad insects remaining in this second layer space, Song Kai largely ignored them. Ironclad insects didn't have long-range attack capabilities and could only make weird, squeaking noises from below. Shield value, 17,409, 29,184. Glancing at the dark matter energy shield's shield value, which had endured the nibbling of ironclad insects and continuous attacks from the thousands of splattering insects, there was still nearly 60% of the shield value remaining. Seeing this, Song Kai couldn't help but thank the mechanical race once again. Ever since the orange quality dark matter energy shield generator was installed, it had played a crucial role at critical moments several times. And not just now, but also during the recent effort to advance in the ruins market. While reflecting, another 2 minutes passed, and Song Kai continued to maneuver the Kangkang, dodging around while turning his attention back to the Kingfing. But before his concentration could be diverted, a sudden, intense booming sound erupted, filling the entire second layer space. Immediately after, a huge shockwave surged from the direction where the Kingfing was located, pushing the originally stable Kangkang a short distance away. Knowing that the explosion was caused by a deep space torpedo, Song Kai did not panic. He steadied the Kangkang again and turned to look at the communication screen. The closed space was only several kilometers in both length and width, and the distance between the Kangkang and the Kingfing was less than a kilometer. They had not left the magnetic field stand of a spectral airship, so the communication between them had not been cut off. "How is it?" On the communication screen, Shen King's expression looked somewhat ugly. Seeing this, Song Kai already had his answer. "Did it miss?" Shen King shook his head, indicating it was not a miss, which made Song Kai even more puzzled. "It hit, but didn't destroy? How is that possible? A second-rank deep space torpedo hit head-on. Even a life form at the peak of second rank would have to shed a layer of skin. Could the queen insect have been third rank before hibernation? Does the nest it built have third rank strength? With his puzzled words, Shen King in the projection nodded. That's right, the queen insect must have been third rank at her peak. While they were speaking, their expressions suddenly changed. A deep, hoarse cry came from the queen insect's nest, and the next moment, the several tens of meters high nest began to shake violently. Having been hit directly by a deep space torpedo, the queen insect was clearly fully awakened and was doing everything in its power to break through the outer wall of its nest. This development startled both of them. They knew that at its peak, the creature had been a third-rank life form, and with its elite insect guards under its command, once it fully awakened, not to mention clearing out all of the insect race, it would be difficult for the two of them to even escape. Moreover, there was bad news. With the queen insect's cry from the nest, nearly 10,000 zero-rank ironclad insects and splash insects seemed to have been called, their eyes turning completely blood red, no longer paying attention to the Kankiang above, and frantically rushing towards the queen insect's nest. Clearly, the queen insect was summoning its offspring. In the midst of the alarm, Shen King suddenly spoke out. Little Kai, hold on with all your might for a little while longer. Not too long, just 30 seconds. Although the military deep space torpedo hadn't completely blasted through the wall of the nest, it had created a large hole. Just one more strike, and even the queen insect, which had once been a third-rank life entity, would be severely injured. No matter what level it had once been. Now it only had the power of first rank, and a second-rank deep space torpedo was enough to pose a lethal threat to it. Hearing this, Song Kai's expression changed as he glanced at the dark matter energy shield's shield value. 9,405 29,184. Seeing that there were nearly 10,000 points left, he did not hesitate further and gritted his teeth in agreement. In the sky, the Kankiang opened fire with both main and secondary guns at full force, striving to block the insect tide crazily surging towards the queen insect's nest below. In the urgency of the moment, Song Kai even opened the hatch, allowing 10 LV-15 Fire Peony soldier figurines clad in exoskeleton armor to jump out of the airship and block the tens of thousands of insect race with their puppet bodies. But no matter how he blocked, he couldn't completely stop this group of insects that had fallen into an extreme frenzy. The 10 fully armed first-rank Fire Peony soldier figurines were completely overwhelmed by the swarm within less than 5 seconds. Without absolutely crushing power, there was no making a splash against an absolutely crushing number. Seeing that the insect tide was getting closer to the queen insect's nest below, Song Kai bit his teeth fiercely, and the next second, the engines of the Kankiang dimmed as the entire airship descended toward the ground. Boom! The nearly 20-meter-long warship landed on the stone ground, causing a dull impact sound. At the same time, the warship effectively blocked the insect tide's advance. Song Kai desperately intended to use the Kankiang warship's own body to block the insect swarm, so as to delay them as long as possible. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, the iron-armored insects smashed against the energy shield, their ferocious mouthparts gnawing tirelessly, globs of corrosive acid splashing against the defensive light screen, hissing fiercely upon contact. In just a few seconds, Song Kai witnessed with his own eyes the shield value of the dark matter energy shield generator plummet from 10,000 nearly vertically down to 6,000, then to 5,000, 4,000, 3,000. When the shield value of the dark matter energy shield fell below 2,500 points, he once again fully activated the assault engine, and soon the Kankiang rose into the air again. This step was already his bottom line. He could not truly let the dark matter energy shield generator overload, otherwise, if there were any accidents later on, there would be no room to maneuver at all. However, thankfully, after the blockade by the Kankiang's hull, the insect tide was further delayed by nearly 10 seconds. Combined with the time delayed before, although it wasn't half a minute, it was rather close. Seconds later, Before the insect horde had even reached the queen insect's nest, the second military deep space torpedo launched from the Kingfing sailed through the previously blasted gap and shot directly into the interior of the gigantic tumor-like nest. Boom, boom, boom. A second later, violent explosions erupted from within the queen's nest, and amidst the blasts, Song Kai thought he could faintly hear the slight but intense shrieks of agony. Even the iron-armored insects and scattering insects that surged towards the nest outside were affected by the blast. Nearly 10,000 from the insect race were enveloped in the explosion of the deep space torpedo and were instantly vaporized. Regarding this, the two aboard the Kankian merely considered it an unexpected delight. After the might of the explosion dissipated, the two began controlling the airship to quickly eliminate those insects that had survived the explosion. As for the queen's nest that was half blown open, they did not explore it rashly but decided to first clear out all zero-rank insects. Who knew if the deep space torpedo had completely killed off the queen? After all, it was once a third-rank life entity. And even if various reasons had caused its life energy to fall, its physical strength would not weaken. Along with that, a second-rank Might's deep space torpedo might not necessarily be able to completely kill it off. Another 20 minutes went by, and all the other insects in the second-level space had been cleared, but Song Kai and his companion still did not bother with the queen's nest. Instead, they controlled the airship above that crystal box of unknown material, before launching an all-out firepower strike. Due to the material or perhaps some special reinforcement by the Buluo civilization, the crystal box was extremely hard, so even with two spectral airships attacking at full force, it would still take at least 5 hours to break it. As time passed second by second, compared to the repelling stance on the spatial veil on the first level, the two of them were clearly more motivated at this moment. Just thinking of the starry sea oddities locked within the crystal box, they could not hide the excitement in their eyes. Of course, while continuing to fire, they also did not forget their vigilance towards the queen's nest. It was time to harvest their results, and they certainly did not want any reverses at this juncture. 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hours. Quickly, 7 hours had passed. The anticipation of the two had already been replaced by tension. With less than 2 hours left for their return, if they could not shatter the crystal cube in the next hour or so, their efforts over the past 20-odd hours would be completely in vain. Fortunately, things did not truly progress to that stage. Another 20 minutes later, with a crack, the previously intact crystal cube suddenly shattered into pieces, which then turned into powder and dissipated in the enclosed space. Ignoring the transformation of the fragments, their gaze shifted from the shattered crystal cube to the several dazzling lights hovering below. White, blue, and amongst the mix, the most conspicuous was that striking purple hue. Clearly, the strange objects left in this second-level space were not only of white and blue quality but also included a purple-level relic. However, there was also a piece of bad news. Among the 5 glowing objects, there was only 1 purple relic of the remaining 4. There were 2 white and 2 blue relics. Without much thought, Song Kai and Shen King controlled the airship as it descended, and then they walked out one after another, beginning to examine the specific attributes of these 5 strange objects. The radiant glow emitted by the 5 strange objects was extraordinarily splendid, dazzling the two with its kaleidoscope of colors. After that, they extended their hands and pressed each of the 5 strange objects against their brows, sensing their features after being converted into torch components with a seed of torch within their ancestral aperture. Fortune was not entirely on their side. Among the 5 items which the seed of torch could generally convert, there was one it could not. Name: Core of Contamination. Quality: White. Effect: Contains intense contaminating energy, capable of defiling various items in the starry sea. Convertible: No. Remark: An object with quite a singular use. Luckily, it was only one of 2 white quality relics, and the least valuable among the 5. Otherwise, Song Kai and Shen King might have had quite the complaints. The second of the 5 relics was a special armor plate with a grid-like pattern etched on its surface, which could be converted into a basic component, warship armor. Fire pattern turtle shell ship armor LV0. Quality, white. Consumption, 3/S. Defense, 13. Up rank requirement, 5 strands of 0 rank floating land origin, 500 energy points. This relic was of moderate value and had attributes that were basically similar to the gold rock ship armor on the Kankian, so Song Kai showed little interest, though selling it could still yield several thousand strands of 0 rank floating land origin. The third piece was one of the main attractions. Purple River Translocation Device LV0. Quality, blue. Consumption, 500/instance. Spectral energy points. Effect: after charging, the equipped warship can perform a spatial jump in a designated direction. Current maximum translocation distance, 1 light-year. Charging time, 1 hour. Buffer time, 24 hours. Up rank requirement, 10 strands of 0 rank floating land origin, 1000 spectral energy points, 10 rank void crystal. The attributes of this device did not disappoint, and upon seeing the Purple River Translocation device, both Song Kai and Shen Qing's heart rates accelerated simultaneously. Translocation devices are extraordinarily rare among special components. As a scarce type of spatial warship component, a blue-quality translocation device enables a torch warship to jump tens or even hundreds of light-years away in a very short time, greatly reducing the travel time of a torch warship. While the current maximum jump distance showing on the attribute panel is only 1 light-year, this number will quickly increase to double digits with subsequent enhancements and upgrades. Suppressing their excitement, their gazes shifted to another blue-quality strange object. This was a blue-quality secondary cannon, slightly less rare than the Purple River Translocation device, but still quite notable. Twilight Ship Cannon LV0. Quality, blue. Consumption, 2/shot. Spectral energy points. Might, 2.3. No buffer or charge required. Up rank requirement, 2 strands of 0 rank floating land origin, 200 spectral energy points. Lastly, Song Kai and Shen Qing turned their attention to the final piece, the highest quality among the 5 strange objects, a purple quality relic. Molecular Repulsion Energy Shield LV0. Quality, purple. Feature, shield value additionally increased by 25%. Consumption, 7/S. Spectral energy points. Defense, 17. Shield value, 213. Charge, 30s. Post-overload buffer, 1 hour. Up rank requirement, 7 strands of 0 rank floating land origin, 700 energy points, 1 ton of gas ore. After seeing the attributes of this purple component, Song Kai and Shen Qing had different expressions in their eyes. Song Kai's expression was slightly dim, as he already owned an orange glory quality energy shield, so this purple quality molecular repulsion energy shield was obviously not very attractive to him. Contrarily, Shen Qing was the opposite, his eyes shining incredibly brightly, his hands even trembling slightly. His Qingfeng only had a white quality energy shield equipped. If he could replace it with this purple molecular repulsion energy shield, the combat power of Qingfeng could immediately increase by several times, and this was no exaggeration. From the performance of the Kankian and Qingfeng spectral airships, it was clear though Qingfeng was promoted to first rank a year earlier than Kankian, in a real battle, Kankian was definitely superior to Qingfeng. With a high-quality energy shield, Kankian could move freely under a barrage of fire, even using its body to block the astonishingly numerous insect swarm. But what about Qingfeng? Without the protection of Kankian, it could not survive the insect swarm's onslaught. Its energy shield would likely be overloaded early on, and the ship itself would be severely damaged. After assessing the properties of the relics, the two exchanged glances. Shen Qing spoke up first. Little Kai, I'll take this purple quality molecular repulsion shield, and you take the other 4. If that's not enough, I can gather some more floating land origin upon our return. Before Shen Qing could finish, Song Kai interrupted with a wave of his hand. It's already more than enough. This ruin was discovered by you, Big King, and the killing of that queen insect was all thanks to those 2 deep space torpedoes. It's only right that you take the lion's share. Gratitude shone in Shen Qing's eyes. Considering the stakes involved with a purple quality warship component, he had thought it would take some convincing. Even though they were close, as the saying goes, even brothers settle accounts clearly, and who wouldn't want a purple component? Little Kai, thanks. Having said that, they collected the 5 strange objects into their respective flagships, with Shen Qing taking the purple energy shield, while Song Kai took the remaining 4 objects. After distributing their finds, they commenced another round of searching through the second layer of space. Minutes later, Shen Qing's excited voice came through the communication screen. Little Kai, come quickly, I've made a discovery. Hearing this urgent summons, Song Kai promptly steered the Kangqiang over. In a corner of the second layer space, 2 airships hovered in the high sky, their gun ports flashing brightly as they fired a barrage of cannon fire at the brand new spatial veil hanging above them from the Kangqiang and the Kingfing. Indeed, this secluded corner of the sky also had a spatial veil covering the top of the second layer. However, compared to the veil that separated the first and second layers, the one before them was significantly smaller, only about 100 meters in width and length, 10 times smaller than the one on the first layer. But the repulsive force field surrounding the veil was not any less intense, and it was even slightly stronger. Obviously, above this second layer, there was at least a third layer of space. Whether there was a fourth layer was still unknown. Even if there was a third layer, the 2 of them only knew of its existence, and it was certain they could no longer explore it. With just over an hour left before the end of this deployment, they had to leave this enclosed space if they didn't want to encounter any accidents upon return. Although the spatial veil was only the most basic spatial technology, as it involved the concept of space, the traction force that affected the Torch warship upon return was also a spatial power. The interaction between these 2 spatial forces would greatly increase the chance of an accident. Therefore, to ensure a successful return, Torch ship captains usually made sure to keep their warship in a state free from any other energy interference before heading back. Not just spatial power, but other interferences could also cause accidents during the return journey, yet spatial power was the most critical point to avoid. After barrage of attacks, seeing that the repulsion field on the spatial veil had not weakened in the slightest, Song Kai and his companion understood that the remaining time was definitely insufficient to break through the second spatial veil, let alone deal with the likely presence of other members of the insect race in the space above this veil. Given the existence of the insect race on the second layer, the 2 instinctively believed that the third layer would also be inhabited by the insect race, since the repulsive forces of the veils were so similar, suggesting they were emitted by the same type of creature. Oh well, it seems we're fated to miss out on the third layer. I wonder which civilization nearby this star domain will benefit in the end, or which lucky Torch ship captain will discover it. The 2 stopped their attack, and aboard the Kingfing, Shen Qing sighed with a sense of helplessness, a trace of reluctance in his eyes before he resigned himself to the situation. Having acquired a strange object of purple quality, he was actually content. Despite the inevitable disappointment regarding the unknown third layer, he was more curious than frustrated, and now that he was certain he couldn't satisfy his curiosity, he didn't dwell on it. Of course, what he didn't know was that while he was immersed in his thoughts, Song Kai on the nearby Kangqiang wasn't saying much, but he was quite pleased inwardly. With the spatial anchor point feature of the ruins market, he could continue to explore these ruins of a past civilization. Naturally, he was excited. Big King, sorry about that. After silently apologizing in his heart, Song Kai adjusted his mindset and began to control the airship with Shen Qing, heading towards the queen insect's nest. Earlier, they were worried it wasn't completely dead, and then they were distracted by the crystal box, so they had not inspected it further. Now that the spoils of battle had been divided, and Shen Qing had recently received a signal about the acquisition of floating land origin, they could confidently go and check. Speaking of the floating land origin provided by the queen insect, This was actually a surprise for both of them. They had assumed that killing the queen insect would yield a whiff of zero-rank floating land origin, but the result turned out to be a whiff of second-rank floating land origin. The total amount of floating land origin contained within its body was astonishingly the same as when it was at its peak as a third-rank creature, which was a great surprise to both of them. In front of the queen insect's nest, which had already collapsed on one side, Song Kai and Shen King walked behind two battle robots. Song Kai's fire peony soldier figurine had been annihilated in the previous effort to block the insect tide, and Shen King's Kingfeng did not have soldier figurine components on board, so they had to rely on the battle robots to take the lead. Their progress was slow. The ground was covered with a sticky liquid that was very slippery, so they had to move cautiously, step by step. Just after passing through the breach blasted open by a deep space torpedo, Song Kai was confronted with an obese and enormous corpse that made his pupils contract slightly in surprise and confusion before he composed himself again. It was a creature resembling an ant from his previous life, but hugely magnified. Its upper body was covered with blood-red carapace, while its lower half was an exceptionally large abdomen, alien and peculiar, yet with an inexplicable beauty. Even though it had been dead for a while, a strong sense of oppression still lingered inside the nest. It was fortunate that both Song Kai and Shen King possessed guidance techniques of not low levels, otherwise they might not have been able to withstand it. This was after the creature's life energy had degraded to the peak of first rank. He dared not even imagine how terrifying this queen insect must have been at her peak. After a moment of contemplation, Song Kai and Shen King exchanged a glance, then quickly moved on to their next action. They each brought over a cutter from the airship and began manually segmenting the queen insect's body. The bodies of the insect race were mostly inedible because of their acidic flesh, but a small piece of choice meat located right in the heart core was edible. Not only was it exquisitely flavored, the energy it contained was astonishing. Moreover, this queen insect at her peak was a third-rank creature, making that piece of meat extremely valuable, truly a rare find. As for the other members of the insect race with too small a size, the amount of choice meat in each was pathetically little. Besides, due to the pressing time, the two did not waste their time collecting it. After all, there were more than 30,000 of them, and it would have taken who knows how long to collect them one by one. With the two of them working together to cut, they quickly found the location of the choice meat inside the queen insect's body, and began to carefully separate it. The choice meat of a third-rank queen insect, even just a former third rank, could not be compared with that of a regular first-rank insect race members. With a bit of special processing, it could immediately become a dish with effects comparable to an advanced body tempering potion, or even exceed it. 10 minutes later, the two had perfectly extracted the whole piece of choice meat. Due to the queen insect's size, although the choice meat made up only a small part of an insect race member's body, this piece still weighed 40 pounds. Song Kai and Shen King each took 20 pounds, planning to properly process it once back and cook it tonight, while the energy contained within was still unspent. Unlike advanced body tempering potions, whose potency was indeed strong but also demanded a high physical quality from the user, only those with at least first-rank guidance techniques could use them safely. Song Kai still had a bottle, mixed with deep water clam pearls powder of 900 years worth, but he dared not use it yet. He had to wait until his guidance technique reached level 9. However, the queen insect's choice meat was different. Its energy was gentle, and could be safely eaten by people of any guidance technique level. Suddenly, Song Kai's eyes came to a halt, his figure tensing up entirely. Shen King immediately noticed his anomaly. "Little Kai, what's wrong?" Song Kai said nothing, but his intense gaze indirectly gave an answer. Following the direction of Song Kai's gaze, Shen King's eyes also suddenly widened. In the depths of the cavity they had cut out, there was a dim light flickering continuously. What is this?" Both were somewhat stunned. The crystal emitting a faint glow made a 4-character phrase flash through their minds. Energy crystal. What is an energy crystal? As the name suggests, It is a crystal formed when energy is highly purified and condensed. The formation of this special resource requires extremely harsh conditions. Generally, only in places where attribute-less energy is concentrated to the extreme, and after thousands or even tens of thousands of years of incubation, might such crystals appear. Even the insect race, known for devouring all things and storing all kinds of energy within its body, cannot have a high probability of condensing energy crystals. It is merely a slightly higher probability compared to other starry sea races. Moreover, the rank of life forms has no relation to the energy crystals. It is purely a matter of probability. Sometimes, even high-level queen insects that have lived for hundreds or thousands of years might not form energy crystals within them, while some low-level insect species, merely incubated for a few months, might luckily create energy crystals. Of course, there are ranks of energy crystals, and this is directly related to the life rank of the incubating life form. If a high-level life form forms an energy crystal, it naturally would be a high-level energy crystal, but if a low-rank life form forms one, it would be a low-level energy crystal. After their excitement subsided, the two quickly excavated the fist-sized crystal shimmering with light. After examining it for a moment, they concluded that the energy crystal formed within the queen insect was a valuable intermediate energy crystal. Why is it considered valuable? The reason is simple. Besides the extremely low probability of formation and rarity of energy crystals, it has another surprising function: enhancing the success rate of torch warship advancement. The courses taught at schools used to mention that warships above first rank only have an initial 1% success rate after starting an advancement mission. To increase this success rate, aside from deploying to alien star domain to hunt alien species, another way is to input specific rare enhancement resources. Although there is a limit to this, with a maximum of only a 10% success rate increase, it is much sought after by the majority of torch ship captains. That's because hunting alien races may sound simple but is, in fact, fraught with danger. Only hunting high-level alien races can substantially increase the success rate, while hunting the same rank or lower rank alien species requires as many as 1,000,000 points for a mere 1% increase in success rate. Therefore, no matter which one you choose, it is not something ordinary people can achieve, and it's even full of danger. As for inputting specific rare enhancement resources, the specific resources needed, although hard to find, and each warship requires different types of resources when starting the advancement mission, it is still possible to pinpoint them within a small scope. As long as preparations are made in advance, most can be collected within a year. The key point is that this method is safe enough. The upper limit may not be very high, and even after collecting all resources, one can only reach 11%, 1%, initial, plus 10%. But even if the advancement ultimately fails, the cost is merely the sinking of the warship. The captain himself won't be too badly affected, at most losing the hope to continue advancing through the guidance technique. Compared to choosing to hunt alien races and then likely dying in the alien territories of the Starry Sea, the outcome is much better. The reason for mentioning all this is that energy crystals are one of the various special resources required for warship advancement. For torch ship captains who have started or are about to start advancement missions, energy crystals are a must-have. Therefore, in the entire domain of torch human civilization, the value of energy crystals is on par with strategic resources like titanium crystals, not to mention the rarer intermediate energy crystals. Compared to ordinary low-level energy crystals, intermediate energy crystals can be effective for warships advancing to higher ranks. For example, to advance a first-rank torch warship to second rank, low-level energy crystals are sufficient. But for a second-rank torch warship advancing to third rank, intermediate energy crystals may be needed, and for ranks beyond third, only intermediate energy crystals suffice. An intermediate energy crystal is worth at least as much as an item of blue quality, or even purple, Song Kai said quietly, holding the intermediate energy crystal. At his side, Shen King also looked fervent, but he quickly thought of something and gently shook his head. Having already obtained the molecular repulsion energy shield, This intermediate energy crystal should, by rights, be Song Kai's first choice to take, and with that, the crystal was essentially out of his reach. He knew that Song Kai's mother was recently striving to reach second rank, and Song Kai wouldn't give up the intermediate energy crystal. Just as he thought, after only a moment of contemplation, Song Kai took out 2 items from the Kangkyung and handed them to Shen King. The core of pollution and the low-light class ship cannon. If he was going to take the intermediate energy crystal, then based on the principle that Shen King should get the lion's share, he had to give up 2 of the 4 strange objects previously split among them, otherwise, it would be the complete opposite. After all, the value of an intermediate energy crystal was only slightly less than that of the molecular repulsion energy shield. Shen King did not refuse. This calculation wasn't something only Song Kai could do. After checking everything in this second layer of space to ensure there was nothing else left aside from the carcasses of the armored and spattering insects, the 2 maneuvered the airship towards the isolation spatial veil between the first and second layers. The first layer of the relic space was still engulfed in dense toxic fog, and at the same time, there were as many as tens of thousands of ironclad beetles scattered throughout the space. Song Kai and his companion had no interest in continuing the cleanup and directly left this relic space. These ironclad beetles, unlike the queen insect that was originally a high-rank insect race, were genuine zero-rank insect race. Even if they killed all of these tens of thousands of ironclad beetles, they would only obtain a strand of zero-rank floating land origin. The effort was not at all proportional to the reward. If their flagship had a large-scale, lethal main cannon that could clear out these tens of thousands of, publicly mocking a direct descendant of the Song family here, they'd have to be kicked in the head to commit such a foolish act. Moreover, coming back from Starry Sea explorations with little to show was the norm. Among those present, who could claim that every star domain exploration yielded a rich harvest? Song Chi, Song Lin, and Song Wen chatted with Song Kai for quite some time. They all had a good impression of him, not only because of his precocity from childhood, treating his siblings incredibly well, but also because of that private task Song Jiao had taken them on recently. After that task, each of them had received nearly 30 titanium crystals. Though they didn't need them in the short term, they decided to collectively present them to their grandfather. Song Ming Song was naturally overjoyed, and he gave each of them a suitable blue component afterward, significantly upgrading their flagships. Of course, while titanium crystals are precious, merely 30 pieces would not be enough to exchange for a blue oddity. However, it was the old man's joy that led him to subsidize a portion of it. Nonetheless, Song Chi and the other 2 genuinely benefited significantly. Consequently, their impression of their 4th brother, Song Kai, also improved significantly. After some idle chatter, the crowd quickly lost interest in the newcomer Song Kai, their gazes intermittently drifting toward the corner on the right side of the front row of the screening room. Song Kai was somewhat curious, and his gaze unintentionally swept in that direction several times. Before the exploration video had finished, he noticed that many people unconsciously glanced over there, and the situation became more obvious after the video ended. Even Song Chi, Song Lin, and others were no exception, which made him curious. Soon, he understood the reason. In the corner on the right side of the front row, a young girl in a light blue dress sat quietly. She seemed to have a special, otherworldly aura about her, attracting attention without saying a word, compelling people to unconsciously focus on her. Song Kai was curious about her identity, instinctively feeling that she was no ordinary person. The identities of the young people present were all extraordinary, each with at least 1 second-rank elder backing them. Yet, she could remain so unaffected, even entirely ignoring the attention. Song Kai could tell that this young girl was genuinely indifferent, not feigning a disinterested facade. With such an extraordinary demeanor and treating the gazes of many of her peers as if they were nothing, her background could not be simple. Just then, a young man approached the girl, smiling and wearing an exquisitely tailored outfit, and said softly to her, "Miss Bai He, I know of a very upscale ocean park in Beta City. If you're interested, why not join us for a visit?" Seeing him, Song Kai immediately recalled relevant information. He was the legitimate son of the head of First Torch Academy in Jiangyuan City. 4 years ago, he awakened the blue seed of torch. Recognized as a prodigy throughout the White Tower floating land and with a third-rank father backing him, he was considered one of the top young masters there. As he was pondering, he suddenly heard Song Ting teasing him. "Song Kai, don't even think about it. That person is the distinguished girl from Grandma's main family." It is said that she awakened a purple seed of torch. Song Kai's eyes narrowed slightly, and his thoughts racing. He quickly realized the truth. With the powerful background of the Bai family and her frightening talent for torch cultivation, everything made sense. He remembered hearing his parents chatting casually that his grandmother, Bai Xukin, came from the Bai family clan, a very powerful torch family in the duchy capital Star Domain with a heritage said to span thousands of years, far beyond what any family from a level 1 floating land like White Tower could compare with. While he was still contemplating, he heard Song Ting's teasing voice again. "Song Kai, if you dare to have any crooked thoughts, I'll go tell sister-in-law Ya Ring Ran, and we're just in time for my uncle's family to be in Jiangyuan City as well. Right after the birthday feast, we'll head there together." Song Kai turned his head and glared at her, saying irritably, "Come with me." Song Ting immediately shrank back and hid behind Song Shishi. "Planning to abuse your lovely sister, Song Kai, you're inhumane." Song Kai's expression darkened, and even Song Shishi, who was standing between them, was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. In the backyard of the Fierce Lion courtyard, Song Shishi was constantly flipping the shiny pieces of meat on the barbecue grill. As the roasting time increased, the originally fragrant aroma of the meat became even richer. On the side, the usually highly cautious Song Ting had already turned into a good girl. "Brother, what kind of meat is this? It smells so good." Swallowing her saliva, Song Ting asked in a sweet, coquettish tone, causing Song Kai to feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Don't ask, just know that it's very beneficial for those of you who haven't yet awakened your seed of torch." These choice cuts of meat were naturally the share Song Kai got from the queen insect, the kind with a trace of third-rank source energy. For people like Song Ting, who had yet to awaken, this kind of insect trace meat with raw energy was extremely beneficial. It could significantly speed up their progress with the guidance technique. Of course, what Song Kai brought out was only a part, a total of 40 pounds from the queen insect, split half and half with Shen King. What he took out now was only 5 pounds. It wasn't that he was reluctant to share more, but for the few people like Song Ting with guidance technique levels no higher than LV3, 1 pound each was enough, since their digestive capabilities were limited. Eating too much would only be a waste. When the meat was nearly cooked, Song Kai called over a few people close to him. This time, there were only 4 people he invited: his second uncle's son, Song Bo, his fourth uncle's children, Song Shishi and Song Ming, plus Song Ting. All 4 of them had yet to awaken their seed of torch. The eldest, Song Shishi, was only 27 and had just recently advanced to LV3 in guidance technique. She was the most suitable to take advantage of the queen insect's meat. Seeing Song Kai's gesture, none of them were polite and began to eat in small bites. 5 pounds of meat, 1 pound per person, left 1 last pound he intended to taste himself. But at this moment, footsteps came from behind. "Eating behind my back, 4. Have our feelings faded?" Recognizing the voice as Song Yu's, Song Kai had no choice but to suppress his craving and gave up the last pound of meat. "You've been awakened for several months now, yet you're still coveting the little bit I have in my hand." Ignoring the roll of the eyes from Song Kai, Song Yu took over the meat and started to gnaw on it promptly, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Song Kai stood to one side, watching the 5 of them. The meat, imbued with a trace of third-rank power from the queen insect, no matter only a pound, should contain sufficient pure energy to be greatly beneficial for all 5 of them. A few minutes later, after finishing the roast, their reactions were highly consistent, as each began to practice the guidance technique on the spot. Over time, Fluctuations of vital energy emanated from one after another. The first to experience a surge of vital energy was Song Ting. She had already reached the peak of LV1 in the guidance technique thanks to 10 intermediate body tempering potions and was on the threshold of LV2. The energy from the queen insect's meat seemed to give her a push from behind, allowing her, who was already at the door of LV2, to break through that barrier. After advancing to LV2, some of the gentle energy in her body remained, which further pushed her progress along the path of LV2. It can be imagined that with diligence, it shouldn't take long for her guidance technique to break through to LV3. Following Song Ting was Song Ming, who was 2 years younger than her and also at LV1 in the guidance technique. With the gentle energy from the queen insect's meat, he successfully advanced to LV2. Then came Song Bo from the second uncle's family, who had been stuck at LV2 for a year and directly advanced to LV3. Song Shishi had just recently advanced to LV3, so this time, her guidance technique did not break through to LV4. However, she reached the limit of LV3, and with nearly 3 years left until graduation, she clearly has the chance to advance to LV4 before awakening her torch, which would significantly improve her success rate in subsequent awakenings. As for the last, Song Yu, he had awakened a few days earlier than Song Kai, and had recently advanced to LV4 in the guidance technique, thanks to the ghost energy cultivation platform on the torch warship. Naturally, it was impossible for him to break into LV5 right now. However, these pounds of queen insect's meat were not to be underestimated. They saved him at least half a year of arduous cultivation, and it is estimated that in a few more months, he should be able to reach LV5. Seeing this, Song Kai nodded in satisfaction. It was clear that the queen insect's meat was indeed effective, and it was worth sharing. As the 5 of them celebrated, Song Kai suddenly issued a warning. Find a good excuse for yourselves, don't mention this meat, and certainly don't say it came from me, understand? Song Yu was puzzled. Isn't this a good thing? You're helping us. Why keep it a secret? Song Kai glanced at the few people and began to put away the barbecue grill, while softly explaining. I brought out this fine meat so that all of you could successfully awaken the seed of torch in the future, and also because we're family. It's enough if you remember my kindness. What outsiders think isn't important, and I don't want to attract too much attention. Upon hearing these offhand remarks, which they understood to be Song Kai's true feelings, the 5 people quietly hummed in agreement and all nodded in assent. However, what the 6 of them didn't know was that behind them, on the second floor, a few shadowy figures stood by the window in the dark, silently watching the backyard scene. If I'm not mistaken, that should be fine meat from a queen insect, and it's not just any fine meat, it seems to carry a hint of third-rank sauce. Third brother, your kid really has something. He actually managed to kill a queen insect with third-rank source energy. Now I fully believe he can advance to first rank within 3 months. It seems your kid must have had some fortuitous encounter. Hearing this, Song Jiao on the left side glared with wide eyes. You better not get any ideas about my kid, or else I'll go straight to the old man to complain and see if he'll discipline you. But speaking of which, boss, you should be close to advancing, right? Give it to me straight. I'm tired of being stuck in this backwater star domain. Once you advance, we can make our move immediately, and after success, we return to Dinghai star domain right away. Second brother, don't be impatient, we've been planning this for so many years, there's no rush at this moment. We must be thoroughly prepared for this matter, otherwise, if we make a mistake, our lineage won't think about returning to the clan for a century. However, speaking of which, since little Kai was able to obtain fine meat that contains third-rank source from the queen insect, is it possible he also found an energy crystal? The second floor of the Song family mansion, where Song Jiao and the others were, was not far from the backyard. The straight-line distance was less than 20 meters. However, during their conversation, the 6 people below, including Song Kai, didn't have the slightest awareness, as if there were no figures on the second floor at all. Time passed quickly, and as the dinner was about to start, Song Kai was called by his parents to a side room. Staring at her son, Chen Lixia smiled beamingly. "Son, come here, let mom give you a hug." Song Kai walked over somewhat reluctantly. Everything about his mom was good, except she was too clingy. He was already in his 30s, and in his previous life, he would have been established with his own family by now. But in front of Chen Lixia, he seemed like a child who hadn't grown up yet, always in need of a hug, making him, an adult man, feel embarrassed. After a brief hug, Song Kai, eager to escape his mother's clutches quickly, pulled out an intermediate energy crystal he had brought. "Mom, what's the success rate for Dragonfly's upgrades now?" This time, when exploring with Shen King, we encountered a group of insect race. After killing the queen insect, I found an energy crystal formed inside its body. As he spoke, he placed the intermediate energy crystal into his mother's hand. Without checking the energy crystal in her hand, Chen Lixia's heart was already filled with emotion. "Oh, my son really cares about his mum." With that, she hugged Song Kai once again. Song Kai. At his side, Song Zhao's eyes sparkled, and his heartbeat began to accelerate gradually. He took the energy crystal from Chen Lixia's hand, and once he confirmed it was indeed a genuine energy crystal, and an intermediate one at that, he was thrilled from the bottom of his heart. Of course, the baptism of a century and having his wife and child by his side helped him to forcibly suppress the urge to laugh out loud. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Song Zhao's eyes moved around in thought. After Song Kai finally escaped his mother's grasp once more, Song Zhao spoke in a grave tone. "Little Kai, you don't need to worry about Dragonfly. Later on, I'll explore the alien star domain a few more times with your mum, plus the mermaid's tear you found earlier. We should be able to raise Dragonfly's upgrade success rate to over 70%. As for this intermediate energy crystal, you should present it as a birthday gift to your grandma during the dinner." Hearing this, Song Kai was taken aback. He hadn't really thought of using the intermediate energy crystal as a birthday gift. After all, such items were rare and valuable, and his own father, mother, and himself would need it in the future. It seemed as if Song Zhao understood what was going through Song Kai's mind at that moment, so he explained, "Your mom's advancement this time is practically a sure thing, and as for me, your father, I still have a considerable way to go to reach third rank. But right now is a key point, and the family urgently needs this intermediate energy crystal. The reason I'm telling you to present it to your grandma during the birthday feast is to get your grandfather to take out something good. I'll tell you, your grandpa has plenty of nice things in his possession. Just one of them would be enough to greatly increase the combat power of your Kangqian." After hearing the explanation, Song Kai understood, but he still felt conflicted. "Dad, I don't want to draw too much attention. How about you give it to Grandma on my behalf?" Song Zhao glared at Song Kai. You're really not like someone of your hot-blooded age." To put it nicely, this is called hiding your capabilities, but to put it less kindly, you're being overly cautious. Song Zhao felt rather disappointed. His son was good in every way but was just too mature and steady, lacking the pride a father should feel. Other people's kids were mischievous and troublesome from a young age, always causing problems that would eventually require their fathers to step in, an opportunity to demonstrate a father's boundless love. But from childhood to adulthood, Song Zhao had never experienced this. If it weren't for Song Ting, who was a bit more normal, he would have felt truly ineffective as a father. Just at that moment, Chen Lixia's phoenix eyes glared over Song Zhao. "Can't you speak properly? What's the point of shouting in front of your son?" "Our son is called mature and steady, 1,000, no, 10,000 times better than others." Song Zhao gave his wife an annoyed look, but after some thought, he said to Song Kai, "Forget it, just come with me alone." At this, Song Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. For him to show such a large face in front of the entire White Tower floating land, and even in front of guests from other star domains of the duchy, to tell the truth, it wasn't that he didn't dare, but he really didn't want to. It attracted too much attention. Song Kai's idea was very simple, just quietly manage his little ruins market, occasionally explore the alien star domain, and grow slowly and quietly. That was better than anything else. Seeking fame in front of others, that would truly be too difficult for him. Once the high-ranking individuals of the entire White Tower floating land paid attention to him, it would greatly increase the risk of the Zutan ruins market being exposed, which he absolutely wanted to avoid. In the main building of the Angry Lion Courtyard, in a very secretive chamber, Song Mingsong and his wife, who were originally preparing to attend the banquet, were standing inside this chamber. That boy, our third son, always so secretive. God knows what he's up to. If he can't give a proper explanation later, watch how I deal with him. At his side, Bai Xueqin glanced at Song Mingsong. Calm down, since our third son is so anxious. He must have something important. Stop grumbling. At that moment, the door to the chamber suddenly opened, and then Song Jiao came in with Song Kai. HMPH. Song Mingsong snorted coldly. Even though he had already promised Bai Xueqin he would calm down, he just couldn't give his third son a pleasant look. He had learned from Song Qi and Song Lin about the last titanium crystal matter. The kid had said he would hand over half, which was 1,205 pieces. But when it came to communication, it mysteriously became 1,000 pieces. He had pocketed 205 pieces, and he still thinks I don't know about it. However, as soon as Song Kai followed his dad into the chamber, Song Mingsong's originally stern face immediately relaxed, and with a warm smile, he said, "Little Kai, you're here, come over." "Grandfather, grandmother." Song Kai quickly approached with a respectful tone, and also with genuine joy from the heart. To the ears of Song Mingsong and his wife, this was naturally very pleasing. "Cha, come let grandma have a look, it's good that you've awakened successfully." After a conversation, Song Mingsong looked at Song Jiao in front of him. "What's the matter? Spit it out, everyone's waiting at the banquet." Song Jiao quickly signaled to Song Kai, who wasn't far away. All of a sudden, the gaze of all three fell upon Song Kai, who then hurriedly took out the intermediate energy crystal. At the moment Song Kai took out the energy crystal, a brilliant light shone in Song Mingsong's eyes. The spectral energy surged around him, and he almost instantly moved in front of Song Kai. An intermediate energy crystal. With just one glance, Song Mingsong accurately identified the fist-size crystal in Song Kai's hands, with no need to check it personally. This alone showed that his discernment was far superior to that of Song Jiao, the second-ranked torch ship captain. "Little Kai, where did you get this intermediate energy crystal from?" At his side, grandmother Bai Xueqin also had a glint of light flowing in her eyes, her heart equally stirred. Hearing Bai Xueqin's question, Song Kai carefully recounted the matter of the insect race and the queen insect, naturally omitting anything related to the Buluo civilization ruins and simply mentioning an accidental encounter with a long-dormant group of the insect race. Song Mingsong and the others didn't mind these details. Once they knew the source of the intermediate energy crystal had no problems, Song Mingsong couldn't help but burst into a loud laugh, then joyfully said to Song Kai, "Little Kai, this intermediate energy crystal has come just in time, it's of great use to the family. Tell me, what reward do you want?" "Grandfather, this is a congratulation gift I prepared for grandmother, I don't need." Song Kai was just about to refuse, as Dad had reminded him. But as expected, he was immediately interrupted by his excited grandfather. A gift is a gift, and a reward is a reward. Since you've managed to offer such a splendid gift, it's only natural for Grandpa to reward you. Tell me, what do you want? Hearing this, Song Kai no longer hesitated and gave the answer he had already decided on in his heart. "Grandpa, the Kangkyung still lacks a high-quality engine part." Song Mingsong thought for a moment, then with a wave of his hand, a strand of light shot out from his forehead and finally floated in front of Song Kai. "I happen to have a shipborne engine that I don't need, see what you think of it." Song Kai also mobilized the spectral energy within his body, a pulling force emanating from his ancestral aperture, slowly drawing the cluster of light that emitted a rich purple hue into his ancestral torch. His heartbeat accelerated, and he couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "No wonder Dad said Grandpa has a lot of good stuff. I never imagined he'd casually hand over a shipborne engine part of purple quality." Initially, He thought that getting an engine of blue quality would be enough to satisfy the enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator, but this purple engine was completely beyond his expectations. As the seed of torch came into contact with the group of purple light, its attributes quickly became fully visible to Song Kai. Shadow Capture Antimatter Overstate Engine LV0 Quality, Purple. Feature, Energy Supply Efficiency additionally increased by 25%. Consumption, 5/S. Energy Supply, 38/S. Post-overload buffer, 30 minutes. Energy Pool, 5,200 points, can store 5,200 energy points. Convertible, Shadow Capture Level Reactor. Up rank requirement, 8 strands of floating land origin, 0 rank, 500 energy points, 5 life cores, 0 rank. After reviewing the attributes of the purple engine, Song Kai could hardly contain his excitement. Compared to the nuclear fusion engine he first acquired, this engine offered even better effects for the torch warship. After his initial excitement, Song Kai loudly thanked his grandfather. Song Ming Song was also pleased, and the ghost light flickered in his forehead once again, followed by another sphere of light appearing. Song Kai gasped, his heartbeat already at its limit. Song Ming Song was actually bringing out another component of purple level. Indeed, the second sphere of light was also emitting a dazzling purple glow. This gave Song Kai a feeling of being incredibly favored, not because he was afraid his grandfather had any other intentions, but because he did not believe he had the talent to merit such an investment from the old man. One must know that purple relics are highly attractive, even to a third-rank torch ship captain, and are not easily parted with, let alone 2 of them in a row. Keep in mind, the talent he had awakened was merely the colorless seed of torch, and with such a level of talent, it was highly unlikely that he would ever cross the threshold to the 3rd rank no matter how much was invested. Don't overthink it. I already said I was going to give you a grand present before, and this is it. Accept it. Before Song Kai could voice the doubts in his heart, Song Ming Song explained first. Once reassured, Song Kai remembered that when his father had contacted his grandfather previously about the titanium crystal matter, Song Ming Song indeed mentioned this. However, he hadn't taken it to heart, as Song Ming Song had given him many small gifts since he was little. But he had never imagined that the grand present Song Ming Song mentioned would be a component of purple level. One must understand that this signified a starry sea oddity of purple level, whose value was incalculable. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind, but all eventually turned into a profound warmth. This was not the type of meticulous care expressed in words, but rather actions that consistently demonstrated an unspoken love. This is what family is, this is what a true bloodline family is, isn't it? After a long while, Song Kai suppressed the multitude of emotions in his heart and once again mobilized the spectral energy to access the ancestral torch. Soon, as the second group of purple light was also drawn into the ancestral torch and enveloped entirely by the seed of torch within the ancestral aperture, detailed attributes emerged. When Song Kai saw the attributes of the strange object, he was taken aback, and the result once again defied his expectations. What Song Ming Song had given him was actually an advanced fire source for the seed of torch. One must know, starry sea oddities capable of satisfying the evolution requirements of the seed of torch are at least of purple quality, and they are far rarer than other strange objects of the same rank. Thus, the value of an advanced fire seed typically ranks at the top among all purple quality oddities. Strange object, Cold Spring Cold Flame. Quality, purple. Evolvable, 1. Cold Flame Fierce Flame Main Cannon. 2. Seed of Torch Advanced Fire Source. Note, a fire attribute purple relic with many uses. Thinking of this, he eagerly controlled the flames of the seed of torch to wrap around this strand of fire seed, and soon a new attribute panel appeared. Advanced Fire Source for the seed of torch, Cold Spring Cold Flame. Effect, when merged with a colorless quality seed of torch, the quality of the seed of torch will be elevated by 1 rank. Note, a strand of cold attribute fire bred on the frigid floating land. It grants a special benefit to the seed of torch and has an unimaginable allure for torch ship captains of lower quality. After reading these new attributes, he felt somewhat disappointed. This strand of cold spring cold flame, like the 10,000 years star cow fire he had obtained from the mechanical race before, could only elevate the seed of torch from colorless to white, belonging to those of the lowest level among advanced fire sources. Common knowledge within the sphere of torch human civilization states that fire seeds capable of elevating the quality of the seed of torch are at the very least of purple quality. Special fire seeds of white and blue quality simply cannot effectively aid the seed of torch. But even among purple fire seeds, there is a hierarchy of quality. Like the 10,000 years star cow fire and the cold spring cold flame in front of him, both are among the lowest level of purple fire seeds, only capable of raising a colorless seed of torch to white. To upgrade a white seed of torch to blue, one would need a top-rank purple fire seed. As for further upgrading a blue seed of torch to purple, that would require an orange quality special fire seed. This is why the innate quality of the seed of torch is so significant. If it were so easy to enhance the quality, then there wouldn't be over 90% of torch ship captains in torch human civilization with colorless quality seeds of torch. Although he felt some disappointment, the warmth in his heart was genuine. Song Ming Song had offered this purple fire seed precisely because he knew that the seed of torch Song Kai had awakened was only colorless. Who would have thought he had something like the Zutan Ruins market up his sleeve, allowing him to upgrade his seed of torch so swiftly? After pondering for a while, Song Kai decided to answer truthfully. "Grandfather, this fire seed is of no use to your grandson, please take it back." The chamber fell suddenly silent, and Bai Ixukin was the first to recover. She asked gently, "Cha, are you saying that the seed of torch within your ancestral torch is already of white quality?" "Yes, Grandma." Song Kai nodded firmly. He could have kept the cold spring cold flame and later sold it on the black market or the Zutan Ruins market, and he could have taken the opportunity to perfectly conceal his already advanced seed of torch. The reason he did not choose to do so was that Song Kai naturally had his own reasons. Purple fire seeds are very rare, and even with grandfather's strength and status, he probably didn't have too many. Considering the younger generation in the family, his second uncle's seed of torch is still colorless, and there are 4 others who have yet to awaken their seeds of torch. There's no guarantee that colorless seeds of torch won't appear again among them. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, leaving this strand of cold spring cold flame for his own family to use would be more cost-effective. Last, and most importantly, although revealing that the quality of his seed of torch has advanced would come as a great surprise to them. After all, he had already done quite a few unexpected things before. The Tears of the Mermaid, Kang Kyung's first-rank advancement within a little over 2 months, intermediate energy crystals, etc. All of these are achievements that a newly awakened individual would find difficult. However, even if his father, grandfather, and grandmother were surprised, they were ultimately his closest elders. Even if they knew he had some secrets of his own, they wouldn't harbor any malicious thoughts, and they wouldn't even ask too many questions. Based on these points, Song Kai made the decision to be frank. Originally, he still retained that overly cautious personality from his previous life on Blue Star, unwilling to reveal too much even to his family. But after previously experiencing John Tro's assassination attempt and now his grandfather's gesture of offering 2 purple relics, he fully realized one thing: only one's own family can truly be relied upon, and he could completely trust his elders. After a brief silence, Song Ming Song and the other 2 elders turned around, looking at Song Kai, who was bowing before them, feeling that their grandson was particularly well behaved. Compared to the troublemakers of the elder sons, second sons, and fourth sons' families, Song Kai truly gave them less worry, having brought them more than a few surprises and admiration. Ha ha ha. Good, worthy of being my grandson, Song Ming Song. Nevertheless, since I've already given you this strand of cold spring cold flame, there's no talking about taking it back. Deal with it as you see fit. After saying that, Song Ming Song patted Song Kai on the shoulder, feeling extremely pleased. Before leaving the chamber, Grandma Bai Ixukan made a special reminder. Cha, Since you're reluctant to show your edge in front of others, the family will not force you. However, remember one thing. Hiding your abilities does not mean you have to endure grievances. If you encounter something outside that you cannot resolve, or if someone uses their power to bully the weaker, do not keep it to yourself. Speak up. We have many elders in the family who are more than capable of protecting you. Grandma, who was usually a very gentle person, spoke these words with unusual firmness, giving Song Kai an inexplicable sense of confidence. After he nodded, the four of them left the secret room one after another. Soon, 2 days passed, and Grandma's grand 200th birthday celebration officially began. On this day, the courtyard of the Raging Lions was bustling with guests coming and going, and hundreds of tables were set up for the feast, brimming with liveliness. The Kian family from Bay City, led by family head Kianf, presented birthday gifts including 10 strands of third-rank floating land origin, 200 strands of second-rank floating land origin, and 2 white warship components. Jiangyuan City's Daniu Mining Company, directed by Jin Lai, presented 200 strands of second-rank floating land origin and 1 blue warship component as birthday gifts. The First Torch Academy of Jiangyuan City, led by Dean Lin Yaking, presented 100 strands of third-rank floating land origin and 2 blue warship components as birthday gifts. As each of the distinguished guests presented their gifts, the atmosphere at the birthday banquet was completely set in motion. At the outermost perimeter of the courtyard, where the guests of the lowest status and in the largest numbers were seated, everyone's faces showed a mix of surprise and envy. With the floating land origin threading from the second to third rank and warship components of blue quality, any one such gift could significantly enhance their ship's combat power. And yet, by now, the Song family had already received more than a dozen blue quality components. However, what truly shocked them was yet to come. The climax was the arrival of the legendary defender of the White Tower floating continent himself. Above the vault of heaven, a terrifying warship over 3,000 meters long tore through the clouds and hovered directly above Beta City, making the Torch Bureau's decree that forbade torch warships from entering the city area seem non-existent in front of this imposing vessel. Even the director of the White Tower Torch Bureau, who was already seated at the main table of the banquet in the Raging Lions courtyard, kept silent at this moment, for the individual above them was a formidable presence that reigned over the entire White Tower floating continent. The Defender's warship, the 4th-rank Zulu warship Deep Sea Vast Sky, was now visible to the assembled guests. As the guests looked up and caught sight of that sky-blocking behemoth, their eyes filled with utter astonishment. This was the Zulu warship, capable of mobilizing the very origin consciousness of the entire White Tower floating continent, a ship powerful enough to truly suppress an entire starry sea floating land. For a moment, everyone felt a deep chill and gained a new understanding of the Song family's energy. With the White Tower Defender personally attending the birthday banquet, the Song family's backing seemed to far exceed the ordinary. In addition to the White Tower Defender, several torch ship captains of the 3rd rank level also attended. In short, Song Ming Song had quite the clout. Of course, these were only the thoughts of the lower and middle class people. For the true upper echelons of the White Tower floating continent, what really mattered to them were 4 words: Ding Hai Song family. On the outskirts of Beta City, at the warship docking square, 8 uniform Pentium 3 kinetic vehicles slowly descended from low altitude, forming a single file line at the entrance of the square, attracting many curious citizens. 10 Pentium 3 kinetic vehicles made quite the scene, and everyone was curious about who these arrivals might be. As figures began alighting from the 10 vehicles, some sharp-eyed citizens recognized the identity of the convoy. The Raging Lion Song Ming Song, from the Song family. No wonder. They say the Song family is awesome. Even the White Tower Defender himself came to attend the birthday banquet. I tried to remember, the last time the White Tower Defender personally attended a banquet, it was for the wedding of Dean Lin from Jiangyuan City. At the forefront of the motorcade, Bai Xukin and Bai Irong stood together, with Song Ming Song accompanying them on one side. Fourth sister, it's time to prepare for an attempt at the third rank. I have a drop of starry marrow fluid for you which, even if you fail to break through, will save you the long recovery time of the Seed of Torch. You're now 200 years old, and with the use of 2 longevity extending strange objects, there's a good chance you'll get a second opportunity to break through. Ming Song, you should also take this to heart. In the crowd, Song Kai watched discreetly, his gaze flickering. Over the last few days, he had finally learned the identity of this woman, who had previously sat next to his grand-aunt Zhao Hongxu. She was from Grandma's own family, named Bai Xiurong, the elder sister of Grandma Bai Xiugin. The proud woman known as Bai He from the projection room was her granddaughter. Song Kai couldn't help but feel guilty upon recalling how he had once surreptitiously assessed this woman's figure. Upon seeing Song Ming Song nod, Bai Xiurong spoke again. Let's consider that settled. Then we'll act together in 2 years, and the specific meeting place can be discussed later. After speaking, she gave the young girl by her side a meaningful glance. Seeing this, the girl, named Bai He, stepped forward. Great aunt, great uncle, I'll visit you again next time. Take care of yourselves. After her words, black energy flowed around Bai Xiurong, and in the next moment, this dark energy gradually expanded until it enveloped the two of them. Then, they slowly rose into the air and quickly vanished behind the gates of the warship docking square. Watching this scene, the younger generation of the Song family, Song Qi, Song Wen, and others, all revealed a hint of envy in their eyes. Only by refining the spectral energy guidance technique to the third rank level could one freely externalize spectral energy from the body. This not only allowed for hovering and wind riding but also the formation of a spectral energy defense field, greatly enhancing both combat power and defensive capabilities. Of course, the most important thing was still the extension of lifespan. Despite Auntie Xiurong being over 200 years old, as long as no accidents occurred in the future, she could live for nearly 400 more years, most likely outliving them all. But at that moment, an untimely voice suddenly rang out beside Song Kai. Song Ting was whispering and complaining. Humphrey, she could have easily stored it in the ancestral torch. Yet she insisted on parking her torch warship in this flying warship plaza. Isn't this just showing off? Before she could finish, Song Kai promptly covered the girl's mouth. Watch it, be careful or Grandpa will punish you by sending you straight back to school tonight. In fact, the girl wasn't wrong. Everyone present knew it in their hearts, but who would ever bluntly state it? After all, Auntie Xiurong had just broken through to the third rank not long ago. Wanting to show off was quite normal, wasn't it? As the cruiser-class torch warship belonging to Bai Xiurong soared into the sky, bursting through the clouds above the white tower floating land within a few breaths, and disappeared into the horizon, people also returned to their flying vehicles and started the journey home. In the rear of the convoy, Song Kai's family of 4 shared a flying vehicle. Seeing no outsiders, Song Kai, sitting in the co-pilot seat, turned to his father to ask, "Dad, how should I handle this strand of cold spring chill flame? Should I keep it, or should I give it to second brother now?" "Brother, why not keep it for me?" Before Song Zhao could reply, Song Ting poked her head from the back seat, acting ever so obediently in front of Mom and Dad, calling brother ever so smoothly. Song Kai pushed her head back. "You're still so young, we'll talk after you awaken in 12 years. Ignoring the haughty snort coming from the back seat, Song Kai turned his attention back to his father, who was driving. Song Zhao seemed to have already considered this and didn't need to think further, immediately giving his opinion. "Give it to little Lin directly since grandfather treats everyone equally. He's prepared a fire seed for each family to ascend." Little Qi and little Lin have both awakened the colorless seed of torch, which is unlucky. The fire seed for your granduncle's family was used by little Qi, and with your granduncle and his wife's power, it will be very difficult to obtain another fire seed anytime soon. Since you don't need this fire seed, give it to little Lin. However, it won't be for free. Take it out in front of your granduncle later. Knowing his personality, he'll give you a fitting compensation. Raging Lion Courtyard, Living room. Seizing the opportunity, Song Kai approached his second brother, Song Lin. Second brother, wait a moment. Hearing his call, Song Lin was clearly surprised. Little Kai, what's up? Song Lin's voice trailed off as he stared straight at the purple glow flying out from Song Kai's forehead, his eyes filled with desire and envy. It wasn't just him. The granduncle and his wife who were walking ahead and about to return to their bedroom also stopped, their gaze turning backward. Little Kai, what is this? Song Kai didn't beat around the bush and simply repeated the words he had already organized with his parents. Dad already got me a fire seed before, and I don't need the one Grandpa gave me. Second brother, aren't you in need of one? Here, take it. As Song Kai casually tossed the orb of light, equivalent to a top-rank purple relic, towards himself, Song Lin froze, staring blankly at his younger brother before him. Before this, although he had a good impression of Song Kai, it had never reached the depths of brotherly affection. But now, he felt a sudden urge to cry, as if he had just understood the true meaning of the word Song family. Seeing Song Lin's reaction, Song Kai's tone softened slightly. Come on, what's with all the sentiment between brothers? Just take it. At this moment, the rich voice of Song Shan came from behind. Little Kai's right, we're all family. If he tells you to take it, then take it. If Little Kai is ever in trouble, would you just stand by and watch? Go absorb it quick. Song Lin took a deep breath, his gaze lingering on Song Kai for a long while before he simply uttered 4 words. Little Kai, thank you. As Song Lin headed to the flying vessel shipyard to absorb the wisp of cold spring flame, uncle and aunt also stopped Song Kai. Little Kai, your uncle and aunt won't say much. Here are 500 strands of second-rank floating land origin and 1,000 strands of first-rank floating land origin, along with 2 advanced body tempering potions. Take them. Song Jiao was about to say something, but Zhao Hongsu took over the conversation. Little Kai, if they're letting you take it, just take it without overthinking. Although your uncle is at a critical moment of advancement, he can still manage to provide these resources. Given these words, Song Kai naturally could only accept the batch of resources. Of course, he had intended to politely decline, but currently, he had several components in need of enhancement, and these resources arrived just in time. In the evening, in the living room of the Furious Lion Estate, Song Mingsong, Bai Xiuqin, and the married couples of Song Shan, Song Hai, Song Jiao, and Song Yang, including Song Kai, Song Qi, Song Lin, and Song Wen, were all present. It could be said that the members of the Song family of first rank and above had all gathered here. Originally, Song Kai had not planned to participate, just having received a sum of floating land origin, he wanted to comprehensively enhance the Kangkang. However, the elders were very insistent this time, so he had no choice but to follow along. Song Kai saw his grandmother, Bai Xiuqin, fumble in the corner of the sofa, then a blue holographic screen emerged from the living room floor and rapidly spread as time passed. Recognizing this, Song Kai focused his mind entirely. The last time he had seen this scene at home was when he was imprinting the mythical mesh projection, which indicated that whatever was to be discussed was likely to be extremely important, or else there would be no need for such formality. Once the blue holographic screen completely covered the living room, the grandfather, seated in the main sofa chair, spoke gravely, turning his gaze to his eldest brother, Song Shan. Elder brother, with that intermediate energy crystal added, do you have confidence in your promotion? Give us a definite answer. At these words, Song Kai, standing behind the sofa, raised an eyebrow. He had always thought the intermediate energy crystal he provided was for his grandmother Bai Xiuqin's use. His uncle was only 130 years old, whereas his grandmother was 200. By all accounts, it made more sense for the grandmother to be in a more urgent situation. However, seeing that people including his own father and grandmother showed no signs of surprise, Song Kai did not ask any questions, realizing this must be a result previously discussed by the family. Song Shan pondered for a moment. With this intermediate energy crystal and several resources that the family has been quietly acquiring over the past decades, the chance of success should increase to over 40%. Not enough, 40% is still too low, and the risk is significant. Here's what we'll do. After initiating the promotion mission, I will personally take you on a few excursions to the alien star domain. With the support of the Furious Lion, we should be able to improve our odds by another 10 percentage points, to over 50%. That's worth a try. Song Ming Song's expression was not looking too good. In his heart, the possibility of success was still too slim. Nonetheless, considering Song Shan was only 130 years old, even if he truly failed, there would still be time to train a brand new torch warship, so he nodded and agreed. That settles it then. As for you, the third brother, since little Kai has successfully awakened, the task of shadowing the Bloodblade Star Thieves this time is on you. However, considering Lixia's advancement, second brother, you'll cover for 2 more months. After 2 months, the third brother will replace you. Remember, we cannot afford any slip-ups. Whether we can redeem our branch's past mistakes hinges on this, the grandfather added with emphasis. Understood. Song Kai and Song Qi, the 4 of them, were somewhat confused. They had no idea what the elders were talking about. Bloodblade Star Thieves, our branch making mistakes, and talk of rectifying those mistakes. So what did all that mean? For a moment, a myriad of questions arose in their minds. It was then that they heard their father, Song Jiao, say, "Dad, since elder brother's promotion is imminent, it's time to involve these young ones as well. If it really comes down to action, relying solely on the few escort ships under our command won't be enough. After a while, little you should also be able to advance to first rank. Over the coming months, let us take turns bringing the 5 of them over to stand guard together, allowing them to familiarize themselves ahead of time," he suggested. Song Ming Song thought it over for a moment and then quickly nodded in agreement. Agreed. With the grandfather's consent, Song Hai, the second uncle seated to the left, took the opportunity to say, "Then for the next 2 months, I'll take 2 of them with me." He looked toward the 4, "You 4 decide among yourselves." After brief consultation, it was decided that Song Qi and Song Wen would first accompany Song Hai to the star domain where the Bloodblade Star Thieves were located for surveillance. Meanwhile, Song Kai and Song Lin would wait 2 months for Song Jiao to lead them. After the discussion ended, taking advantage of the blue holographic screen still being active, Song Kai quickly approached his father and whispered a question. After a brief explanation from his father, he finally understood the gist of the matter. It turned out that their White Tower floating land branch of the Song family was just one offshoot of the Dinghai Song family. Decades ago, his grandfather had just advanced to 3rd rank when an error during a family mission led to its ultimate failure. This was why their entire household had moved to the White Tower floating land, and from his father's vague revelations, the ultimate goal of that mission years ago was a Red Epic level component. In other words, because of his grandfather's error, the family indirectly lost out on a Red Fleet component. Song Kai was taken aback. A Red Epic level fleet component was even higher in quality than the Orange Glory. Until now, he had only heard about such components through textbooks and the internet, never imagining that his family had once had the strength to vie for such high-caliber components. From this, it's clear that the strength of the Dinghai Song family is extraordinary. As for why my father has been tailing the Bloodblade Star Thieves for years on end, he did not elaborate, but he revealed that the Bloodblade Star Thieves have something of great value in their possession. If we can get our hands on it, our lineage can make up for past mistakes and be reinstated into the family. After understanding all this, the first thing Song Kai did upon returning to his bedroom was to connect to the White Tower local network with the Seed of Torch. He opened the search engine, typed in the 5 keywords Bloodblade Star Thieves, and clicked search. Soon, a string of information posts popped up. Song Kai chose a few that were trending and had the most replies, all of which required a fee. Yes, most of these posts weren't free or credible, and hard-to-come-by posts had a viewing fee set by the posters. Fortunately, they were cheap, only 5 strands of 0-rank floating land origin each, so Song Kai straightforwardly viewed all of them, quickly obtaining the basic information about the Bloodblade Star Thieves. The Bloodblade Star Thieves, a mid to small-sized group active at the border region between the chaotic star field and the Chenxing Principality, have been around for nearly 200 years, it is said. The total number of members in the Bloodblade Star Thieves is about 100, with 5 second-rank torch ship captains and more than 20 first-rank torch ship captains, with the rest being 0 rank. Additionally, the leader of the Bloodblade Star Thieves and the owner of the Bloodblade Cruiser, known as Bloodsaber, is said to have already been a 3rd-rank torch captain as early as 150 years ago, with extremely powerful strength. At this point, Song Kai was shocked. Being 3rd rank 150 years ago meant that this Bloodsaber, leader of the Star Thieves, was probably about the same age as Xiao Kui, a 300-year-old at 3rd rank, and Song Ming Song is still only 230 years old. With such a big age difference, could my grandfather really defeat him? Song Kai even speculated that the reason why the family members haven't made their move is probably due to their wariness of the opponent's strength. Now that his elder uncle is about to advance, having 2 3rd rankers will basically ensure that they can firmly suppress Bloodsaber. Therefore, they're now preparing to take action. Thinking of this, Song Kai became somewhat anxious, realizing he might come into contact with 3rd rank level battles within a year. A strong sense of crisis welled up within him. No, the dark matter energy shield generator component must be enhanced to 2nd rank limit. His determination to enhance the dark matter energy shield generator component became firmer. However, Song Kai thought for a moment and felt a headache coming on about where to obtain a mercury crystal. This thing isn't incredibly rare, but it's also not commonly found. It would probably be very difficult to procure in a short time. In the basement 2nd level of the Furious Lion compound, as the elevator came to a halt, Song Kai stepped into the subterranean 2nd floor space made entirely of special alloy. In front of him was Grandma Bai Xukan's maid, Lan Dai, who was said to have come over from the Bai family at the time of the marriage and possesses absolute loyalty to the current Song family. However, this maid, now with white hair and having reached the end of her life at 1st rank, was nearing the end of her journey. 4th young master, I won't be going inside. Just go in and choose for yourself. But as the young lady said, you can only take the mercury crystal you mentioned earlier, she said. Thank you, Grandma Lan Dai. Your grandson understands, Song Kai replied. Click. With a light swipe of the access card given by his grandmother, Kakaka. The alloy door in front of him slowly opened, and Song Kai stepped into the family's secret vault. Yes, this sealed chamber, constructed entirely of special alloy, was the Song family's, or rather, their lineage's, secret vault. Song Kai had heard from his father that there were quite a few treasures inside. Therefore, stepping into the vault for the first time, Song Kai looked curiously to the left and right. However, as time went on, disappointment gradually emerged in Song Kai's eyes. The vault didn't seem large, covering only dozens of square meters with not too many shelves inside. But after he had looked at all the shelves, this idea was completely overturned. Although there were not many items in the vault, they were all exceedingly rare objects. Aside from the common white relics, there were more than 20 blue oddities and even 4 purple relics, giving Song Kai a dazzling sensation. Setting aside blue and white relics for a moment, among the 4 purple quality relics, Song Kai saw one that especially aroused his desire. This relic, known as the Streaming Light Essence, is born from an extremely special essence of the Starry Sea and can be converted into a special component called the Streaming Light Propulsor, which can effectively enhance the cruising speed of a torch warship. Streaming Light Propulsor LV0. Quality: purple. Feature: an additional 50% increase in thruster thrust. Consumption: 8/s, spectral energy points. Effect: increase of 80% in thrust, 80% increase in warship travel speed. Up rank requirement: 8 strands of 0 rank floating land origin, 800 spectral energy points, 1 streaming light stone. With a purple engine already in hand, the Kankian had a sufficient energy supply. In order to convert this energy into increased agility and speed for the warship, what was needed was this thruster. However, it was clear that he, who had acquired 2 purple relics in a short period, was unlikely to lay his hands on this purple thruster component anytime soon, as it was part of the entire family's wealth. Besides, Song Kai saw many other extremely rare resources and treasures. For example, a starry sea Tankui tree heart that was several thousand years old. The starry sea Tankui is a relatively common starry sea plant. However, that is only relative to other starry sea plants, and actually finding it in the vast starry sea is extremely difficult, not to mention killing it and preserving its most precious heart. Just this piece of the starry sea Tankui tree heart alone could extend a person's life by 50 years in the outside world. It would certainly cause an uproar. Or, for instance, a fist-sized piece of 10,000-year-old volcanic lava iron essence, which is one of the special resources needed when a first-rank torch warship advances to second rank, and its value is extremely high. After observing for a while, Song Kai did not find the mercury crystal he needed, or rather, there were no such resources in quantities of dozens or hundreds of tons on these shelves. Seemingly having thought of something, he made his way to the deepest part of the vault and indeed found an alloyed or marked mineral storage room. If he wasn't mistaken, those large quantities of mineral resources should all be placed in this mineral storage room. Indeed, as expected, shortly after entering the mineral storage room, Song Kai found many moderately rare minerals, such as gas and uranium ores, and including the mercury crystals he needed. After checking, Song Kai estimated that there were about 1,200 tons of mercury crystals in this spacious mineral storage room, which he thought should be roughly sufficient for the enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator components. Summoning the Kankai on the warship platform intentionally left open in the center of this mineral storage room, Song Kai began to enhance it right there without intent to transfer the materials elsewhere. The first enhancement wasn't the dark matter energy shield generator, but the newly acquired purple shadow capture antimatter overstate engine. Only by enhancing this engine to a certain extent could he then confidently enhance the dark matter energy shield. Are you sure you want to spend 8 strands of 0-rank floating land origin plus 500 energy points plus 5 0-rank life cores to upgrade the shadow capture antimatter overstate engine from LV0 to LV1? Confirmed. He enhanced the shadow capture antimatter overstate engine to LV20 in one go, using a total of 259 strands of 0-rank floating land origin plus 478 strands of first-rank floating land origin and some 0 and first-rank life cores. Shadow capture antimatter overstate engine LV20. Quality, purple. Feature, an additional 65% increase in energy supply efficiency. Consumption, 40/S. Energy supply, 660/S. Post-overload buffer, 20 minutes. Energy pool, 30,000 points, able to store 30,000 energy points. Convertible, shadow capture reactor. Up rank requirement, 20 strands of second-rank floating land origin, 10,000 spectral energy points. 20 second-rank life cores, 1 titanium crystal. After enhancing to second rank, Song Kai found himself left with only 721 strands of first-rank floating land origin, which caused him some pain as the shadow capture antimatter overstate engine, although powerful, had consumed an astonishing amount of resources. In the blink of an eye, thousands of strands of 0-rank floating land origin were gone. It was only thanks to the funds supplied by his great-uncle that he could afford such an enhancement. Otherwise, with the meager amount he had left previously, not to mention further enhancing the dark matter energy shield generator components, just the shadow capture antimatter overstate engine would have been more than enough to deal him a heavy blow. Furthermore, to continue enhancing, he would need strategic-level resources like titanium crystals. However, to be fair, the shadow capture antimatter overstate engine at LV20 did justify such expenditure with its attributes. Leaving aside everything else, just the 30,000 points Yunin pool was enough to avoid worrying about the subsequent enhancement requirements of the dark matter energy shield generator. The dark matter energy shield generator LV-19 needed only 15,000 spectral energy points to upgrade to LV-20, and now with these 30,000 points, it was feasible to enhance the generator directly to the limit of the second rank. Discussing energy supply efficiency, it offers 660 spectral energy points per second, nearly 3 times that of an assaulter engine of the same level, truly worthy of a purple quality engine component. After enhancing the shadow capture antimatter overstate engine component, it was finally time for the dark matter energy shield generator. This component, the highest quality on the Kangkyang warship at that time, had already been enhanced to LV-19. Thus, Song Kai spent 150 strands of first-rank floating land origin plus 15,000 spectral energy points plus 80 tons of mercury crystal to upgrade it to second rank, LV-20. After that, first-rank floating land origin was no longer needed. With 540 strands of second-rank floating land origin plus 1,260 tons of mercury crystal, and an additional 90 titanium crystals, the Orange Glory quality energy shield was finally enhanced to LV-29. By now, not only had Song Kai used up all of the second-rank floating land origin in his hands, but the mercury crystals in the vault were almost completely depleted. Moreover, the titanium crystals given by his father were down to the last 10. However, this dark matter energy shield generator could not be enhanced any further for the time being. As a Torch warship merged with the White Seed of Torch, the ship body of the White Torch itself sets the limit for component enhancements to second rank, which is LV-20 to LV-29. To continue enhancing beyond LV-30, one must possess a Torch warship body of blue or higher quality. Consequently, Song Kai would have to slowly find higher level fire seeds to advance, but he shouldn't expect to be able to enhance the dark matter energy shield generator again any time soon. Dark matter energy shield generator LV-29. Quality, orange. Feature, shield value additionally increased by 100%. Feature 2, shield defense value doubled. Consumption, 200/s, spectral energy points. Defense, 15,360. Shield value, 307,200. 307,200. Charge, 20s post overload buffer, 30 minutes. Up rank requirement, 150 strands of second-rank floating land origin, 35,000 spectral energy points, 200 tons of mercury crystal, 30 titanium crystals. Note, has reached the limit of the ship body's enhancement capability, cannot be further enhanced. Looking at the detailed attributes of the dark matter energy shield generator, Song Kai felt a sense of satisfaction. A mere 10-level enhancement had used up tens of thousands of strands of zero-rank floating land origin, but its attributes were strong enough. With nearly 310,000 points in shield value plus 15,000 in defense, it was likely that even the main cannons of a third-rank cruiser would only be able to withstand 2 or 3 shots. And if one actually encountered a terrifying existence like a cruiser, having a buffer time of 2 or 3 shots was enough for Song Kai to enter the Zutan ruins market. With that thought, Song Kai was even more pleased. However, as he accounted for the remaining assets in his hands, his fairly good mood quickly turned gloomy. Merely for 2 components, he was left with just 571 strands of first-rank floating land origin and only a few dozen strands of zero-rank second rank had none left. Just enough to be used up when the dark matter energy shield generator was enhanced to LV-29. With this result, Song Kai, who had originally intended to enhance the brainwave remote control system and the abnormal status purifier, immediately dismissed the idea. Due to Grandma's big birthday, what could have been the 4th ruins market trade opened a few days earlier was postponed until now. He was not inclined to delay any longer. After returning to Jiangyuan City tomorrow, he would start it right away. He was quite looking forward to his first ruins market trade after advancing, especially since not only zero-rank alien races but also first-rank ones would be able to enter this time. Therefore, Facing first-rank aliens with stronger purchasing power and the more substantial assets, he must acquire a sufficient quantity of goods. Only then could he earn more. Resolute, Song Kai withdrew the Kankian warship, but looking at the nearly depleted storage area for mercury crystals, he shrank back instinctively, unsure if Grandpa would give him a severe reprimand upon finding out. The next day, in the suburbs of Beta City, the rental flying car carrying Song Kai arrived at the designated location. Not long after he got off, Song Ting, who had been waiting there, hastened over. Song Kai, what are you mailing that's taking so long? It couldn't be that you went to. Song Kai cut off the girl's words with a fierce expression, and then the two got into the Pentium 3 dynamic energy car parked not far away, owned by his father. White Tower floating land wasn't big, and the speed of the dynamic energy car was not slow. Just over an hour later, they returned to Jiangyuan City. Song Kai's initial suggestion was to simply summon the torch warship and travel quickly, as it would take only a few minutes, and even with Song Ting, it would cost no more than one strand of first-rank floating land origin. He just wanted to get home and open the ruins market trade as quickly as possible. But this was sternly vetoed by Song Ting. According to her, although White Tower floating land was not large, about 10 million square kilometers, its scenery was unique, and they shouldn't waste the beautiful landscapes on the journey just to save time. Song Kai's parents had no objection to this reasoning. Song Kai knew it was just an excuse from Song Ting. She simply didn't want to return to Jiangyuan City so soon because she would have to go back to school immediately. However, he didn't bother to point it out, and his parents could clearly see through it as well. After dropping Song Ting off at Tenggelong Middle School, Song Kai also got off the car as he needed to purchase goods at the torch market. This time, he did not plan to use his own identity, as the quantity of goods he needed to buy was somewhat large. Including the remaining floating land origin in his possession, if he also sold the assaulter engine he had replaced, as well as some scattered resources on the Kankian, the total funds he could bring out this time was roughly around 10,000 threads of zero-rank floating land origin. 10,000 threads of zero-rank floating land origin was no small figure. If he used his original identity to purchase with such an amount of money, attracting attention was inevitable. Moreover, Song Kai had no intention of exchanging the 571 threads of first-rank floating land origin in his hands through official stores. The official exchange rate was 1, first rank, to 10, zero rank, whereas in the black market it was 1 to 12, even 1 to 13. After calculating, he could exchange over 1,000 threads more of zero-rank floating land origin. He wasn't so foolish as to go through official channels for the exchange. Half an hour later, having successfully emerged from the black market, the first-rank floating land origin Song Kai had on him had turned into 7,423 threads of zero-rank floating land origin. However, there was a minor incident. Even though he had concealed his identity and completed the exchange at the fastest speed, he was still targeted by some Ionia, perhaps a person who specialized in such robbery and murder, or maybe someone sent by the merchant he had dealt with. In any case, it took him quite some effort to finally get away safely. This experience made him realize that as the level of the ruins market advanced to first rank, the volume of floating land origin he traded each time increased dramatically. Entering and exiting the black market, even with a concealed identity, was useless. The greater the sums involved, the more likely he was to be targeted, and the risk of exposure would continually rise. Thinking of this, he silently decided that henceforth, the mineral resources he brought back from the alien star domain should not be sold through the black market. It would be safer to directly trade them in the ruins market. After all, the previous few times he had only risked selling his gains in the black market due to a lack of startup capital. Now, after several trades, he always had sufficient ruins market trading startup funds on hand. Eliminating this step wouldn't have much impact. Moreover, it would be best not to go purchase stock in person in the future. Instead, he could just choose a Fire Peony soldier figurine or something similar, controlled by a brainwave remote control system. Of course, the Fire Peony Soldier figurines were still not very safe. It was no secret that he had a Fire Peony Soldier effigy tree on the Kangkyang, as he had used it several times in public. It would be better to get a combat robot with untraceable origins from the black market to replace it. While thinking about this, he quickly switched back to his original identity and sold the assaulter engine, which had been downgraded to LV0, to a regular store. This engine had been purchased through official channels before, and its origins were easy to track. Concealing his identity and selling it otherwise would rather seem like an attempt to hide something obvious. However, while the previous purchase cost him 2,300 threads of zero-rank floating land origin, this time the store's buying price was only 2,000 threads. In just under 20 days, he had lost 300 threads. In addition, there was the Fire Pattern Turtle Shell Ship Armor, also for 2,000 threads of zero-rank floating land origin. Even though he was accustomed to the ruthless nature of these merchants, Song Kai still found it somewhat difficult to accept. At the same time, a thought suddenly sprang to his mind. Doing business on the same piece of starry sea floating land was so lucrative. Weren't his previous trades at threefold or fivefold profit margin a bit miserly, considering that Zutan Ruins market connected civilizations from different domains of the shattered starry sea? Should I raise the price more? Maybe eightfold, tenfold, or even simply 100-fold? After pondering for a moment, his gaze gradually firmed up, and he decided to try tenfold sales once the Ruins market opened for trading. But let's forget about 100-fold for now. If the market was good, he would consider doing 100-fold later. The price disparity between different civilizations, different star domains, or even different galaxies, was enormous. Tenfold really wasn't that exaggerated. Seeing that he had amassed over 10,000 threads of zero-rank floating land origin, Song Kai again concealed his identity and began purchasing the various items he had planned for. Genetic optimization potions were naturally a must. This time he took 2,000 vials, costing 2,000 threads of floating land origin. He bought 1,000 vials of primary body tempering elixir, costing 1,000 threads of floating land origin. He bought 200 vials of intermediate body tempering elixir, costing 2,000 threads of floating land origin. 100 suits of zero-rank civilian exoskeleton armor, costing 2,000 threads of floating land origin. 20 suits of first-rank military exoskeleton armor, costing 2,000 threads of floating land origin. 10 first-rank military energy pulse guns, costing 500 threads of floating land origin. 10,000 tungsten gold combat shields and 10,000 tungsten gold lances, costing 200 threads of floating land origin. High-level titanium alloy battle shields, 100 of them. High-level titanium alloy longswords, 100 pieces. Floating land origin 1,000. After a good round of acquisitions, the more than 10,000 strands of zero-rank floating land origin he had on hand were all spent, but this also left Song Kai with a substantial amount of merchandise to sell. Looking at the pile of resources amassed on the Kangkyang, a trace of anticipation flickered in Song Kai's heart. If he could truly sell them at 10 times their price, just this batch of items could earn him nearly 100,000 strands of zero-rank floating land origin. After returning home and greeting his parents, Song Kai immediately locked himself in his bedroom. Spectral energy coursed through his body, flowing into the Starsea Ruin market rank hanging around his neck, and then his figure quietly vanished from the bedroom. Since his torch warship couldn't convert the Starsea Ruin market rank into a shipborne component, he always kept it hung around his neck. Inside the Ruins market, Song Kai's figure appeared. His gaze swept around and, not finding any signs of attacks from void demons, he finally relaxed a little. Although he had used an abnormal status purifier to remove that demon mark, he was still somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, for over a month straight, there had been no further incidents of being discovered by void demons. By now, he could almost confirm that the demon mark was indeed completely eradicated, and the averting misfortune feature of the Ruins market had been reactivated. ensuring no other void demons could track him down by the mark. Standing before the ultra-long-distance space gate random deployment platform, Song Kai watched as 36 points of light gradually lit up on the platform. He turned his gaze toward the entrance of the ruins market, where 36 spiral gateways quietly emerged. As he waited in silence, a certain tension lurked in Song Kai's eyes. This was, after all, the first transaction since the ruins market advanced to first rank, and naturally, he hoped for as many first-rank alien races to come through as possibly the more there were, the more he could earn. Although the ruins market provided a hefty income every month, Song Kai quickly realized he still had a substantial financial shortfall to address. For starters, their brainwave remote control system, and their abnormal status purifier on board the Kankian had yet to be enhanced, and just these two components would require a significant sum of money. Next, the current patrol radar and the shipborne secondary cannon on the Kankian were still of colorless quality and needed to be replaced as soon as possible. Even the Goldrock ship armor could use an upgrade in quality, so this matter also needed to be scheduled. Moreover, the Zutan ruins market required the addition of a shielding configuration to conceal the disturbances caused by ascending. Let's not forget the Buluo civilization ruins to explore them again. He would need a main cannon with stronger attack power and the attribute of attacking multiple targets. Finally, since the Kankian had ascended to first rank, collecting the special resources necessary for enhancing to second-rank escort ship based on his previous pace also needed to be planned. Thinking about all this, Song Kai felt overwhelmed, as the shortfall of floating land origin was immense. Of course, this was also related to the notable quality of the components installed on the Kankian. Take, for example, the dark matter energy shield generator that had just been enhanced to LV-29. Tens of thousands of strands of zero-rank floating land origin were just enough for a 10-level enhancement. In the hands of an ordinary first-rank torch warship captain, this amount could purchase several components of blue quality. After sighing, Song Kai quickly bounced back. With the Zutan ruins market, the speed of acquiring various resources was still terrifyingly fast. If the test to sell a tenfold was successful, he would earn 90,000 strands of zero-rank floating land origin from this one transaction alone. 90,000 strands a month, that's over 1,000,000 strands a year. Such calculations were quite astonishing. While his thoughts were racing, a subtle spatial fluctuation came from the entrance, and Song Kai's face lit up with joy, knowing that an alien race had come through the spatial gate. Turning his head to look, the joy in his eyes grew even more intense. The one who had entered was a first-rank alien race, a great start indeed. This alien race had a humanoid upper body and 4 legs on the lower half, gripping a metal long spear in hand, with eyes that showed a deep wariness. Memories flowed through Song Kai's mind, and soon, he softly uttered 3 words. Centaur?